we're having to play catch up. We're obviously, it wasn't designed for you lot to be up here.
I read it before. And the thing is, these they always stay on. So I from hands, they go out. And on these,
Of course, Chris. Anything for you, Chris. I'm going to stay this side, then I can hit the table and see the EDM. The only thing I've got to look at is the referee behind me. Anywhere you like.
Come to my knees, please, and then air it.
decided they don't even have trolley. They push the trolley away and the detective said on the ground. You can use whichever one you want, Aaron. Because it's another word athletic tool. You can use whichever one you want.
Backs. Backs.
Well, good day to you and a very warm welcome to the third and final day of these Müller British Athletics Championships and World Championship Trials. We're in the Manchester Regional Arena and with you now right through to 5 p.m. We've had 2 days of fabulous action, 21 finals yesterday, 22 today, 14 on the track, 8 in the field, and we start off with field action. There you can see the men's javelin final gets underway in just 5 minutes time. The heptathletes, the ladies in the multi-events, continue their second day with a long jump at 11:35, and then the shot put final, the discus final, the triple jump final. Lots of field action early on today with the 5,000 meter walks mixed in there as well, and then we get into the qualifying rounds. Not much qualifying today, mostly finals. The women's 100 meter hurdles at 13:05, as you can see. 3 heats for them, then the women's 200 heats and the men's 200 heats, and those will be, of course, quite spectacular, as were the hundreds yesterday, and some upsets in the 100s yesterday with Azu winning the men's race, and in the women's race, Dina Asher-Smith getting beaten. It was one of the biggest shocks of the weekend so far, if not the biggest shock. We have the 1500 metres Paralympic race as well for men, and several Paralympic events today, including 400s. But wheelchair race, though, as you can see, at 15:20, the men's 400 metre wheelchair race, and the women's at 15:28. The hammer final for women at 15:25, always spectacular. The men's long jump, how will the winds affect things today? They have been very, very strong the last couple of days, and if anything, they're even stronger than the last couple of days. Staring across the track from our commentary position near the finish line here, the wind is blowing very, very strongly. The trees across over near the 1500 metre start are blazing away in this these strong gusts. The day concludes with those men's and women's 800 metre finals respectively. They will be absolutely fantastic races. The men's in particular, with Max Berg in the world #1 going in that men's 800 metres final. The men's 5,000 over 12.5 laps. Will it be a slow, meandering, tactical affair like the women's yesterday, or anything different? I doubt it in these strong winds. The temperature, well, it's 16 degrees centigrade. Actually feels a degree or two less than that because it is such a strong wind. Humidity 57%. The good news is there's not much news of likelihood of wind at the moment. Myself, Tim Hutchings, and Hannah England beside me now for these next few hours, right the way through to pretty much till 5 o'clock, unbroken. And Hannah, what a second day we had yesterday. I mean, spectacular 1500 finals, 800 finals today. Promised so much, but everywhere you look, there is drama.
There really is. Those middle distance finals at the end, the 800s will be great, but we've got some really good field events down there today as well. And Ewan Thomas is over with the male javelin throwers.
It is day 3 of these Müller British Championships, and we start with a fantastic field event final. It is the men's javelin. Let's meet the lineup. First up, make some noise for the Paralympic champion. It is Dan Pembroke. Next, an athlete who's made huge progress this year. Please welcome Benjamin East. Next is a UK School Games winner last year, Elian Padaruth. Next up from Blackheath, he's a 2 times UK champion, James Whittaker. Well, Manchester, next we have the reigning champion. It's Dan Bainbridge. Next up, he was a runner-up last year. It's Joe Harris. Next up, we have the English Schools champion. Please welcome Callum Taylor. And a fantastic athlete who represented England at the Commonwealth Games. It's Benji Pearson. And last up, he's the former champion. Can he win it today? It's Joe Dunderdale. Ladies and gents, that's your lineup for the men's javelin.
Good to see those men over there. They've actually changed the throwing position from what we had yesterday for the women's heptathlon and the women's javelin. They threw, we got the heptathlon today, but we had javelin throwers from the other end of the track yesterday. And you could see them really struggling with the wind. When they released the javelin, the tip of it was a tall up. It was just getting whisked away almost by the wind. So these men are getting to throw again with the wind. So hopefully that might be a bit easier for them to cope with. Maybe a bit more sheltered over there on that bend. Might not get the gust that we had over at the far end where they're going to throw the javelin towards. But Dan Pembroke will get us started. Great story. He was a junior international as an able-bodied athlete. And he's had to transition into the para ranks and has done so well. Paralympic champion. last year, picked up a European title as well last year. A really inspirational story. He was 4th here at this championships back in 2010. Just getting everything underway today, and we should be able to follow this men's javelin throw competition throughout. So 61, good start for Dan. It's just a couple of meters underneath his season's best. No para championships for our athletes this year. Their world championships getting cancelled. Benjamin East, Team Kennett, throw next. Personal best of 69.50 this season. So you can see the sun just coming out. That might be a little bit underneath 70 meters mark, maybe 65 meters or so there for Benjamin East. Has competed for Great Britain as a junior. Added a lovely 8 meters to his personal best so far this year. So it'd be great to see if he can get a little bit more here today. Good enough for first place at the moment, 69.26, so just a quarter of a metre underneath his brand new personal best. Arian Padaruth, throw next. Hillingdon AC athlete. 65 metres so far this season. That will just be a shade underneath that. Moving into second place at the moment, just a tiny bit ahead of Dan Pembroke at the moment. He'll go down to third place. It's James Whittaker. He's won this title twice. 6th on the UK rankings this season with a 74.86, but he has gone up to 77 metres this season. Maybe hear Jeff Whiteman on the stadium announcing. 74 metres there does lift James Whittaker into first place. Next up, Dan Bainbridge, the reigning champion. He's ranked number 3 in the UK this year. 74.73. Joe Harris leading those rankings with 79 metres, so could see the medals going in those high 70s if these men can navigate this wind okay. That sort of trajectory yesterday for the women, it looked like the javelin was almost stopping midair. It was so windy. Dan Bainbridge throwing himself to the ground like we see so many of the javelin throwers. Just 64.85 for Dan Bainbridge in his first round, pretty modest compared to his season's best. And there is Joe Harris, the man with the furthest throw so far this year, just a half a metre underneath 80 metres. Second last year, just I think releasing that a little bit high. Could still be a mark that might challenge the lead.
Callum, Benjamin Pearson, Joe Rutherford.
Just managing to stop himself short of that line. See that wind whipping around, just moving Harris's number there as well. 62.03, and we'll just put him in 4th place at the moment. Everyone chasing that early marker. James Whittaker, 74.06. Callum Taylor, City of Portsmouth athlete, asking for a bit of crowd support, maintaining that speed well down the runway. Be a little bit over 60 metres there. place for Callum Taylor, just going ahead of UK lead Joe Harris, pushing him down into 5th place. I did have 10 entrants on my list. I think that's at least gone down to 9, maybe 8. So we could see everyone getting full 3 throws, 6 throws today. Ben Pearson there. So I don't think we've got Greg Miller or Callum Taylor. Ben Pearson did represent England at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Personal best there, 74.71, just 69 this season. I've spoken a little bit about Birchfield Harriers losing their home track, their training venue with the Alexander Stadium, getting prepared for the Commonwealth Games. You think javelin, it'd be pretty hard to go and find a local track to accommodate you. I'm sure Benjamin Pearson's been going here, there and everywhere to find somewhere to train. 61.11 for his first round. That's just going to leave him in 7th place at the moment. So Joe Dunderdale has won this title before. He's ranked number 2 this season behind Joe Harris. A bit of a roar there from Joe Dunderdale. That looks like it could be pretty good. That could be one of the longest throws we've seen so far. James Whittaker holds the lead at the moment, 74 and 6 centimetres. Joe Dunderdale just looking over his stats. So many medals at the UK Championships. 3 silvers. He did win the title back in 2017. Represented England at the Commonwealth Games in 2014. 70-24. So he is a shade 4 metres short of James Whittaker. So 2nd place at the moment for Joe Dunderdale. And we're back to Dan Pembroke for the 2nd round. Dan Pembroke MBE, we should say. Issue with his eyesight. Took him out of the sport. Brought him back as a Paralympian. Took that gold medal out in Tokyo. Speed a notch over 60 metres maybe for Dan Pembroke there. Oh, we like that. Let's see what it gets measured at. 67.99. That's why you like that. Massive season's best. He's had 4 metres onto anything he's thrown before. Enough for 4th place. Benjamin East up next. He's in bronze medal position at the moment. Said he's already added 8 metres this season. Let's see if he can add any more. I don't think that will. We had this yesterday with the throws. Camera position quite low. We can't see those white arcs on the ground. We can see the markers at the side. Benjamin East slamming the brakes on, getting that valid throw. No improvement on his 69.26 from the first round, stays in 3rd place, but it's got really close to his brand new PB, Benjamin East, so backing that up really well. Ian Padaruth on the runway now. Just been given a foul throw for that. Padaruth maybe, not sure whether it's deliberate foul or not. We'll see, probably from this angle. Stops himself before the line, so there you go. He's saying, oh, I don't think that's any better than my 61.48 from the first round. Hillingdon AC athlete. And back over. James Whittaker up next. Leading at the moment with his 74 and 6 centimetres. Totally overjoyed with that, so you can see that I don't think you'd want the javelin to be going almost vertical like that. Get that angle of release a bit wrong. 68.43 for James Whittaker. Still one of the furthest throws we've seen today. Actually still the fourth best throw so far, but James Whittaker maintains his lead with his 74 from the first round. So Dan Bainbridge only on 64.75 at the moment. He's done 10 metres further this season. Loughborough University student just trying to find that 70-metre line and push on from that. Is an improvement, 67.31, pushing himself up into 5th place. Joe Harris up next. Throwing well below his season's best so far, just 62 metres in the first round. That looks a bit better, up towards the 70-metre mark. Joe Harris slamming the brakes on there. .67.12, so that moves him up into 6th place and 5-metre improvement, but doesn't really yield too much in terms of positions. Got 3 men on 67 metres. Taylor not too far off his personal best so far, just 4 metres short. I think he fouled out there intentionally, walked over the line. Not feeling like that's going to improve on his 63 from the first round. This is back to Ben Pearson. Ninth place at the moment. So 9 competitors, but we saw yesterday Holly Arnold in the women's javelin as a Paralympian was automatically granted 6 throws, but she was outside of the top 8. So I don't know what happens. Dan Pembroke is in the top 8. So would that mean that the 9th competitor overall would fail to get their final 3 throws? We shall see. No improvement for Benjamin Pearson at the moment, 60.53. Joe Dunderdale up next in the silver medal position at the moment with 70.24. Joe Dunderdale below that 70-metre mark there. I think he's fouled out. Perhaps the competition move a bit quicker maybe if you don't have to get the officials to measure it. Oh, look at those officials behind as well, getting that water jump filled up. That'll be the women's steeplechase later. Luckily, correctly not scheduled here with the javelin. That'd be chaos. They were trying to run into that water jump whilst these men were using the track and that inside of the track for their run-up. So we're back to Dan Bainbridge for the opening of the 3rd round. Dan Pembroke, apologies. Too many Dans down there. .61.67. And looks like that could be another good throw from Dan Pembroke. I think I understand Dan Pembroke, due to his Paralympic classification, is almost a separate competition within this. So I think all 9 competitors will get the full 6 throws. So no improvement there. Still another 60-metre plus throw for the Paralympic champion. Ben East up next. 69.26, good enough for third place at the moment. If you could find another metre, you'd go ahead of Joe Dunderdale into the silver medal position. And raw there from Benjamin East. That looks pretty good, he liked that. So 69.26, he's already done an 8-metre personal best this season. Has he just added another little bit to that? He was close to his personal best already. But from that reaction, you think that could be a new personal best for Benjamin East. And it is, look. He liked that, 73.49 up to the silver medal position. Adding another 4 metres to his personal best, so that is 12 metres in the 2022 season. What a show-off. Who adds 12 metres in a season? That's Benjamin East. The rest of the men can look on with envy, I think. Padaruth, 61.48 from the first round. Foul in the second. Looks short over 60 metres there. Electing, I think, for that to be measured. I don't think it will be an improvement on his 61.48. 56.36. James Whittaker holding on to that lead. 50 or 60 centimetres over Benjamin East. There's a bit of pressure on him. Oh, that looks like it could be another plus 70-metre throw. Whittaker doing well to keep that as a valid throw. James Whittaker down in 6th place in the UK rankings, or he was before the start of the competition. That's another good throw, 73.82. That's 64-metre throw, 74-metre throw there. Still only puts him 4th on the UK rankings, so he'll be very aware. There's some men in there capable of some big throws. Dan Bainbridge is one of those. In 5th place at the moment, 67.31. Doesn't look like it will improve on that. Almost doing the worm on the landing. Bainbridge might. Maybe he hasn't stepped over the line. I thought he might. Just waiting for a mark for Dan Bainbridge. Don't think it's going to move him any further up the leaderboard, but he's looking at the scoreboard, waiting for that distance. Take it back, 68.31. It is a small improvement for Dan Bainbridge. Puts him up into 4th place, just ahead of Dan Pembroke. He's got to find another couple of metres if he wants to get into the medals as well. Joe Harris, another man definitely capable of shaking up this leaderboard. The UK lead with his 79.53. He's got so much more in the tank if he can get it right today. Joe Harris, nice little improvement there, 69.25 up into 4th place. Putting himself ahead of the 2 Dans. Bainbridge in 5th, Pembroke in 6th. Callum Taylor, 63.94, and then a foul. He's on 67 this year. So one of the youngest in the field. I'd say every year you throw the javelin, you're going to get a bit stronger and a bit better. I would want to be matching your season's bests when you come here to compete against the UK seniors. Callum Taylor looking for an improvement on 63.94. Callum Taylor just patiently waiting for his mark. So 64.72 is an improvement for him, but he remains in 7th place at the moment. Still an under 20 athlete, as is Padaruth and of course Ben East. Ben Pearson stalking around. Ben Pearson is getting towards the end of this 3rd round in the men's javelin. 61.11 so far.
I'm waiting for the javelin.
Pearson. That's his 3rd attempt. And we'll just have Joe Dunderdale left to throw in this 3rd round. He's in bronze medal position at the moment. Was in the silver, but Ben East is linked ahead of him on that. 61.46 for Ben Pearson, just a tiny improvement. So just checking a video replay. I assume it's a video replay rather than anything else at this stage in a competition. Joe Dunderdale to complete the 3rd round in the men's javelin. Could be a good throw from Joe Dunderdale. 70.24 in the 1st round. Like I said, won this title in 2017 and then a whole host of silver medals splattered around in there. Bronze all the way back in 2013, so Joe Dunderdale could pick up another medal if he can keep this going. 68.11. Some big hitters still out of the medals. Most notably Joe Harris, the UK lead, sitting in 4th place at the moment. Dan Bainbridge in 5th as well. Those two, 1 and 2 in the UK, 1 and 3 in the UK rankings. So we all go back to the 4th round now of the men's javelin, but as we've seen with all the throwing events, all the field events, the officials will just take a moment to reshuffle the participants. So they'll throw in reverse order. So we'll see what the decision is about the throwing order. We saw Holly Arnold throw first, the Paralympian, and we had the women's javelin, but Dan Pembroke throwing super well. He's 6th place at the moment overall in the rankings, so they might leave him there. It'll be interesting as we look towards the men's discus. We'll have Dan Greaves and Aled Davis in that competition as well. So we've got the Paralympic races on the track, completely with Paralympic participants, but we head over to the field. They're integrated into the able-bodied field. We saw that in the women's long jump as well. The men just patiently waiting. That's a good indication, I think, that they're sitting there in shorts and t-shirt. Must be warm enough if you're in the sunshine over there. Heptathlon long jump, that's coming up. Still got around 35, 40 minutes to go till that. And then we'll get going with the women's shot put final, 11:38. And we'll have that men's discus, that will go off at 12:32. So plenty of action. If you're a field fan, we should be able to get so many throws in here for the javelin, women's shot, men's discus. And then we'll start to contend with some track races. It's very hard to flip in between high quality women's high jump coming up at 2 o'clock as well. Emily Borthwick, Morgan Lake, Laura Zielor, all selected for the Commonwealth Games. They could have a real battle there at 2 o'clock, so hopefully we'll get to keep across that. Holly Bradshaw, Olympic medalist, coming up in the field as well in the pole vault.
Definitely got to have one here. This has got to stay. Yeah. You're not better going over there, man.
Looks like the officials have sorted it out. Gone to explain to everybody, and that's Ben Pearson getting up first. Padaruth and Taylor look like the men getting themselves ready. Oh, but Pembroke is down there, so maybe we will have Dan Pembroke throw first. Dan Pembroke, 6th place at the moment, 67.99. Pembroke looking for improvement on 67.99. Gets the white flag.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Dan's personal best. This had been 2011.
We'll have to. Otherwise, I think we're going to have to calibrate after.
Probably more relevant to kind of track his marks since almost the restart of his career as a Paralympian. 69.52 last year, when same year as he took that Paralympic title. So 67.99, less than 2 meters underneath the mark he set last year. It's pretty good from Dan Pembroke. Ben Pearson will be next to throw, down in 9th place, 61.46. Just waiting for a mark for Ben Pearson. So 65.37 puts Ben Pearson up above Callum Taylor, leaving Arjan Padderuth down in 9th place at the moment. Still an under 20, so Padderuth just trying to give himself a good performance here at a senior championships. Hillingdon AC athlete on 61.48 at the moment. Won the UK school games last year, so separate from the English schools. Well, Callum Taylor is English schools champion. Padderuth, the UK school games winner, so that's when you check them against the other home countries as well. No improvement there, 55.58 for Padderuth. Callum Taylor pushed down into 8th place, and Benjamin Pearson's improvement. 64.52 was his best in the 3rd round. He has done a personal best of 67.69 this year. So Padderuth and Taylor being outdone slightly by the other junior, Benjamin East. Officials just taking their time to make sure, I think really important obviously to make sure everyone's out of the way. Let's see, everyone carrying the measuring equipment, just walking themselves backwards past the 70-metre line. And Taylor, 4th round. English schools champion, hoping for an improvement on 64.52. Taylor a bit tempted to walk over the line, but he stayed the right side of it. Sometimes having a really consistent series. It's a nice indication of how you performed. He's getting there. It's another 63.8, so he's pretty consistent around the 63, 64 metre line, and that could bring a 67 throw. Bainbridge at the moment in 5th place. He's done 74 metres so far this season, though, and just 68 in that 3rd round. I think that will be an improvement in that. So Bainbridge and Harris. Joe Harris will throw next, sitting just outside the medals. Do need over 70 metres if you want to get into the medals. Joe Dunderdale on his 70.24. So Daniel Bainbridge pushes himself up into 4th place, not enough to get in the medals, 69.79. So Joe Harris down in 5th place now. Joe Harris looking quite as quick on the runway as he maybe did a few throws ago. 69.25 at the moment. Improvement for Joe Harris, just 2 throws left to see if he can convert that red bib into a win. Joe Dunderdale, UK number 2, but only in number 3 position at the moment. one of 3 men to have gone over 70 metres. So 70-24 from the first round is the City of Sheffield and Durham's athlete. Best throw so far. Needs 3 metres, 3¼ metres to get the silver medal position off Ben East. James Whittaker on 74 metres, another half a metre ahead, but 69-34, no improvement for Joe Dunderdale, stays in 3rd place. So 2 throwers left in this 4th round of the men's javelin. Benjamin East has just added 4 metres to his personal best to give him a 12-metre improvement in the 2022 season. Has he got anything more in the locker? Shared some lovely pictures of himself training with Steve Backley back in April. Said it was awesome to meet him, get a bit of a inspiration from that. I don't think that'll be an improvement on his 73-49. We've just had the 70-metre marker over on the left-hand side of the sector blow over, but that's indicative of the conditions down there. We saw those huge throws at the Doha Diamond League. That was with the following wind. Anderson Peters going out to one of the furthest throws we've ever seen. So if you can handle a following wind and use it to your advantage, that's what Benjamin East is managing to do. 68-47, so before this competition, that would have been one of his furthest throws ever. But that 73-49 is a massive improvement for the under-20. James Whittaker, event lead at the moment, 74.09. Just dropping at the last minute there, I think, javelin.
Tell me where you need.
So Whittaker holds onto his gold medal position throughout that 4th round. So back to the start of the 5th round. Dan Pembroke will open this 5th round of the men's javelin throw. Sitting in 6th place overall, but kind of a competition on his own due to his Paralympic classification. So there was a red flag perhaps for Dan Pembroke, yes. So we won't get a measurement here. Oh, and that wasn't an intentional foul. So Padaruth asking for some crowd support down in 9th place at the moment. UK schools champion. And 65-79 this season. Padaruth only able to get that javelin out to 61 metres today here at the Manchester Regional Arena. Padaruth looking a bit frustrated there, gesticulating almost. Callum Taylor will go next. English schools champ. Oh no, I think Benjamin Pearson will go next. Had a change in the order during that 4th round. Callum Taylor next. He's the English schools champion. Pair of under-20s down there, probably looking up at Benjamin East, thinking they would love to get in the mix there with the seniors. White flag for Callum Taylor. Talk about these under-20s, they have got their own global championships this year, the World Championships in Cali, Colombia, coming up in July. They're just during the Commonwealth Games. So the first week of August, actually, I think, for these guys for the World Junior Championships. Qualifying mark for that is at 68 metres. Callum Taylor not quite on with that yet, but 59, 58. Willing that 5 to turn into a 6 there. Callum Taylor. He's only 31 centimetres off that qualifying mark for the World Juniors on season's best, and he has a little bit longer to get it. Got all the way till the 8th of July, I think, to try and hit that qualifying mark. So Callum Taylor might yet get out to that. Dan Bainbridge up in 4th place. He's just stepped over the line, and about now doesn't like that. See Joe Harris. 5th place at the moment, 69.25. Joe Harris, the Manx Harrier, just not quite finding his groove here in this men's javelin competition. That brilliant 79.53 Offenburg in May. Just not anywhere near that right now. 65.25, just going to stay in 5th place here, Joe Harris. Joe Dunderdale up next, bronze medal position at the moment. Needs to find another 3 metres to get back on terms with Ben East in the silver medal. Roar from Joe Dunderdale. Stepping over that line. Doesn't think that's going to be any improvement. So, Benjamin East, the under-20 from Team Kennet, miles over that World Junior qualifying mark. Can he find 57 centimetres to overtake James Whittaker? Benjamin East giving himself a little nod. Michael Allison, the other under-20 that's over that World Junior qualifying mark. He's not here today, but he has done 69.70. To sit at home and watch Benjamin East unseat him as the UK lead. .21. It's a great series. Look at that. All but his second round over that World Junior qualifying standard. Benjamin East will have one last attempt. See if he can add even more to his personal best this season. But James Whittaker, he's watched these rounds unfold. He's still the event lead with his first throw of 74.6 centimetres. He'll know there's going to be threats from the men behind. But so far, that 74.6 has been enough to hold on to the lead.
Final round, gentlemen. Pembroke.
James Whittaker, 65.75. 5 valid throws, though. A couple of decent ones there. 73.82 would be enough for the gold medal position as well, still further than Benjamin East's best throw. So we have one round left of this men's javelin. Joe Harris, Joe Dunderdale, and to give way at the moment, James Whittaker entered this competition down in 6th place in the UK rankings. He's pushed himself up to 4th. Joe Harris, Joe Dunderdale, Dan Bainbridge, on paper would have expected to be leaving with the medals. That's the final throw for Dan Pembroke, 2021 Tokyo champion. Beating the F12 category, Dan Pembroke. 6th outright at the moment with his 67.99. Just the one foul in the 5th round. Can he improve? Can he get 68 metres, 69 metres? 64.86. With so many of his throws over his season's best. So nice throw for Dan Pembroke. Hopefully he can get a few more competitions in the rest of the summer. Not the Commonwealth Games though for Dan Pembroke. Limited Paralympic events available. It's just maybe a 100, 1500 marathon, discus. Padaruth, UK School Games champion. Struggled a little bit here in these conditions in Manchester. 4 metres off his season's best of 65. He's just got this one attempt to improve on his first round best throw, 61.48. The women's shot putters just getting themselves sorted out behind Amelia Strickler there. Just moving through her warm-up. Padaruth asking for some crowd support. Great to see these juniors up here competing with the seniors. Padaruth, one final attempt. Looks like it really gave that a good effort. That could be an improvement on a 61.58. So has Padaruth managed to add anything to his 61.48? That's Callum Taylor's scorecard there. No, it's come up on my system at 58.27. Oh yeah, Padaruth, no improvement. So Padaruth will finish down in 9th place, might be 8th overall if they take Dan Pembroke out, leave him in his own competition. Callum Taylor up next, English schools champion, 64.52. He's just a few centimetres short of the World Junior qualifying mark. It's not going to get him over that 68 metres. Hopefully he can hunt that down in the next couple of weeks as he moves towards those age group championships. Those will take place in Bedford. He's got till the 17th of July to try and hit 68 metres. That age group championship, 16th and 17th of July over in Bedford. But Callum Taylor just 8th place here at the UK Senior Championships. To Dan Bainbridge was in 7th place when we came to this round. I mean, reshuffled everyone after the 3rd round. We haven't seen Benjamin Pearson for a little bit. I wonder if he's retired. We didn't see him in the 4th round. We didn't see him in the 5th round, so maybe Ben Pearson has called it a day. Dan Bainbridge, 4th place at the moment, 69.79. He's down about half a metre to steal that bronze medal off Joe Dunderdale. Just slamming to the ground. Shows you just how hard this event is on the body. Got to generate all that speed. Time the release of the javelin. So that is an improvement. 71.35 from Dan Bainbridge. That's the throw we've been waiting for this whole competition. Knew he was capable of pushing himself up into the medals. And that put the pressure on Joe Dunderdale. He's in 4th place. Joe Harris, though, UK lead. His 79.53 he's done this season is 5 metres over the gold medal mark of James Whittaker in this competition. Joe Harris, all the pressure on him here in this 6th and final round of the men's javelin. 5th place for Joe Harris would not be what he would have hoped for at these UK championships. This is his last attempt. Unfortunately, outside the sector, a foul for the Manx Harrier. And will leave 5th place. Joe Dunderdale just getting himself motivated in the background there. He was in the bronze medal position till a moment ago. Watch Dan Bainbridge go above him. So Joe Dunderdale will need to add 1 metre and 11 or 12 centimetres if he's going to get ahead of Dan Bainbridge. He's on 75 metres this season, so he's got the capability to jump all the way up into gold medal position if he can hit his best mark of the season. Raw from Joe Dunderdale. That doesn't look like it's going to challenge the medal positions, and he does step over the mark. So 4th place for Joe Dunderdale after spending so long in the bronze medal position. What a shame for the Sheffield and Durham athlete. Just 2 competitors left. Benjamin East is guaranteed at least the silver medal. He's had a dream competition, adding 4 metres to his personal best in that 3rd round effort. 73.49. I've said it a few times, but a whopping 12-metre personal best in this 2022 season for Benjamin East. Can he make it an absolute dream of a competition? 57 centimetres would see him overtake James Whittaker for that gold medal. Benjamin East giving it everything here in the final round of the men's javelin. That's not going to be enough, I don't think. He has stepped over the line, awarded himself a foul. So Benjamin East will leave with the silver medal. Fantastic throwing from the junior athlete. James Whittaker can do the field event version of a lap of honour and take his final throw, knowing that he's got the UK title wrapped up. He's going to take his throw. James Whittaker, look at that. He's backed it up pretty well, like I said. That 3rd round throw of 73.82 would have been enough to win as well. But James Whittaker, our UK champion, taking his 6th and final throw. I think he's going to let them measure that. That could be a bit of an improvement. Blackheath and Bromley Harrier picking up the gold medal. James Whittaker had to hold his nerve for a long time down there. No improvement, but another 70-metre plus throw from James Whittaker. Took the title here in 2008, 2020.
Yeah, we'll get set first.
Adding himself a nice 3rd UK title.
Emily.
Great to get to watch that whole men's javelin competition unfold. And about 10 minutes to go before the women's heptathlon long jump.
Well, Hannah, well done for covering that whole men's long jump final while I was scribbling away here, making a few notes. We've got pretty much continuous action coming at us. The next field event final, the women's shot put, that's at 11:38. So what, in about just under 15 minutes time. We've got the men's discus, that's at 12:32. So in just over an hour's time, both 5,000 metre walks as well coming at us. So there's the unofficial result of that men's javelin final. James Whittaker of Blackheath and Bromley, 74.06. Narrow victory over Ben East, and Daniel Bainbridge taking the bronze medal. The first four over 70 metres. Joe Dunderdale, of Sheffield, and earned just over 70 metres, but just outside the top three. Good final, that. Good final. Nice throwing conditions for the fellas out there, I think. And we're going to have a very quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. Stay with us. Well, there's the official result of the men's javelin final. James Whittaker did indeed win with 74.06. A personal best for Ben East, though, in second place. Great throwing from East, and the first 4 over 17 metres. Well, the heptathlon athletes competed yesterday, their first day. They started, of course, with the 200 metres, with the 100-metre hurdles. And Jodie Smith, it was, who won easily over in lane 1, right of picture. Smith coming home there with a time of a very impressive time, 13:57, 1,040 points. Gave her an 87-point lead straight off after the first event. And she was to continue that general theme through the next 3 disciplines. Their first discipline of day 2 coming up, that is the long jump. But Jodie Smith, well, I don't want to say a class apart, but in fabulous form throughout day 1. Her high jumping was superb, 177. She cleared equal the highest height. Again, accruing great points in that, 941 points to total 1,981. The shot put, well, Ella Rush of Amber Valley and Earwash in fine form. She throwing the longest of all of them, 11 metres 82, to maintain her challenge for the title. But Jodie Smith, well, even in that discipline, she was second best with 11.67. She was narrowly defeated there. And then in the 200 metres last night, she won with 24.80. Again, a battle royal with Ella Rush over in lane 1, but so strong through the last 30 or 40 metres to take that win. 24.80, again accruing yet more fabulous points, Ella Rush, and she comes into the second day with 3.525 over Ella Rush from Amber Valley's 3.247. So what's that? 325 plus 53, 377 points, 378 points her lead. A huge lead she has built up. And she goes in this next discipline, the long jump. Jodie Smith will be 5th in the jumping order of these 7 athletes out there. Darcy will open proceedings. She's in 8th place at the moment, Laura Darcy, the Basingstoke Midhants athlete. Darcy, who ran 14.92 in the hurdles, and then high jump 168 through 10.14 in the shot. Now, just looking at this women's long jump, they are jumping with the wind. Darcy gets proceedings underway. That's her opening effort. Well, conditions just about perfect. Say plus 1.5 the wind speed in that one. A little bit more sheltered over there, I think, on the back straight than we are here on the home straight. We're near the finish line, and yeah, plus 1.5, so 5.63 for Laura Darcy. Don't have a mark for her this year, long jump, but that's well, a mark on the board. And the points accruing. 5.63, good for 738 points. Now, Grace Bauer, lying in 6th place at the moment. Nice rhythm, good speed. Drives hard off the board. Good high knees, accentuated sprint action. Of course, these athletes having to make adjustments for the following wind, which will blow them down. If they use their usual marker for still air, then with a good chance for no jump, it'll blow them down the runway and beyond the board. And indeed, that's what happened to Grace Bauer there, and no jump for her in the first round. Now, Ella Rush in 2nd place at the moment. A lot of points down on Jodie Smith, but yeah, have to keep focused, keep pushing away, and hope there will be a faltering on the part of your rival. Second in the 200 last night. She had a very strong first day. Won the shot put with 11 meters 82. But only got 10 more points than Jodie Smith in that discipline. Smith, the ideal multi-eventer, strong in all disciplines. Can't be brilliant at every one, but the Achilles heel is the appropriate term, I suppose, for multi-eventers who have one poor discipline, because you can't afford that. If you want to push for medals in championships and major international championships, you cannot have a weak discipline. That looks okay from Rush. She's a 5.98 jumper. She'd love a decent wind, a legal wind here, and be able to push out beyond 6 meters. Her personal best 5.98 coming into these championships, coming into this discipline. Jordana Morris will be next to go, and then Jodie Smith, 5th in the jumping order. Oh, that's frustrating. Morris next to go. She's in 3rd place overall, holds the bronze medal position. 3.218. She's actually not that far behind Ella Rush. 29 points between the two. Morris is solid long jumper. 5.74, not quite as good as Rush. Good speed. Yeah, what you mustn't do is be looking down at the board. You've got to trust your preparation, your stride pattern. .573 plus 2.9 there for Jordana Morris. That's only 1 centimetre down on her best, but of course the wind over the legal limit. But it's a good, solid opener. In fact, the best jump so far. Now here's Jodie Smith. She is a good long jumper. 6 meters 38 puts her amongst the best in the UK. In fact, well embedded in the top 10 in the UK this year. She's 7th ranked in the UK. Produced that 6:38 at Chelmsford back in early May. Lovely speed. And really good height too off the board. The crowd liking it. Good on the board too. That will be valid.
Okay. One more. 1 meter more.
Well, 5.73 by Jordana Morris, the best jump of the day prior to that. .611 plus 2.2, just over the legal limit, but 6.11 gets her 883 points. Hannah, she's pretty much, I mean, it's hers to lose now, isn't it, with such a massive lead over the opposition, in particular Ella Rush in 2nd place and Jordana Morris. That's the battle really for 2nd and 3rd.
Great to see young Ella Rush backing up her indoor title with hopefully a medal here outdoors. But Jodie Smith from the Laura Turner Aline stable where Holly Mills does all her training. It's no surprise, and you come from a setup like that, that you're here competing so competitively over all the different disciplines. Morgan there. Well, that could be a good, valid effort. Cardiff Archers athlete. So the opening mark of 5.27 there for Grace Morgan.
But look at that wind, plus 4.5. Wow.
Getting hopeful. I checked my weather app and it said 9 miles per hour, and I thought that's not too bad. You know, when you look at that I know when you're out there training, you're thinking, what's my session going to be like today? 9 miles per hour. It's not awesome, but it's not awful, and it's still here at this arena. I think they're really getting the brunt of the wind in this area of England at the moment. Eloise Hind opening up her competition.
She's only 17 and she's a 6'10" jumper. Good long jumper, Eloise Hind. This is a discipline where she's in 4th place, the 3.147, and Jordana Morris in 3rd with 3.218. So only 71 points behind. She can substantially close that gap with some good long jumping here, and she's quite a lot better than Jordana Morris, so we could see a change around here. 5.89, well, good points on the board. That's 816 points. She jumped 5.89, and what did I say that was? 816. Jordana Morris 5.73. That was 768. So she's closed about half that gap already. Only 3 jumps each, these athletes. Oh yeah. No, I thought you knew something I didn't say at the start. Madison Hutton next to go. Not quite sure what the delay is. Hutton there just inquiring. Hutton lying in 5th overall, 3,014 points. That puts her, well, a good chunk behind Eloise Hind. Actually, there's a substantial gap between 4th and 5th. In fact, 133 points between Hind in 4th and Madison Hutton here in 5th. Hutton, well, she's a 6-metre jumper, 6.06. 3rd in the English Junior Championships last year. So Jodie Smith, the best of the 6 measured so far. The 6 who've jumped so far, I should say. And her win tantalisingly close to being legal, plus 2.2. This time plus 3.2 for Madison Hutton, but 5.62. Well, a mark on the board, and she can build on that now. Pressure's off. 5.62, that's 735 points.
So if we're looking at 10 centimetres being 32 points, like Tim, like Morris and Rush, that could change if there's any sort of, you know, not really good jumps. We've got Morris on 5.73 at the moment. That's around about her personal best, her season's best, almost bang on. On paper, Ella Rush with her 5.98 should be able to keep herself in silver medal position, but she's got a foul in that first round. Jodie Smith just stretching away from everybody else. But Eloise Hind, 5.79. Ella Rush has got 2 more attempts, but if the worst happened, if Ella Rush had a really troublesome time here in this women's long jump in a heptathlon, that could see her drop out of that silver medal position. So great responses from the likes of Jack Turner and Elliot Thompson, particularly Elliot Thompson, who ended up winning the men's decathlon. 2 fouls in the first 2 rounds, and then over 7 metres with his final jump in the men's decathlon to salvage something. And what a way to react to that pressure. He didn't go for a safety jump one bit, Elliot Thompson. He absolutely went for it. Hopefully Grace Bauer and Ella Rush can find something in this second round so that they don't have to do last-ditch attempt like that. But Laura Darcy, this is her second round attempt.
No jump there for Darcy in the second round, but for the 5.63, gets good points on the board. So Grace Bauer needs this one. each jump so much more important when you've only got 3 efforts. Bauer then. Grace Bauer, she's in 6th place overall, and needs a mark here. She had no jump in the first round. That looked good. That looked useful. Yeah. Plenty of applause over on the far side for Grace Bauer. That was nice. The wind varying. We've had legal winds, plus 1.7 behind Ella Rush earlier on, although it was no jump. But equally, we've had plus 4.5 behind Grace Morgan's opening effort. So, .551 plus 4.6. Wow. Ella Rush next to go. She too in the same position. Really needs a mark here. Last thing you want to do is put yourself under pressure. Have 2 no jumps and then have to, well, you think have to produce a safety jump with your final effort. Never quite understood why the first jump isn't used as a safety jump to get most of the points on the board, and then you can attack the second and third efforts. Somebody who knows their multi-events better than me can explain that. Good on the board there. I think there was a degree of safety to that from Ella Rush, lying in 2nd place at the moment. So Rush waiting for that mark to come up. And what has she given Ella Rush? 6.10. Good effort. That with a 4.4 win.
Well, that puts paid to my theory that if anything went wrong, Morris could perhaps get into that silver medal position. 6.10, really some jumping there from Ella Rush. Outright personal best. Jordana Morris was already about a quarter of a metre behind Morris on paper. Thought Morris was already going to give away those points to Rush, and Rush just adding 10 centimetres to her personal best. I think securing her silver medal position. That was a legal wind, 1.7. So there are some periods down there where we're getting underneath 2 metres. I guess that's the question now for Jordana Morris. Would you rather a huge leap that got you some points but couldn't be counted as a legal personal best, or would you like to sneak yourself a legal personal best? Probably the former. Probably right. In this context, you'd rather as many points as you could get, but 5.74, so it's only 1 centimetre improvement, equals her personal best.
Jodie Smith then opened with 6.11. That open up from Smith had a plus 2.2, frustratingly just over the limit. But she's a 6.38 jumper, as I said earlier. She's 7th ranked in the UK this year. It's a really strong discipline for her. And the crowd like that one as well. You can hear from the applause that they approve. Maybe an improvement there from Jodie Smith. She's really on top of her game. Every discipline she's performed very strongly. In particular, that 200 last night. A battling win over Ella Rush. Waiting for that mark to come up. Oh. 6.11 and a 2.3. The first round was a 6.11 and a plus 2.2. I suppose that indicates fabulous consistency. When you're in the groove, that is what you should be doing in theory, is hitting the same mark, whereas a throw or a jump is replicating the same movement pattern and getting it very right. Grace Morgan then. Well, Morgan opened with, what, 5.27. She had a 4.5 metre per second wind behind that. She's a 5.52 jumper as a personal best, so she can go a lot better than this. And with a 4.5 metre per second wind behind her, she ought to be jumping pretty big. Lying in 7th place of the 8 competitors after the first day. So this is more about trying to push on and catch those in front of her than perhaps challenge for a medal. 5.25. Well, again, good consistency. 5.27 and 5.25. The wind, very, very strong here near the finish line. It will play its part today significantly, I'm sure. There didn't seem much chance of it abating. Hines next to go, the youngster.
Desperately trying to look up what school Eloise Hine goes to. It's my local club. Grew up training at Horsepath and Oxford City Athletics Club. I was just wondering what school Eloise Hine goes to. Always curious. Oxford's not the biggest of cities or areas. Eloise Hine doing really well. We've had a good few performances from Oxford City here. Zoe Pollock going in that women's 400 metre hurdles later. Nathan Douglas completing his career here. He said that will be his last competition today. So that was Nathan Douglas, the Oxford City man in the triple jump.
But he's been around so long. I was prepping his card a little while ago. European silver medalist, I think, back in 2006.
Yeah. My first ever English schools captain, Nathan Douglas. It's pretty much my first memory of competing for my county.
Well, Eloise Hine, 5.89 and then 5.82 with a second round effort. And then again, this delay for Madison Hutton. And she opened with 5.62. That with a plus 3.2 wind. I think there's opportunity for all of these 8 athletes to catch a good gust, hit the mark right, get the timing right, hit the board well, I should say, and jump really big with these winds behind them. They should be. But of course, I guess with... Ooh, that looks close to being a no jump. If they had 6 rounds, though, they'd be... yeah, I thought so. If they had 6 rounds, they could probably throw caution to the wind a bit more, if you'll forgive the pun. But with 3 jumps, there's always in the back of your mind a little bit of caution, maybe. Although if you can hit a solid mark in the first round, you can attack your next efforts. Third and final effort now from Laura Darcy. 5.63 she opened with. Virtually the only legal wind. I think there was a legal wind and 1-2 other no jumps, but a legal wind, 5.63. The wind was 1.5 behind the Basingstoke Mid-Hants athlete. Her opening effort. Ooh, changing the board. Taking out. I've never seen that before. No plasticine, and there's electronic equipment going on there, and it's they're hitting it with their feet, and the board is actually moving. So some quick on-the-spot adjustments and mechanics required as that board is slotted back into place. Isn't it great, eh? The combination of high-tech and a good old hammer. Give it a bang. That'll fix it. Well, there's the line-up for the women's 5,000-metre walk, which is due off on the hour, so a couple of minutes away. 11 starters there, including the defending champion, Bethan Davies. Davies, the most experienced in the field, the Cardiff athlete. She's not only the defending champion at the age of 31, but she's the Commonwealth bronze medalist from 2018, the Gold Coast. 5.5 laps of the track. They're starting over on the top end of the back straight. There's Davies, 7 on her shorts. Look out too for Abby Hughes as well, the Taunton AC athlete. And Beatrice Fury, great name. Set her personal best at Kingston last year, the Medway and Maidstone athlete. Well, the world list this year topped by Jemima Montag of Australia. 20 minutes 17 for 5K. Now, if you're a park runner or you're aware of what a half-decent 5K time is, then you will know that that is fantastically fast for 5 kilometres of walking. Effectively 3 miles and half a lap in just over 20 minutes. The world record is by the Italian Anna Leonora Gheorghi. That is 20:01. 20-minute barrier beckons, I suppose you could say. British all-time list topped by Joanna Jackson with 20:46. And Bethan Davies, actually, in this field, the defending champion, is the second fastest of all time in the UK with 21:21. But in these windy conditions, I think anything down around 22 minutes would be fabulous walking. So away they go then. As I said, 12.5 laps of the track, and straight away Bethan Davies to the front. And single file it is. And walkers tend to go flat out. You don't see tactics employed very often in race walking. The technique, of course, has to be maintained. And I suppose in a way it's similar to 400-metre hurdles, where stride pattern has to be maintained, and therefore the performers are sort of locked into a level of performance. And of course in race walking you can shorten your stride, but the technique has to be maintained. The supporting leg, as you swing one leg through, has to have a locked knee. You can't walk with your hips lowered, both knees bent, sort of Groucho Marx style. And Lewis it is who's tucked in. Heather Lewis won the Olympic trials last year, who's tucked in behind Bethan Davies.
Back to the heptathlon, into this final round. So we have a mismatch. They've been hammering that board down. We saw them with a set of hammers. Like we said, no plasticine anymore. Got to have that vertical plane. It's almost if you drag your toe through it or nudge it ever so slightly, you will get that red mark. It's good technology. It speeds stuff up. It's confusing. Old school, you know you get the angle on the start of that plasticine traditionally, so you could overhang ever so slightly when you're at the board and get away with it, if you like. I think Becca Romanchuk came foul of that the World Indoors in Belgrade. She picked up that fantastic medal in the triple jump, her second event, and then it looked like she was going to have the best day and do it again in the long jump, but just fell foul. Pictures on it on social media saying that wasn't a foul. Look, she's not touched the thing, but especially with these this new shoe technology, and you've got a little bit of a lift, a bigger sole, that toe really can break that vertical plane now with that new technology. No problems there for Laura Darcy. 5:63 in the first round, foul in the second. It's her last attempt to accrue a few more points. And she has 5:75. Nice fist pump there from coach. Grace Bauer will take her final attempt.
Well, 7.74 the points accrued for that 5.75, as opposed to 7.38 for a previous effort, 5 meters 63. So what, some 36 points. She's racked up, additional 36 points racked up with that fine third round effort. Laura Darcy. Grace Bauer opened with a no jump, then 5.51. That looked a lot better. She gets the white flag. Yeah, the crowd like it. That looked a lot better. Lovely leg shoot. Just squeeze every millimetre she could out of that. Well, a 5.51 and what, 703 points. And 5.50, oh, I thought she went better. Good consistency. Look at the win, plus 5.1. That's what they're having to contend with.
Ella Rush up next. That's 6.10 in the second round. Really important. Keeping her ahead of Jordana Morris in the overall standings. Ella Rush, still only 18, I think. UK indoor champion. Surely can't do enough to catch the event leader, Jodie Smith. They've got the javelin and the 800 to go after this. But Ella Rush, final attempt in the women's heptathlon long jump. 6.10, added 12 centimetres to her lifetime best. She do that again here. Facial expression would suggest it wasn't quite as good, but we'll just let it play out and see what she gets measured at. 5.43, not as good as her 6.10. 6.10, exactly what Ella Rush needed in this competition. Jordana Rush, Morris, she can't get any more consistent than that. 5.73, 5.74. Right round about her personal best. I think she did get a legal wind reading for that second one, the 5.74, so she has equalled her personal best. It's under a little bit of a threat from Eloise Hind of Oxford City behind her. Eloise Hind has done 5.79 to Jordana Morris' 5.74. I think it might be around about 40, 45 points or so. I think they were getting distracted by a bit of a roar and a bit of noise, I think, coming from Sophie McKenna over in the women's shot put. We will head over to there in a little bit once we've got this women's heptathlon sorted, but I think there's some more technical difficulties with the board down there. They are clapping over there, and we'll try and bring you up to date with that when we've got the images. Quite a battle going on down there. Sophie McKenna, Del Nicol, Amelia Strickler. All three of those selected for the Commonwealth Games, their respective home nations, as is Divine Oladipo. Paralympian Sabrina Fortune in there as well. But we're halfway through this final round of the women's heptathlon.
Well, Morris opened with 5.73, and then you said it quite rightly, Hannah, 5.74, brilliant, peppering that zone, but she'd like to pepper something a bit beyond that with this third round effort. Morris is lying in fourth place in this discipline. Still the lead by 1 centimetre held by Jodie Smith. 6.10 to Ella Rush, 6.11 Jodie Smith. 6.10 is 880 points, 6.11, 883 points. That 1 centimetre may be precious. Morris sporting a vest that mentions the John Nike Leisure Centre. What a great name. If you know Bracknell, you can drive past it in that little cut through from the A3 to the from the M3 rather to the M4, little shortcut many of us take if we're heading out west, Bristol, Wales direction. So if you're coming from the southern side of the M25, John Nike Leisure Centre And 5.59. The consistency dropped and no increase in distance, unfortunately. So the best jump from Morris, second round, 5.74. Speaking of consistency, look at that. Jodie Smith, 6.11 and then 6.11. Couldn't do that if somebody offered you £1 million. You'd have a good go. Hannah, you reckon you could, Hannah?
Absolutely not.
With that look you just gave me, it's like, well, I'd have a really good go.
And I'm like, well, I do 6.11 full stop, never mind 6.11 twice, but it's...
I know. Two jumps added together, maybe 6.11.
Yes, maybe. Probably easier to do.
So Jodie Smith then, at the moment, has extended her lead over Ella Rush by 3 points. That looked to me like she might have gone over the front edge of the board. Watch the feet, the takeoff. Oof, yeah.
You're right there, Tim, yeah.
No applause from the crowd, and she knew it, that grimace as she came up out of the sand. Doesn't matter. I think she's all but got the gold medal in the bag. She's hundreds of points in the lead. ...278 points she came into this in the lead. She's now 281 points in the lead. And Grace Morgan next to go. So, Morgan lying down in 8th place from these 8 athletes. 5.27 and 5.25 who took her 2 efforts so far for the Cardiff Archers athlete. But Morgan is a 5.52 jumper. At her best, she can go a lot better than she's jumping at the moment. A 5.27, her opening effort. Getting her, 634 points. 5.49, that's more like it. That's quite a big improvement. 697 points. So a little progress there for Grace Morgan.
So Eloise Hind is getting herself geared up for this jump. So I had a very useful text message from Ashley Bryant saying, so Abigail Paulett is selected for the under-20 team for those World Junior Championships, but actually Eloise Hind and Ella Rush, this is almost a trial for these two to see who can get that final spot into the World Junior Championships. Ella Rush at the moment very much in the driving seat in terms of competition between the two juniors. Eloise Hind in 4th place at the moment, Ella Rush in 2nd. We've got a little battle going on within the British Championships there.
She's a great little athlete. Really hits the board well, gets good height. That's the difference. She sprints well down the runway. She's got good speed, attacks the board, generates good height, and she's producing big efforts as the youngster Hind. Opened with 5.89, then 5.82, 5.83. Well, that is consistency, superb consistency. Possibly not what she'd like. She'd love to have gone out over 6 meters, especially with this tailwind. She has jumped 6.10 legal. Well, the officials out there, plenty of them, doing a great job for this long jump competition, heptathlon long jump. You can see the clock there timing away beside Madison Hutton's feet. They can be timed out. Shouldn't have to be thinking about it. But Hutton, 5.62 her opener, then a no jump. This is her final effort. Plus 2.5 the win for that one. Now, has she grabbed a few more centimetres? The third placer in the English Junior Championships last year. In fact, the English Under-20 Heptathlon Championships this year. It's gone through the usual career path of the English schools. Heptathlon, 5.63. She grabs one more centimetre, plus 2.5 the wind. So many of these women are producing fabulous consistency with their jumps, and that is admirable. It just shows how well they are nailing their technique, getting their run-ups right. One or two of them might have expected bigger distances with the following wins they're getting, but there is the unofficial result. Jodie Smith winning by 1 centimetre from Ella Rush in this particular discipline. Eloise Hind, 5.89, a third place there for the 17-year-old Oxford City athlete. That 1 centimetre between Smith and Rush represents another 3 points for Jodie Smith over the Amber Valley athlete. And by my calculation, she had a 278-point lead coming into this discipline, so 281 points her lead now. And nice little battle going on there for the minor places. Ella Rush came into this with 3.247 ahead of Jordana Morris's 3.218. So some 29 points only between second and third before that long jump. We'll bring you the points total as soon as we can.
So this women's shot put competition, we've heard the roars in the background. It's been all changed. We're into the final round here in the women's shot put. Eden Francis in 7th place at the moment. Sophie Merritt will finish down in 8th place. Paralympic gold medal winner Sabrina Fortune finished down in 9th place with a throw of 13.31, so season's best for the Paralympic athlete. But no personal best. Eden Francis, best of 15.42 so far this year. I did see Eden in the discus throw yesterday. That was won by Jade Lally. Eden finishing 7th place, 15.42. But Adele Nichol, the woman bouncing around in the background, she's got the lead at the moment. Shauna Thompson here, Sale Harriers, Manchester, 15.55, puts her in 6th place at the moment. 5th place is Serena Vincent, 16.23. Serena's such a good junior performer, moving herself into these senior ranks. But it's been really entertaining up at the top. Sophie McKenna took the lead with a 17.49 in the first round, and she held that lead for a long time with Amelia Strickler just behind her, and Divine Oladipo in 3rd place at 17.20, and Adele Nichol got herself all the way up into the lead with 17.59. There you can see Sophie McKenna has worked so hard this year to change her technique, going from the glide to the rotate. See Serena Vincent still using that gliding technique. Many people in the school have thought that if you want to reach your absolute potential, you've got to be able to rotate, be able to generate that speed and that power, and that you're kind of always going to be limited. But Oriol Dongmo of Portugal might disagree. She's still employing that glide technique and doing very well with that. Serena Vincent, 16.27. That will be the end of her competition. She has won the Bucks title this season and represented GB at an age group level. Right, so this woman, Adele Nichol, she's throwing next because she was in 4th place when we did the reshuffle. And then in the 4th round, she threw 17.59. A massive throw from Adele Nichol. She's been selected for Wales for the Commonwealth Games. Took a bit of time away from the sport, doing the bobsleigh for Great Britain. representing them, and she seems to have come back stronger than ever. Outright personal best, that 17:59 in the fourth round. Look at that series, great 17:49, 17:33 in the final round. Del Nickel just smashing these final 3 rounds of the women's shot put. So Divine Oladipo, she's selected for England in both the discus and the shot put, coached by Ashley Kovacs, the wife and coach of Joe Kovacs. Divine Oladipo has just finished up her career over in America. She was at Vanderbilt University. I might have got that wrong, apologies if I have. Hopefully they did, their leggings have helped. Vanderbilt University. Oladipo just graduating from there. We'll see her in Birmingham representing England in the shot put and the discus, but finishes with 3rd place and 17:20, and that leaves us with Amelia Strickler, who's been pushed down into 4th place thanks to that 17:20 from Divine Oladipo and the 17:59 from Adele Nickel. Can Amelia Strickler, the UK lead, muster anything in this final round? That looks like it's going to be just underneath 17 metres. So Amelia Strickler came into this competition with a season's best of 18:18. Through that just a couple of weeks ago. She couldn't match that here at the UK Championships. She's won this title before. So many battles with the likes of Sophie McKenna and Adele Nickel over the years, but just 4th place for Amelia Strickler. These women will battle again in Birmingham, or hopefully at the World Championships as well. If anyone can get a decent world ranking. So, Sophie McKenna, she's got a personal best listed of 18:61, but that was with her previous technique. Her and her coach, Paul Wilson, her training partner, Chase Ely, have worked so hard to totally rip apart and recreate her form. Self-fouling out, I think, there, but this is a big step forward for Sophie McKenna. Her outdoor season's best coming into this was 17:36. She's added to that 17 metres and 49. It's almost like learning to do the whole event again, and look at that emotion from Adele Nickel. Sophie McKenna and Adele, great friends, but Adele Nickel taking the title here today. And that is the conclusion of that, because Sophie did hold the lead through those 3 rounds, so she will go home with a silver medal. She looks every bit as pleased as Adele Nickel for her on behalf of her Welsh competitor. And multiple medals for Adele Nickel over the years. 3rd indoors this year, 3rd outdoors. A lot of bronze medals at UK Championships, but this is, she's not even ever got a silver medal. Adele Nickel just taking herself all the way to the UK title as Bethan Davies has taken the bell here in the women's 5,000 metre race walk.
Yeah, the bell reached in 2043 by the defending champion. She will retain her title, the Cardiff Athletics Club athlete. And actually, considering the conditions, well, this is great walking. Her lifetime best is 21:21. It is her first 5,000 walk of the year, according to our stats. And she's going to come home in something around 22 minutes, which is very strong walking indeed. Joanna Jackson has walked 20:46. That is the UK record, but that was back in February 2009 in Sydney. So Bethan Davies rightly getting applause as she concludes this final lap, powering on and coming into the home straight now. A truly dominant performance from Bethan Davies. She has a Commonwealth medal in the bag. I wonder if she'll get any more this summer. Bronze medalist at the Gold Coast in 2018. Still really good rhythm. Great technician. Working hard with the arms. You have to keep pumping with the arms. Right through the line. Wins there in 22:30. 22:30. 61. Unofficially.
Heather Lewis, very game competitor there. She was disqualified a few laps ago, but staying there to support Bethan Davis. There's the unofficial result of the women's shot put. Sure, it will be ratified pretty soon, but Adele Nicol, brilliant win there. You can see how excited she was, and we heard the roars when she threw that distance. Applause as well from her competitor Sophie McKenna with a new rotation PB. It's not an outright PB, but she's revamping her technique, and that's a good step along the way. And Divine Oladipo picking up a great bronze. It's the official results of the women's long jump, the heptathlon. Maybe we saw an unofficial one before, but... And the rush officially cementing that silver medal position. Jodie Smith just streets ahead of everybody as they look towards a javelin and an 800 in the rest of the day.
I've been doing some calculating, Hannah, and Jodie Smith goes into the javelin with a lead of 281 points, and Ella Rush in second place has a lead over Morris of 138 points. Morris in third, and behind the youngster, just 26 points behind Morris. So that'll be fascinating to see how the javelin unfolds for these athletes. And just looking at the javelin, well, Hind has a best of 38 metres, and Morris, who is in third place at the moment, a best of just 26 metres. So I think youngster Eloise Hind can move into third place. There were no changes amongst the top half dozen after that long jump. There's the official point score, unofficial point score, I should say. I had 4408, 4127, 3989 and 3963. Yeah, my maths is still about as good as a very small youngster, but it agrees with those on this occasion. And I do think that Hind has a very good chance in the javelin of moving ahead of Jordana Morris. That could be the main movement we see.
So
sixth discipline.
So dramatic on the men's side. Saw Jack Turner going into the 1500 with a pretty big lead, and just grinding to a halt in the final sort of 250 metres of their 1500, leaving the door open for Elliot Thompson and even Caius Joseph to move up into that silver medal position. So 800 perhaps a little bit kinder for the women in the heptathlon, not so much time to lose points, but Jodie Smith does look like she could be home and dry for that gold medal position. And it could be a battle of the juniors between Ella Rush and Eloise Hind if Jordana Morris can't find a little bit extra in that javelin.
But Jodie Smith is a great javelin thrower too. Ella Rush is about 10 metres lower this year in distance. So Smith could extend her lead by a monstrous number of points come the end of the sixth discipline, the javelin, and then into the 800 later on. Well, just to mark your card for what's coming at us over the next couple of hours, as this men's 5,000 metre walk is the next event on the track after the women's walk. The men due off in about 10 minutes time, and then the first track action of the day after the walks is the 100 metre hurdles for women. Their heats are at 1:05, so about 40 minutes away, and that'll be followed by the women's 200 heats, the men's 200 heats, and then the track finals begin after those walks, which of course were finals, at 2:35 with the women's 400 metre hurdles.
A few more competitors coming in the final stages of this women's 5,000 metre walk. A lot of the competitors very gamely waiting by the finish line. We see so much camaraderie across the track events, and there's still, I think, at least 3 women out there just completing their walk, maybe 4. Dunwell just finishing up her competition here. Clock just ticking past 27 minutes. And Dunwell, hopefully a smile once she crosses the line. She's all focus, all business right now. She'll be greeted by the rest of her competitors there. Some tired legs down there. Like I say, Bethan Davis there, the winner. We will see her representing Wales at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. It will be the first ever track race walking competition at the Commonwealth Games. Normally they do 20k out on the walk. It's going out on the road. It's going to be a 10k walk on the track this time round. You see the likes of Bethan Davis in that. Sneak peek at Tom Bosworth on the men's side. Callum Wilkinson, the other athlete selected for England alongside Tom, not here to contend this 5k on the road, on the track. He will do that 10k on the track at the Commonwealth Games. Beatrice Fury just coming across the line there. I think she might be the final competitor in this 5,000 metres. A couple of women making their way over. I think, unfortunately, they were disqualified. So a lot of yellow paddles down there from the officials. See that little group there with Lewis. I think they were the unfortunate ones that weren't able to finish here, which is frustrating for them. Was the women's 5,000 metre walk. We've completed the women's shot put. We're going to Adele Nicol. Saw that long jump and the heptathlon take place as well.
Well, the walk field there, posing for the photographers. Their 12.5 laps. Well, coming up very shortly, the men's discus final. There is the lineup. The defending champion Lawrence Okoye goes 6th in the throwing order. He is the UK record holder as well, the Croydon Harrier. Man who has dabbled with American football, of course. Great rugby player as well. Zane Dukeman and George Armstrong 9th and 10th in the throwing order. Dukeman winning the title back in 2014, and Ewan Thomas is going to introduce us to this field.
It is time for our next field event final. Listen, it's breezy down here. There's a bit of a headwind. If these guys get it right, that's a good thing. It's men's discus. Let's meet the big boys. Here they are. First up, he's won it all in the sport. Please welcome the former Paralympic champion, Dan Greaves. If there's a medal out there, he's won everything. The Paralympic champion, please welcome Aled Davies. Next up, an athlete in personal best form this year, the Paralympic European bronze medalist, Harrison Walsh. Next up from Southampton, he's a 3-time UK bronze medalist, Chris Scott. Wow, what an athlete, the Scottish record holder, the 4-times champion, Nick Percy. Ladies and gents, let's see what he can do today. He is the reigning champ. Of course, he's the British record holder, Lawrence Okoye. Next up, a former silver medalist here. Please welcome Greg Thompson. Next is a British Universities champion. Please welcome Chukwuemeka Osamor. Next up, the former UK champion, it's Zane Dukeman. And last up, the runner-up at these championships. Please welcome George Armstrong. That is your lineup for the men's discus.
Great to see those competitors there and those 3 Paralympians down in the competition as well. Dan Greaves, Aled Davis. Who's that third? We lost our third. Harrison Walsh. They were the first 3 we were introduced to. So they're not going to have... Well, Harrison Walsh and Dan Greaves do compete both in that F44, so their marks are perhaps comparable. Aled Davis in the F42, so we can't necessarily take just the distance thrown as a measure of how well they're doing, because they are in different classifications. Dan Greaves, European record holder. And he's in the Paralympic gold back all the way back in Athens, 2004.
That's a long time ago, isn't it? 18 years ago, crikey.
It is, and I think Dan Greaves, one of those athletes that would have been very pleased to see the discus involved in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. He is still throwing really well, picking up that bronze last year in Tokyo. I think he hurt his knee quite significantly after maybe at the start of the winter training. Dan Greaves, really bad twist to his knee. but motivated to keep going, keep performing at a high level so that he can contend the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. He won the Commonwealth Games title in 2014 over in Glasgow, up in Glasgow, I should say. So Dan Greaves could be on for yet another medal. Like Ewan Thomas said, he's won pretty much every medal there is out there.
That's a beautifully flighted first effort from Dan Greaves. So, has that Paralympic gold from 2004, took a bronze last year in Tokyo. And these fellas will love these conditions. They want a good strong wind, ideally slightly from the right. The vast majority of them are right-handed throwers. And the wind at the moment is playing into their hands. They should enjoy these conditions. 53.17 for Greaves. That's a season's best to kick off his account. Brilliant opener.
Next it will be Wales's Aled Davis. Para gold in the shot put and the discus. So multi-talented. Also does a little bit of commentary with World Athletics. He was on our commentary team for the World Indoor Championships, covering the shot put there. He kindly shared all his notes with me, which is just what you want to see from someone. But unfortunately, a foul there for Aled Davis in the first round.
Next to the throw will be Harrison Walsh.
We'll have the male racewalkers down there on the track. A bit of a reduced field. It looks like it might be down just to 4 of them. Tom Bosworth was due to be on the outside. Two-time Olympian, 6th in Rio. Christopher Snook was our UK indoor champion. Luke Legon, he was 3rd in the indoors this year. And completing the lineup, Matthew Crane. So it will be a small but select group down there. 2 athletes from Bexley AC. So Bexley AC getting a lot of exposure this afternoon. Apologies, it has nipped past 12 o'clock. But Tom Bosworth already selected for the Commonwealth Games for England. He picked up a medal over on the Gold Coast.
Back to this discus cage. And this is Chris Scott from Southampton. He's a 53-metre thrower this year, but his lifetime best is 63 metres. Scott. So just looking at the opening efforts.
A good throw there from Chris Walsh. Apology between Harrison Walsh, Chris Scott. 55 and 6 is enough to put him in the lead. But this man, Nick Percy, he's been stuck without a personal best for years and years. COVID had a lot to do with that. He was grounded on the Isle of Man, having to do some real makeshift training in his back garden, sort of creating his own training environment. Nick Percy actually went to school where my uncle was the head teacher.
Really?
England. I like to indulge myself and say hello to my nephew Robbie England, who's tuning in from Canada alongside my brother. So they can cheer extra loud for Nick Percy. He's an ex-pupil of Ryde School on the Isle of Wight. Having a really good season. Scottish record holder with his 64.95 this year.
So 59.42 for Nick Percy, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. And here's the big fella, the defending champion. He tops the UK rankings this year ahead of Percy. Percy's open up 59.42. Well, he can go a lot better than that. He has thrown nearly 65 metres this year. Okoye's best 65.49 this season. His UK record is 68.24. Now, what sort of distance can he pump out with this opening effort? I think that hit the cage. Oh, did it? Yeah, hit the cage. Thought I saw it catch the netting. Massive fella, isn't he?
Can't see any urgency from the measuring team out there. Normally we see them scuttling around.
He had a no throw at the Olympic Games last year in qualifying. That was frustrating. Won the UK title back in 2012, Lawrence Okoye. He's now 31 years old now, but actually probably young in discus terms because he's dabbled with other pursuits over the years. That's a great effort from Greg Thompson, UK number 4 this year. Second back in 2018, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. Was throwing just over 60 metres this year. Indeed, he is 4th ranked in the UK, and it is the top 4 who have broached the 60-metre barrier in 2022. And it does it again, 60.37. And for Greg Thompson, that's the season's best. Great opener.
Just taking that lead off Nick Percy, just under a metre, pushing Greg Thompson up into first place in this first round of the men's discus. Awesome. City of Sheffield and Durn. Fairly modest 56.48, but that is a personal best this season. And like we say, with these power events, we've just seen the women's shot put, it just get better year on year. So was the British University champion this year, youngest in the whole field, birth year of 2001, when the rest of the men are well into the 90s, some a little bit earlier than that. We won't embarrass them, we won't name them. Ossamore, the youngest in the field, sitting in 4th place at the moment, 53.70.
So another Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. He's already seen Nick Percy push one out to 59.42. Percy in 2nd place behind Greg Thompson's 60.37 lead. Here is Zane Dukeman, winner back in 2014, through in the Commonwealth Games back in 2010 for Jersey. Oh, he's a 61-metre thrower this year. He is the UK number 3. Very experienced. Dukeman.
Could give Zane Dukeman the award for the busiest person here today, contending himself, but also coaches a great number of throwers in Great Britain. In this field, he's going to have to keep half an eye on Dan Greaves and Nick Percy, listed as their coach. He would have taken gold and silver in the women's discus yesterday with Jade Lally, Kirsty Law. We did see him in the background coaching then, but puts himself in a bronze medal position. A whole load of accolades going back with Zane Dukeman when he leaves Manchester.
57.89 his opener, yep, up into 3rd place. So we've got Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers in 2nd and 3rd, Nick Percy and Zane Dukeman respectively. This is George Armstrong, 2nd a couple of years ago, and then 4th last year, the Newman Essex Beagles athlete. And probably just below 60 metres. There's no arcs across the sector, which would help us. But George Armstrong, well, he's got a lifetime best of 61.21. 57.86 this year is his best. And that is a season's best for him straight away. 58 metres for George Armstrong. 58 metres and bits. 58.5 metres. That's a very encouraging opener. There are good conditions for the throwers.
Back round to Dan Greaves to start the 2nd round in the men's discus. Season's best in the 1st round, 53.17. And we've got a 50-metre marker down there. But Dan Greaves smiles a bit more at that. Like I say, I wonder if Zane Dukeman's got any time to actually coach alongside his competition. Unfortunately, foul. Maybe it's a wry smile off Dan Greaves, Paralympic champion, multiple Paralympic medalist.
Dan Greaves already set a season's best with it opener. His opener now. Alan Davies. No throw with his opener. And that one just over to the left of the sector. And he's a 54-metre, almost 55-metre throw at his best. Now, is he complaining there? Has that been ruled a foul? No, they are marking it. They are marking it. I'm not quite sure. Just watch the feet. Was there any suggestion of a foul? No, don't think so.
I wonder if it was a sort of self-reflection, a frustration, to throw all the way to the side of the sector there. That's not ideal. Not what you'd look for from a throw that you were chuffed with.
That's better. 51.82 gets a good mark on the board, and that actually less than a metre short of his season's best. So it's really solid second round effort to get his account underway.
It's Harrison Walsh stepping up. He will be next. 49.93 in the first round. He has done 55.94 this season. Selected to represent Wales at those Commonwealth Games. I think it will be a combined event again there with like Aled Davis, Dan Greaves, Harrison Walsh competing all together in the same event. They use a scoring system to allow for the different disabilities, so you can compare between disabilities. It's got a fancy name that I can't remember, that Aled Davis did text me, so I'll try and look it up, but like I say, not directly comparable. But Harrison Walsh, second round throw there, and foul as well. So we're getting a few fouls in this second round. Raza point system, that's how they use to compare between different Paralympic classifications when they compete alongside each other.
Chris Scott then. Now, Scott opened with 55.06. That looks a similar sort of distance. That 55.06, by the way, was a season's best for Chris Scott. By just over a metre. Not as good, 53.58. But throwing well. And all these fellas know this is a good opportunity to throw big with this breeze coming at them. Gusting, but even when it drops a little bit, there's still quite a strong breeze across the arena.
So Nick Percy up next, in second place at the moment with 59.42. Thompson still holding that lead at the moment. Nick Percy, Scottish record holder, he's like that. He's back in the cage, punching the air, flexing his biceps. Nick Percy, that reaction would suggest that might be enough to take the lead off Greg Thompson. Nick Percy, 64.95 he did this season, breaking his PB from 2016. He's spoken about the perseverance it's taken to stay in the game and to stay throwing well. 64.81, that is enough for the lead at the moment for Nick Percy, pushing Greg Thompson down into second place.
That's the first big throw of the day from Nick Percy. Really hit the straps well there. Now, Okoye has the gauntlet thrown down. No throw in the first round. He knows what he's got to do now. Well, that looks better from Okoye. I don't think it's as good as the 64, almost 65 metre effort from Nick Percy. That was very nearly a personal best from Nick Percy. 64.95 is his best. He threw 64.81. What can Okoye do here? 60.32. Now he's got a bit of work to do. That does elevate him to third place.
Greg Thompson was in the lead with his 60 metres and 37 for the first round. He'd just been overtaken with Nick Percy's 64.81. So can Greg Thompson find himself another 4 or 5 metres, get back into the lead. First round throw for Greg Thompson was a slight season's best. His personal best out at 65.56. Would be enough for a European qualifying mark. If he could match that this season, I'm sure he'd love to get himself on that squad. Lawrence Okoye, the only man this season over that European qualifying mark of 65.20. His 65.49. 61.23 is an improvement for Greg Thompson, another season's best. Keep chipping away like that, adding a metre or so every throw. Could see something special from Greg Thompson.
Ossamore goes next, the City of Sheffield athlete. 53.70 is opener. That's about 3 metres down on his personal best set earlier on this season. That one straight down the middle of the sector, actually comes out to the left-hand side. And that looks all right. That might be, well, his lifetime best, as I said, 56.48. And I think he might have gone a metre or two better than that with that second round effort. He likes it, took a long look at it, didn't he? 56.48 to beat. And it's over 60 metres. That is a big moment, and he loves it. Do you hear that roar? Joins the 60-plus club. Great effort.
Wow. Just added 4 metres to it. You can see that surprise there. Asamoah launching himself into bronze medal position. And a brand new personal best. Zain Dukeman, 6th place at the moment. 57 in the first round. Like I said, busy weekend for him. Lots of coaching. Done 61 this season, which would be good enough for that silver medal. His 61.39. What's he thrown there? Pretty near his personal best. Just a couple of metres below it so far this season. Zain Dukeman doing well to just keep those toes inside the circle. Slight improvement, stays in 6th place, 57.93.
Yeah, that is virtually the slightest of improvements, isn't it? 4 centimetres. Now, Armstrong. George Armstrong opened with 58.55. That already a season's best by over half a metre. And he knows these are conditions to grab with both hands. Asamoah has just set a personal best by a long way. No. He'll be angry with himself for that. I suppose the good thing is, Hannah, they know this wind's going to carry on. There's looks like very little chance of it abating.
No, you might as well get your eye in, get yourself comfortable with this wind, because it is here to stay. Been here all weekend. We're just getting towards the end of this second round of the men's discus. Let's wait for George Armstrong's mark. I can see Dan Greaves over there to get the third round out and going. So 9 competitors total, but 3 of them being Paralympians. We will see all 9 getting the full 6 throws. No mark for George Armstrong in the second round. Starting the third round, Nick Percy still in the lead, 64.81 from Greg Thompson, 61.23. Asamoah, kind of surprise package so far, picking up that bronze. That's Dan Greaves' third attempt. Rounding himself into form, ready for Birmingham. So him and Aled Davis and Harrison Walsh will contend in discus throw at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Kind of a truncated season for these guys. Good improvement there. Dan Greaves, 55.24. Yeah, they're kind of just aiming everything towards peaking at the Commonwealth Games. Anything else along the way is really just to build momentum into those Commonwealth Games. Aled Davis, discus dropping well short of his foot. You can see him just walked out the front of the circle there. That didn't need measuring. It wouldn't be an improvement on his 51.82 from the second round.
That 55.24 from Daniel Greaves is a 2 metre plus improvement on the season's best he'd already set in the first round. So he's added 2.5 metres nearly to his season's best. As we see Harrison Walsh now move into the circle. Walsh opened with 49.93, then a no throw. That might be better. That might be better. Here's a 55.94 throw, nearly 56 metres. Now I think that one beautifully flighted. That one's heading out there towards the mid-50s. Could even be a personal best. 55.94 he's looking for. 54 metres it is. 54.78. Well, that will be one of his best throws ever.
Nice improvement there from Harrison Walsh. Chris Scott up next. 55.6 from his first round attempt, down in 8th place at the moment. Northampton AC athlete. He just he's maintained his balance. It's just that sort of shift sideways. You kind of think you want all that energy going into the discus, going down the field. 55 and 6 will stay his best throw from the first round.
Nick Percy next to throw. You might have heard the bell in the background. That is Tom Bosworth on his merry way to a victory in the men's 5 kilometres walk by a huge margin. Beautifully fluid style. He's still gives out, does Tom Bosworth, as we see Nick Percy take that third round throw. Well, he opened with 59.42, then the big one which has the lead, 64.81. He leads at the moment by over 3.5 metres. Greg Thompson second place with 61.23. And then Osamor and Okoye both over 60 metres as well. Nick Percy likes that one, 65 metres by Nick Percy. That is a personal best by 5 centimetres, by a couple of inches, 2 precious inches. And it's getting better and better, and he's really on top of his game. And positivity from the mental side, so important. He's loving this.
Oh, it's Okoye, UK record holder back from 2012. We will bring you up to date with that. We've got Tom Bosworth just completing the last 120 metres here in the 5,000 metre race walk. He holds the stadium record here. That's just ticked away on the clock. That was 19:25. Tom Bosworth will have used this 5,000 metres here in Manchester as preparation as he looks towards the 10,000 metre race walk at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. Tom taking the victory, yet another UK title for Tom Bosworth.
Well, that throw from Lawrence Okoye hit the cage, so you didn't miss anything there. Greg Thompson now lying in second place with 61.23. That was an improvement. His opener was 60.37, and no, he doesn't catch that one right. He'll be angry with himself for that. You could hear the yell of frustration. 61.23 by Greg Thompson. Was a season's best. That's a second round effort. In fact, he threw a season's best with his opener, so he's just broken the trend there. It doesn't matter, it's going well.
Osamor already done a 4 metre personal best with his 60.81 from the second round, sitting in third place at the moment. How much more has Osamor got in the tank? Discus sailing high, and you don't see that very often. Discus actually embedding itself in the field. That's usually saved for javelin. Makes the measuring job a little bit easier for the officials. They know exactly where it is. They can just go to it instead of having to eyeball where it lands and run to that. But hey, let's say that wouldn't happen very often. .55.55 for Osamor, 60.81 remaining his best.
So that black and white striped vest of Zane Dukeman, the 2014 champion, steps into the circle. 61.39, his season's best. Dukeman, 57.93, his opener. No, he doesn't like that either. Aha, that's why. Bangs into the cage. We've had quite a few of those. I think all these fellas are giving everything they can into the throw because they know the conditions are good, and if you can really hit one right, there's the opportunity for big efforts here today. Nick Percy, it's going to be tough to catch. That 65 metre personal best leads the competition with his third round effort.
George Armstrong, 58.55 in the first round, 5th place at the moment. He's done 57 this season, 61 his personal best. That looks a bit better. He likes that. Took a silver medal here in 2020. Newham and Essex Beagle athlete. Could be, that's certainly, I don't know, that could be an improvement on his 58.55. His personal best 61.21. That would put him in the bronze medal position at the moment. Let's make that measurement for George Armstrong. Looks like a small improvement. He's added 22 centimetres, 58.77, keeps him in 5th place. And that's the conclusion of the 3rd round. So they'll have the pause now that we've seen in some of the other events, just to reshuffle the order. We expect to see our Paralympic athletes throwing first. That might go Harrison Walsh, Aled Davis, Dan Greaves. I think those guys will throw first, and then we'll move on to the remaining 7 contenders.
There's the official result of the women's shot put final. Adele Nichol, a personal best 17.59. Sophie McKinnon, a season's best, the Great Yarmouth athlete, 17.49, just 10 centimetres back. Divine Oladipo of Blackheath takes the bronze medal, 17.20. The first 4 over 17 metres there. Amelia Strickler of Thames Valley Harris, just outside the medals. British women's shot putting in pretty fine fettle at the moment.
Good to see Holly Mills in there using these UK Championships to prepare for the heptathlon at the Commonwealth Games. There's confirmation of the women's 5,000 metre walk result as well. Bethan Davis, another athlete setting her sights on the Commonwealth Games, taking that gold medal today. Yet another UK Championships victory for Bethan Davis. Gracie Griffiths with a lovely personal best in 2nd place, and Abigail Jennings of Aldershot getting that 3rd bronze place and the bronze medal. Just the one DQ, it looks like. Heather Lewis, she was in 2nd place for a while, really pushing herself to try and live with the pace of Bethan Davis. Emily Ghost and Hannah Hopper listed as DNF, not DQ. So perhaps some issues down there.
Just reordering in the men's discus now that 3 rounds are concluded. And it's the makings of something quite special if these fellas keep giving everything to each effort with this strong wind in their favour. Percy out in front with a building series. He opened with a 59-metre effort, then a 64.81, then the 65 personal best in round 3.
Nick Percy can find another 20 centimetres. That's the European qualifying mark. He's not got that yet. But like I say, he's spoken a lot. There's a BBC local news video on how pleased he was to finally break that personal best from 2016.
There's the result of the men's 5K walk. Tom Partington didn't start. Only 4 starters, but Tom Bosworth, 19.51. Good walking from the Tunbridge man, British #1, Chris Snook, 21.20 for Aldershot, and Bexley's Luke Legion in 3rd place.
Officials just getting themselves sorted out. See Greg Thompson prowling around there in the cage. Silver medal position at the moment. Greg Thompson would love to get his hands on that gold medal. Great field here though with Nick Percy, Greg Thompson, Lawrence Okoye. Awesome surprise package so far. Big personal best, putting himself in the bronze medal position at the moment.
Well, the news from the men's triple jump final, which is due off in about now actually, is that Nathan Douglas is a non-starter. It's a great shame. We've had an updated start list handed to us. Oh no, he is actually, excuse me, there is one athlete taken out of it. I'm just trying to see who it is, who's pulled out. Ajala, Wirachia Ajala is the non-starter in that women's triple jump, excuse me. Nathan Douglas is in there to say his goodbye to the sport.
So we're underway in this 4th round in the men's discus. Dan Greaves will throw first. Dan Greaves Great little improvement there in the 4th round. Ala Davis stepping in next. 51.82. Can he improve on that in his 4th round? So Ala's not been too far off his personal best this season. That's 54.85. Winner of the Paralympics in the shot put and the discus. Just finding his groove. He's not competed that much this season, I don't think.
Well, I heard Ewan Thomas in the background reading out the introducing the field for the triple jump, which is get on the way in a minute or so's time, and he mentioned Ajala, but I've been handed a revised start list without Racha Ajala. Oh, can you believe it? I've got one with 11.54 on it. He's not in it. One with 11.58 in it, and he is in it.
Maybe
they're both revised.
Bit late. It's a lot.
It's all 3
there are a
days.
lot of travel issues in the UK right now.
Philippa Ellis then goes in this first heat of the women's 100-metre hurdles. 3 heats, and the qualifying is the first 2 in each heat. She goes in 2, does Ella. Jessica Hunter, second in the UK indoors. A couple of years back, she's in 3. Angelita Broadbelt Blake goes in lane 4. Second in the UK Championships back in 2010. Danielle Hales, English Schools champion, goes in lane 5. Good youngster from Telford AC. Jade O'Dowda in lane 6, second in the British Universities Championships recently in Chelmsford. Best of 13.47 this year. That puts her a 10th on the UK rankings. There are, as I said, 3 heats, 5 in this first heat, 4 in the second heat. Jade O'Dowda, Commonwealth Games heptathlete. And there's the camera, camera there in lane 6. So, Ellis, Hunter, Broadbelt Blake, Hales and O'Dowda. Only the first 2 guaranteed a spot in the final. That women's 100 hurdles funds at 2.55. Away they go, just beginning to ease away from the others is Broadbelt Blake in the centre, but now coming through it's Jessica Hunter. Hunter now pulling away through the latter stages, winning by 3 metres there. Good running too from O'Dowda on the near side. Winning time 13.13, that wind plus 4.3 behind them. An absolute gale behind them. With Jessica Hunter 13.12, she's the 2nd best in the UK this year behind Cindy Semper. World-class sprint hurdling begins from 13 seconds and quicker, really. So she's knocking on the door of that is Jessica Hunter. But there, 13.13. And actually a wind as strong as that does not help these athletes. It's blowing them too much towards the barriers. They're having to chop their strides. In effect, almost slow themselves down to be able to take in the barrier coming at them.
You can also see Jade Hunter having to contend with Broadbent Blake on her inside. They both had the same, sort of opposing lead legs, so they're sort of clattering into each other. Broadbent Blake just stumbling over the final 2 hurdles. But Jessica Hunter, that's a lovely run. She's picked up a few medals at this championships before. Silver in 2020, bronze in 2017 and 2018. So could this be another trip to the podium unwinding for Jessica Hunter? Final taking place at 5-3 this afternoon. Jessica Hunter and Jade O'Dowda will progress to that automatically.
And Broadbelt Blake there, 13.52 in 3rd place. We'll have to wait and see if that's good enough to go through. We can go back to the discus now, and here is the big fellow Lawrence Okoye next to throw now. Okoye in round 4, 60.32. His 2nd round effort. It's just not happening for him, is it? No throw in round 1. Then the 60.32 places him in 5th at the moment. And then no throw in round 3, and he doesn't like that round 4 effort either. By the way, Zane Dukeman, 63.76 in round 4 to produce the best of his series and move into second place. He's only 1.24 meters behind Nick Percy. Greg Thompson in third place, shunted down from second with 61.23 in round 2. Top 5 throwers have gone over 60 meters. And there's Lawrence Okoye's series. That's a frustrating card at the moment.
Chukwuemeka Osamoah coming in. He was in the bronze medal position briefly, but Zane Dukeman adding 30 centimetres to his personal best to move up into silver medal. If he can hold on to a medal, I hope there's a suitably obnoxious picture of him wearing his own medal and everyone that he's coached to a medal on social media somewhere, because he deserves that. Chukwuemeka Osamoah, he's already done a 4-metre personal best. Can he find a little bit more here? Almost landing that discus embedded into the ground again. Like we said, making the job pretty easy for the officials down there. Osamoah 60.81 in the first round. So that was his only throw over 60 metres so far. We're just in this 4th round. It'd be lovely if he's added another 60-metre plus throw. Came into the competition on 56.48, so having a fantastic Sunday here in Manchester. Just a shade under that 60 metres, 58.59 would have been a personal best, what, all of sort of 15 minutes ago. But Osamoah, no improvement on his second round throw. He stays in 4th place.
Greg Thompson then in 3rd place with 61.23 in round 2. I don't think he liked that. There was a little roar of frustration there from the Shaftesbury Barnet man. Looked okay, looked nicely flighted, but then it dropped sharply. No, he knew it was untidy. Disgusted with himself there, I think. Fouls out that one. There's his series. Can he finish it off with a flourish?
Nick Percy in the lead at the moment. 5-centimetre personal best in the 3rd round. Give him 65 metres. He'll be delighted with a gold medal, but I think he'd be even more delighted with the European qualifying mark. Already improved his lifetime best this season, but 20 more centimetres would see him surely get a look in for that British team out in Munich. That gets started maybe the 13th of August or so, maybe a little bit later. I don't think that's going to be an improvement on Nick Percy's 65 from the 3rd round. Got to keep half an eye on the likes of Zane Dukeman and Lawrence Okoye. Those athletes would be capable of pushing up to those medals. 57.94 for Nick Percy. And that's the heat 2 of the women's 100-metre hurdles. And first look at Cindy Sember. She's the UK lead, the only athlete underneath 13 seconds this season. Jessica Hunter, we just saw her take a good victory in heat 1. She's number 2 on those rankings, but Cindy Sember miles ahead. 12.63 done early on in the season. The full lineup, lane 2 will be Trafford AC's Jasmine Clark, Northern champion in 2021. She's gone under 14 seconds for the first time this season. Lane 3 will be Marley Jessup. She won the Bucks Indoor Championships. She's done 13.38, new personal best this year. Lane 4, Emma Nwafor, 5th last year. She did represent Great Britain at the European Indoor Championships in 2021. So she is a senior international over these high hurdles. Lane 5 will be Meg Corker, Liverpool Harriers AC, Northern Under-20 champion, and the senior champion Jasmine Clark in lane 2, and a junior Northern champion in lane 5. And completing the lineup with that red bib, we've seen it out there. Sometimes it's brought fortune, sometimes it hasn't. Cindy Sember, 4th at those Olympics in 2016. Semi-finalist over in Tokyo. She's having a good season. She was 4th at the Prefontaine Diamond League, 3rd at the Paris Diamond League. Just quietly getting on with business. 12.63 is just a 10th outside her lifetime best. She's got that world qualifying mark thanks to some of those brilliant early season performances. So Cindy Sember can navigate this heat successfully and get herself into the final. She could be odds-on favourite to get an automatic spot into the World Championship team. Conservative start maybe from Sember there. Aggressive from Jessup in lane 3. Jessup looking the best of the rest at the moment, but Cindy Sember, look at the cadence, look at her whipping down that lead leg and that trail leg. I think that might be Morphle just coming through on the dip for second place. But Cindy Sember, the clock's saying 12.64, which should be around about her season's best. But the wind is plus 0.39, so won't be a real championship record, despite that little CR there.
Yes, it's a little disconcerting, isn't it? You keep hoping there will be a championship record, Anna. But no, plus 3.9, the wind. Made the most of it, though. Very aggressive racing, and she knows that if she's to match the Americans, for example, plus plenty of other athletes on the global scene in this discipline, she's got to be down there in the 12.5s just to get amongst them. She does that suitably here. Very nice, crisp hurdling. Doesn't have to straighten that league leg, just skips over it. Those barriers, comparatively speaking, much lower than the men's. There has been discussion recently about whether or not they should be higher, raised, the women's hurdles.
Cindy Sember, I think she was 0.9 of a second faster than Jessica Hunter was in that first heat. And these athletes are so used to running 2 races back-to-back on the circuit at a European level. Sorry, on the European circuit, if you like. So it's definitely normal to see an athlete go that hard, and Cindy Sember will use this as a training opportunity. We saw Laura Muir doing that in her heat in the 1500 and the final somewhat, using that to further her season. Emma Morphle getting the nod the same time as Marley Jessup. She was given that second position and automatic qualification into the final.
Back to this discus. And it's... ooh, no. Zane Dukman, who is going well. He produced that massive throw to Dukman to move into second place in round 4, but in no throw there. 63.76. He looked frustrated with his opening efforts. His first couple of throws were 57-metre efforts and bits. Then a no throw in round 3. Then that big 63.76. And in round 5, he's pushing hard, but another no throw. He's still in second to Nick Percy.
George Armstrong, 6th place at the moment, 58.77. Need to find a couple of metres if he wants to move above. Lawrence Okoro is in 4th at the moment with 60.32. That looks around about the same for George Armstrong, sitting those high 50 metres. Not quite recapturing that silver medal form from 2020. But George Armstrong could be building a decent series. Very consistent down there, and you never know. Just keep getting those valid throws in. 55.27. Won't be any improvement for George Armstrong. Stays in 6th place.
Well, here is Lawrence Okoye, who needs a good one. Okoye not doing himself justice at the moment. 60.32 his second round effort. Fouls in rounds 1, 3 and 4. Oh, again that clips the cage. Yet again, just cannot get that release right. Watch this. Oh, not even close. So much power. If he can just hit one right. Well, let's have a look at the start list for the 3rd and final heat of the women's 100-metre hurdles. Sember and Nwofor guaranteed places after their 1st and 2nd in the 2nd heat, and Hunter and Broadbent Blake from the 1st heat. Mallory Cluley, Emily Russell, Jenna Blundell and Alicia Barrett going in this 4th heat. Not quite sure why we couldn't have had just 2 heats with 8 in each. But Mallory Cluley goes on the inside, so to speak, in lane 3. 3rd in the English under-20 championships this year. Blackheath and Bromley athlete, best of 13.57 this year. Remember, it is just the first 2 who go through. Emily Russell, 3rd in the Southern Championships last year, the Harrow AC athlete. 13.75. Again, personal best this season. Jenna Blundell, well, the English under-23 champion from Bristol and West AC, 13.30, has her ranked 4th in the UK this year. And Alicia Barrett, twice the British champion from Trafford AC. She completes the lineup in lane 6, 13.07, her lifetime best. But 13.32 this year has her just behind Blundell in the UK rankings. So that's a great clash. Blundell 4th in the UK, Barrett 5th in the UK. Their season's best almost inseparable, and they're drawn in adjacent lanes. Blundell there in 5, Barrett in 6. So, the wind strong behind all the runners so far. Cluley, Russell, Blundell and Barrett. Away this time. Just beginning to ease in front now is Alicia Barrett on the near side, twice the UK champion. Going really well over in lane 3 is Cluley, Marilee Cluley, but it's Blundell and Barrett who takes this one. And Blundell coming through strongly in the latter stages to take second place. The winning time 13.01, but the wind plus 4.3. Again, an absolute gale behind them. Nonetheless, that is very crisp sprint hurdling from Alicia Barrett. Well, she liked it. She moved through to the final without any trouble. And we can very shortly bring you the all 8 finalists. Barrett winning in 13.02, in fact, from Blundell's 13.31. I thought it would be much closer between those two. Blundell didn't get the best first half of the race. In fact, Cluley over on the far side to the right of picture for Blackheath, coming third in 13.46, ran a fabulous first half, just running out of steam over the last 2 or 3 flights. Winning by 3 metres there, Alicia Barrett, 13.02.
Alicia Barrett always brings her very best to the UK Championships, and you can see that here. She's ranked behind Jenna Blundell on season's bests, but she's turned the tables here. The time obviously slightly irrelevant given that following wind, but she almost splits the difference between the previous heat winners, Cindy Sember and Jessica Hunter, the UK 1 and 2 this season. So Alicia Barrett looking like she could pick up yet another UK medal if she can reproduce that form come the final later on this evening. You can see that official result there. Jenna Blundell will progress as well into the final.
And unofficially the non-automatic qualifiers are Marley Jessup and Cluley. Marilee Cluley does go through, I think. We'll wait for that officially to be confirmed, but she was 3rd in that final heat.
So what you've got on your screens now, this is the reallocation of a 4x4 medal. This group down here are going to get a long-awaited bronze medal. It's been rewarded to them in virtue of some doping infringements. Our team managing to, well, you know, they would have crossed the line knowing that they'd done a decent performance that day. And they're pretty delayed, but really nice moment for them. You can hear some cheers just off to our side. There'll be a lot of family and friends here to support this. Sally Mundy, the CEO of UK Sport, down there just handing out the medals. So Perry Shake-Strayton was part of this squad. She's absent here today. Vicky Barr was the first to pick up her medal. So much a part of the 4x4 relay squad over the years. That's where all these athletes, Kim Wall, their athlete in the middle of the screen there, just getting her flowers. And Lee McConnell represented Scotland so many times in the Commonwealth Games. 400-metre hurdler as well, and 400-metre flat runner. Just brilliant to see these women get their moment. And they can enjoy it. And I hope they're enjoying being back here at a UK Championships. It's something that's so much a part of your life for so many years. And every time you see one of these athletes coming back, they kind of say, it was kind of nice, I kind of missed it. And they can sit back and watch everyone else being nervous and executing their races here with a bit of fun instead of the pressure you'd normally have.
There's the official qualifiers for the women's 100-metre hurdles final. Sember, Barrett, Hunter and Neufel making it through okay by right, along with Blundell and O'Dowda. And Jessup and Marilee Cluley, as I said a few minutes ago, are the non-automatic qualifiers who make it through. That's absolutely brilliant for those two. We look forward to that 100-metre hurdles final, which will be at 2:55. So in about an hour and a half.
Zane Duckerman stepping in for his 6th round throw. We're into the final round. Our Paralympians have finished their competition. Dan Greaves will finish the best of 56.76. Christopher Scott, metre behind of 55.75. Harrison Walsh, 54.78. Apologies, Christopher Scott, able-bodied. Alan Davis will finish with 52.49. This is Zane Duckerman's final throw, 63.76 in the 4th round, good for silver medal at the moment. See if he can improve anything on that. Needs just over a metre and a quarter to catch Nicholas Percy. Body language suggests that might not happen, but a silver medal for Zane Duckerman would be a very good day on the cards. He's got a few of the big hitters behind him, so just 56.48 for Zane Duckerman. Chelsea Barnett Harrier in silver medal position at the moment. George Armstrong up next. Silver medal in 2020. Needs to get back up to that over 60 metres if he wants to treble the medals today. 61.23. Greg Thompson at the moment. Could be improvement for Armstrong there. Slight smile. Might be round about that 58-metre mark again. Oh, he just stepped out the front. That's perhaps what the smile was about. So it will be a foul for George Armstrong. He'll stay down in 6th place. Final attempt for Lawrence Okoye. UK lead thanks to a 65.49. This is it. This is his last throw. Can he put it together? He's managed to get it out of the cage, but that has dipped way lower than his season's best mark and his personal best. That is the UK record. So Lawrence Okoye, it will be no World Championships for our UK record holder. The midnight tonight's a deadline to get that automatic qualifying mark. I don't think Lawrence Okoye's world ranking will be enough to make that. Okoye there, just having to leave 5th place. He's left the door open for some of his competitors here to pick up some metalware. Chukwuemeka Osamoah has done a big personal best, 4 metre personal best. Did have him up in the bronze medal position for a little bit. That's 61.81, quite a lot better than the rest of his throws. He's had a decent series, just the one foul. Can Osamoah have one last good throw? I think it's going to be a good throw. I don't think it's going to improve on his 60.81. But great progress made here today for Chukwuemeka Osamoah. Just drifting over to the left-hand side there, but managing to stay in the circle. 57.82. So you can see how his trajectory's changed in just probably an hour or so. That would have been a personal best when he woke up this morning, but not anymore. Now he's a 60-metre plus thrower. So Greg Thompson, Chelsea Barnett Harrier in 3rd place at the moment, 61.23 from the 1st round. He needs to better 63.76 for Duckerman if he wants to get the silver. And looking towards 65 metres for the gold, and that's not going to do it. So Greg Thompson will complete his day with a bronze medal. Might be a look of frustration there from Greg Thompson. 4 fouls to close out his competition. That might have been an intentional one towards the end there. He has got a silver medal back in 2018. But this will be the final throw of the competition. Zane Duckerman shook up the order. We reordered these men for the 4th, 5th and 6th rounds when Greg Thompson was in silver medal position. So Zane Duckerman will get the silver, Greg Thompson the bronze, and this man, Nick Percy, having the season of his life, finally bettering his personal best from 2016. Every time he gets a personal best, that's a new Scottish record, and he's done that here today, adding 5 centimetres, hitting 65 metres on the nose. 20 more centimetres would be a European qualifying mark. He roars that down the field. Grabs his head, claps the crowd. Not sure that'll be improvement on 65 metres. Good throw nonetheless, and he's got another few weeks if he wants to try and hit that European qualifying mark of 65.20. So Nick Percy, maybe he can get himself over somewhere nice and warm. It might be enough to get him on the Scottish Commonwealth Games team. They've got a few more spots to allocate. Nick Percy just looked excited and then frustrated. 64.56, it's a good throw. Doesn't better his 65 metres from the third round, but gold medal to Chelsea Barnett Harriers and Scotland's Nick Percy.
And he was already in the UK all-time top 10, Hannah, in 10th place, and well, he stays in 10th place, but improves his mark. I wonder if he can creep up this summer, up that list. If he could find another metre or so, of course, he'd move up. What about up to about 4th all-time in the UK? It's a really, really tightly bunched grouping, isn't it? Around 65 metres and bits in the UK all-time list in the discus. Well, it's greying a little bit here. If you joined us in the last half hour or so, in this Manchester Regional Arena for this final day of the Müller UK Athletics Championships, which incorporate the World Championship trials. It's 1:30, and the wind still as strong as ever. It's greying a little bit more. The cloud is filling with more, the sky is filling with more and more cloud above us, and no particular threat of rain at the moment. But it's not a warm day, is it? So, if anything, it's a little bit cooler now than a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, maybe not expected it, but those maybe the kindest conditions did come on Friday. No, we've had strong winds throughout. It's pretty warm, maybe around 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So we might see that again in a couple of hours.
There's the sorry, Hannah. There's the unofficial result. That's discus. Fabulous throwing from Nick Percy. Good series. New personal best for the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. A 1-2-3 for Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Dukeman and Thompson. Dukeman also throwing a personal best, 63.76. Greg Thompson, great throwing through to 61.23. Then Ossamore and Okoye. Lawrence Okoye just couldn't get it right today.
So he's marked down there at the bottom. Dan Greaves making himself a season's best. He looks towards Commonwealth Games. Power event there, so good 7th place overall for Dan Greaves. I think 4 metres or so to a season's best, Dan Greaves. That's good. And Zane Duckerman throwing the personal best at this stage of his career. Super exciting. Great to see Zane Duckerman carrying on, improving. Like I say, between him and the athletes he coaches, I think he might be on 5 medals, could be more. Maybe some more to come if he's got anybody in the women's hammer throw. I'm not sure. Zane Duckerman gets involved in the hammer throw. It's more a shot in the discus like his forte as a coach and an athlete. So our next track action will be the women's 200-metre heats. I think we've got a few of them out there on the track. Looking at 4 heats. Just the first person to qualify automatically, so really tough heats down there. We've seen that in a number of disciplines. So we've got the women's 200-metre heats. They're getting underway in about 3 or 4 minutes. Heptathletes will be back out for their javelin, their penultimate competition. Women's pole vault, we can see them. They're warming up just over there on the infield. Just to the very right-hand corner of your picture, you might see someone fly over there, just completing a warm-up jump. The 400-metre hurdles, that'll be our first fast. We've had those 2 race walk finals, and then we'll have the 400-metre hurdle final for women. A few more para races sort of interspersed between the different events. It's not really that long until the women's 100-metre hurdles final. I think they probably get the shortest amount of recovery. See Jessica Hunter, Cindy Sember and Alicia Barrett, our top qualifiers from the heats. They'll be contending that race.
It's funny, isn't it? I mean, you and me both middle distance, long distance runners. It's hard to think of recovery when you've got an hour and a half and it's a short amount of recovery. But they probably prefer it that way, actually. You know, they usually go better in the second race of the day, don't they? The sprinters and the hurdlers, when they're sprint hurdlers, when they're putting races together on a day, they prefer to have a 1.5 hour gap than, say, a 5 hour gap, I think.
Yeah, you're probably right, Tim. You don't really want to warm down and have to warm back up. So these women are down on the track ready for the 200 metres. This is just all contended today. We saw the 100 metres spread over 2 days yesterday. Daryl Nita taking a victory in that, but these women will be contending for a spot in the final. That's 15:38 later. Taylor Spence, Scottish champion, Orkney AC. It's a very long journey from Orkney to Manchester. Lane 7, it'll be Ellie Mae Bandy, English Schools silver medalist last year, Hearts Phoenix AC athlete. Oh, great. Hannah Williams and Jodie Williams have done over full lap and a half lap in the last few years. Lane 6 will be Hannah Foster. She was 5th indoors back in Birmingham in February, competing for Shaftesbury Barnet today. Lane 5 will be Millie King from Ipswich. So a youngster, only still a teenager, Millie King. Lane 4 will be Ellie Booker. She was 2nd at the UK Indoor Championships just a few weeks ago. Lane 3, Beth Dobbin, recent second place in Oslo, putting herself 4th on the UK rankings behind the likes of Asher Smith, Nita and Imani Lansiko. Beth Dobbin, semi-finalist at the World and Olympic stage, finalist in Europeans. So really building into a fantastic career over 200 metres. Brooke Ironside will complete the lineup in Lane 2 from Bournemouth AC. She was 3rd at the England Junior Championships in the indoor season. So first one will qualify automatically. Beth Dobbin on 23.01 this season. Only athlete in the field to have gone sub 23, but that's really some going. Got the likes of Ellie Booker and Ellie Mae Bandy underneath that 24 seconds. And with Millie King as well, so some of the youngsters in there have managed to get themselves into the 23 seconds. I'm sure they'll be super excited to line up against the likes of Beth Dobbin there in Lane 3. It's a really good second place finish I mentioned over in Oslo in that Diamond League. See Beth Dobbin there in Lane 2 already making up distance on Ellie Booker and Millie King outside of her. So Beth Dobbin surely going to stride away here for the automatic spot, and the rest of them are going to have to think about non-automatic qualifying times. We'll collect 4 of those over these 4 heats. Ellie Booker looking like she could be the best of the rest, but Beth Dobbin driving all the way to the line, 23.03. So just a shade outside the fastest time she's done this season with that wind. Just stretching her legs, getting herself warmed up. She can look forward to contending the final in a few hours' time. Be interesting to see which of the women double back from the 100 metres yesterday. We had a few entrants that were down for both, a few that were down for the 400 and this 200. But Beth Dobbin only contending the 200 metres, saving her best for her favourite event.
Yeah, I had a long chat with Beth in Oslo after she took that second place. It's a race she felt maybe she should have won, but it was a race on the comeback from various problems, coached by Leon Baptiste up in Loughborough. Says she's been in Loughborough for 10 or 11 years now, just loves the setup there. And that's a nice run from Beth. She's quite short and compact. She can handles that lane 2 draw pretty well. And 23.02 for her. Season's best 23.01, but she's of course a lot quicker than that. And she will get stronger and stronger, I think, as these next few weeks go by. Ellie Booker, long and lean in lane 4, just outside her, taking a good second place.
That's good running there from Ellie Booker to separate herself from Millie King and Hannah Foster, who were very similar on season's best and personal best. Ellie Booker just stretching away there. We did say she got that silver medal indoors. It'd be great to see her contend an outdoor final, but she's going to have to wait and see if she's fast enough to make it through. You can See that official result there, Beth Dobbin taking the win. Booker on 23.5, Foster 23.75. King 23.82 at the moment. Like we say, 4 non-automatic qualifiers. Over 4 heats, it's going to be pretty tough to hold on to one of those non-automatic qualifying spots. It'll be a nervous wait for Ellie Booker, Hannah Foster and Millie King.
Yeah, it comes down to fortune, doesn't it, to some extent, because 2.8 the wind there, but we've had wind speeds of 4.5 so far today already. It may be that other races will get much more assistance down the home straight to sweep athletes through to qualifying spots. Yeah, tough qualifying conditions. Win your heat, or you might not go through. Next heat due off, by the way, in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Nick Percy officially the winner there. Hannah with 65 metres exactly. I don't know how often I've seen that over the years. 1, 2, 3 from one club. Wow.
I know, yeah, that's great, that is. And it's wonderful when the official results come through and we can get confirmation of the season's best and the personal best as well. Really showing that these men brought their best performance on the day. Shame for Lawrence Okoye, though, just not quite hitting his groove. He has thrown well this season just a few weeks ago, but couldn't really deliver that here. Harrison Walsh and Aled Davis, great to see them integrated here into this championships, and wish them the best as they look forward to the Commonwealth Games.
Winning throw, by the way, in that discus competition, very nearly a stadium record. It's 65-30 to Morse. The winning throw was 65 metres. So the athletes are stripped down and just about ready for this second heat of the women's 200 metres. World Championship qualifying time 22.80. Dina Asher-Smith and Jodie Williams and Beth Dobbin have it. And there is the lineup. Awala Shaw in 2, Daryl Nita goes in lane 3, Sophie Walton in 4, Amma Pippi in 5, Jasmine Moss in 6. Well, Daryl Nita already has the 100-metre gold from these championships in the bag, and a defeat of Dina Asher-Smith. There is Jasmine Moss. She goes on the outside. She's in lane 6, 3rd in the UK Indoor Championships this past winter. The Gateshead Harrier, best of 23.84 outdoors. Amma Pippi, UK Indoor Champion a couple of years ago with the Enfield and the Haringey athlete. 22.95 her lifetime best rather. She's in 5. In 4, Sophie Walton, 4th in UK Indoors this past winter, the Horridge Harrier. 23.43 is her season's best and her lifetime best. Amma Pippi was 4th in the 400 metres yesterday. Daryl Nita, well, she is the 100-metre champion, has the European qualifying time over 200. And of course, the Cambridge Harrier in the form of her life, winning yesterday in 10.80, but with a 3.8-metre win behind her. Dalita Awala Shaw completes the lineup. She's in lane 2. Personal best this year, 24.14 for the Newham Essex Beagles athlete. Might struggle here. Only the winner guaranteed a spot in the final, of course. Amma Pippi in lane 5 in the 400 metres yesterday, coming 4th in 52.36 behind that storming win of Victoria Ohurugu with Nicole Yegan and Lavia Nielsen in 2nd and 3rd. So there is Pippi in 5. Daryl Nita, the 100-metre champion already, in 3. And away they go. Daryl Nita there, second to right already, right up on Sophie Walton and past Sophie Walton around the crown of the bend. Pippi's got some hard running to do. You'd expect the 400-metre runner second to left to come through strongly in the second half. But Daryl Nita is storming away with this. Here comes Amma Pippi, the strength of the 400-metre runner in second place, but she's 6 or 7 metres behind Daryl Nita. 22.48 plus 3 the win there. 22.48 for Daryl Nita. That is much quicker than her legal best, but unfortunately the wind makes it illegal for record or personal best purposes. She's worked for that. She's had a busy couple of days, hasn't she? but she still looks absolutely full of running. And the double is very much in prospect.
Great to see Darrenita waking up this morning. She had every right to say, you know what, I'm a little bit sleepy. I beat Dina Asher-Smith yesterday. But Darrenita, is this her saying she definitely wants to double at the World Championships? It's already a busy summer. She's been selected for the Commonwealth Games, but she's looking perhaps for that double selection here for the World Championships. Darrenita taking a moment to sign some autographs. So I'm just going to go back and do more. Good on her. Maybe just seeing some friends. Emma Pippi, good second place. We're interested to see what that time is, given how fast Darrenita was. We have got Bianca Williams coming up in the next heat, and Ashley Nielsen. So a few athletes are choosing to double up.
Our producer telling us it's a bit old-fashioned asking for an autograph. What about a selfie? But actually, an autograph is something tangible that's produced by the individual, isn't it? It's still something much more, well, tangible than just a selfie. Anybody can.
Old school in a nice way, isn't it?
Exactly.
You've got Haile Gebrselassie autograph on your pencil case, Tim. So
I have, yeah. I go to sleep with it under my pillow.
It's very cute. Darrenita, looking full of running. Let's see what that time is for Emma Pippi. Those non-automatic qualifying marks from the first heat. 23.5, 23.75, that sort of mark. So if Emma Pippi's managed to get herself a bit faster than that, she might be looking good. But like I say, we have got 4 heats, so we'll keep half an eye on that. 23.21 for Pippi, so that's good. That puts her as the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers so far. Sophie Walton slots herself into 3rd on non-automatic qualifiers. So Millie King, unfortunately, she won't progress from that first heat. And now look to...
Do you know, even as we speak, we're being handed adjustments to the 4th heat of these women's 200 metres, which one race due off in about 6 minutes' time, and we're being handled an adjustment. I don't quite understand what is going on behind the scenes at this weekend. A lot of discussion about dissatisfaction from many of the athletes that changes being made, so particularly in the men's 800 metre races yesterday, where guys were being shifted from heat 3 to heat 1 and so on. And now, I don't know if there's been a little niggle in warm-up by somebody, but heat 4 has been changed. Anyway.
We'll see bronze medalist Imani Lansico from the 100 come back in that 4th heat, so that'll be interesting. Great to see Imani Lansico, Beth Dobbin and Darrenita all contending these heats.
Plus 3 minutes per second, the wind behind that second heat. It's almost a gentle wind compared to what we've had for much of the day. Everything around us is shaking and flapping in the breeze here. The officials and everybody involved in the smooth running this meeting deserve a massive pat on the back for handling the conditions. But Emma Pippi 23.21, I suspect will go through with that, don't you, Hannah?
I do. Nice bit of speed work as well. She had to work hard all the way to the line. She knew that she was going to build momentum and build speed as a 400 metre specialist. Emma Pippi had a great indoor season. I expect she's... I don't want to speak for the selectors, but Emma Pippi might have done enough to get on that 4x4 squad. Couldn't quite live with the pace of the top 3 yesterday, but Emma Pippi having a great season nonetheless.
Pippi's time 23.21. It's the by some margin the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers. Does seem cruel, doesn't it? Second in your heat, and you don't even qualify. Guarantee yourself a spot in the final.
Absolutely. And there's heat 3. Bianca Williams coming back from a great 5th place in the 100 metres. We spoke about it a bit yesterday, but she has taken time away from the sport to become a mother, and she's getting better with every race. She ran some really good seasons best in the 100. She's actually a bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games back in 2014. And she's right up there on the all-time rankings in the British all-time. She's down there at number 9. Beth Dobbin just a few places ahead of her. So very good 200 metre runner back, getting back to her best. Lane 7 will be Crystal Awuha, the World Junior champion in her time, semi-finalist over 100 metres. Ashley Nelson took a great 6th place in the 100 metres. Silver in the World Championships in the relay back in 2019. No mark this season, I don't think, for Ashley Nelson over 200. Lane 5, it will be Ellie Turner, Bucks finalist from Medway and Maidstone, AC. All smiles from Ellie Turner. Great to see. Shani Skirvin, saw her yesterday in the 100, here over the 200 today, this Sunday programme. Best of 24.05 set this season. Rebecca Jago will be here for Colchester Harriers. She's semi-finalist in the 100 metres. But completing the lineup in lane 2 will be Bianca Williams. She's on 23.32 this season, so she has run some 200 metres. Perhaps no Bianca Williams. No, she's on my start list still, but I can't see anyone to the inside of Jago. That's why I was pausing. So unfortunate there not to see Bianca Williams start, which puts the emphasis back towards Ashley Nelson, I think. Perhaps as a slight favourite in this event. Oh, actually, Crystal Awuha might have something to say about that. I'm sure Crystal Awuha would have been disappointed not to make the final of the 100 metres. Ashley Nelson up alongside Crystal Awuha already. These two out there in lane 6 and 7 will be battling hard for this single automatic qualifying point. We've seen Beth Dobbin and Daryl Nita take that in the first 2 heats. Ashley Nelson doing everything she can to hold off Crystal Awuha. It's going to be tight on the line between these two, and it will go to Ashley Nelson. Clock stopping 23.04, almost identical, I think, to Beth Dobbin's win in the first heat. Ashley Nelson had to work hard for that. Crystal Awuha really tried to get back on terms with her in the final 80 metres or so. Couldn't quite manage it.
Well, 23.03, almost identical to the winning time of Beth Dobbin. Crystal Awuha of Herne Hill Harriers right up alongside her, but only the winner guaranteed a spot. And take a look at the result of that one. It's confirmed as Nelson 23.03 with a 4.8 win behind them in that one. Goodness me. Nelson in lane 6, Awuha in 7. Nelson picked her up very early by the crown of the bend there, and then Awuha hung on to her right here, probably matching her stride for stride despite the stagger and winding in the favour of Ashley Nelson. And then they're side by side, and Awuha working so hard to get back to her. Look at that, driving so hard with the arm. Ashley Nelson far more relaxed and almost easing off there, could have lost that win. But the battle between them at this point, dragging them well clear of the rest of the field. And in fact, just looking for the result of that one. It's not been confirmed yet. Don't know if there is a question. No, well, there it is. That's official.
So Ashley Nelson confirmed just 500ths ahead of Crystal Awuha. That does put her as the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers. Shani Skirvin, I think I said we saw her in the 100. I think I'm wrong. I think she was in the 400 heats earlier on in the weekend. And that won't be enough to qualify as a non-automatic qualifier. 23.08, Crystal Awuha, the fastest of those. Amma Pippi holding on to second place. Boot from the first heat. It's got to be Booker. I think I've written that down wrong. Scribbling furiously away here. Ellie Booker, that's it from the first heat. She was 23.05.
And Sophie Woolson, yeah, she's the fourth non-automatic qualifier at the moment, isn't she? 23.71, that's the bubble time, so to speak. The second placer in the fourth and final heat, which is coming at us. For some reason, originally, Yasmin Liverpool was drawn in lane 8 in that third heat. Then literally just a few minutes ago, we're given an adjustment. Yasmin Liverpool is now in lane 8 of heat 4, as we see that result from the third heat. Not sure I'll feel comfortable next time I sit down in the stadium and I haven't got a gale blowing in my face, Hannah. I'm getting rather used to it now.
I think this probably is domestic British athletics, isn't it? We've seen so much wind just in general in this season worldwide. I was watching some videos of the Irish Championships that happened well, not overnight. The US ones were happening overnight. Irish ones are probably in the same time zone as us, I think. But it was a really big headwinds. They almost had this, I think they've had stronger winds over in Ireland, I think like 6 meters per second in their face for the sprinters. And there were some videos of the 100-meter hurdles, and it just looked like every time they got up off the ground, they were blown to a halt. Sarah Lavin still somehow managed to take the victory, I think, over in the Irish Championships. But I think she'll tune in to watch the likes of Jessica Turner and Cindy Sember and those guys a little bit later on. I think, you know, they think they've got it hard with that following wind. Try having stronger in your face and jumping over hurdles.
Well, there's the lineup for the fourth and final heat of the women's 200 metres. As you can see, Yasmin Liverpool, the Coventry Godiva Harrier, does start out there in lane 8, coached by Stuart Marshall. It's Galpin into Agapong, Finette Agapong in 3, Alana Fashanu in 4, Imani Lanzuko goes in lane 5, then Alicia Regis 6, Lanzuko third in the 100 metres. Alicia Regis goes in 5. Rachel Bennett, Regis in 6, excuse me, Bennett in 7. And Liverpool in lane 8. Liverpool went out in the heat of the 400 metres. There is Alicia Regis, personal best this year, the Enfield athlete, Enfield and Harrogate, 24.29. There is it, Imani Lanzuko, Olympic relay bronze medalist from last year. Alana Fashanu, the English schools champion. It was in lane 4, Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. In lane number 3, Finette Agapong, second UK indoor champion, 2 times UK indoor champion, and Newham Essex Beagles Athletics Club. And then on the inside, a personal best this year by the Guernsey athlete Abby Galpin, 23.82. So heat 4, the women's 200 metres. The athlete is guaranteed a place in the final at the moment. Daryl Nita, Beth Dobbin and Ashley Nelson, they're the heat winners. Fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers, Crystal Owuah with 23.08. Then Amma Pippi, 23.21. Ellie Booker with 23.50, and right on the bubble, Sophie Walton with 23.71. That is the target time for the second placer in this one. Good even start there, and then great running from Lanzuko in 5 in the yellow, third to left now, moving really well. Comes into the straight with some lead, going pretty well in lane 3 too is Finette Agapong. Agapong looking strong, but Lanzuko extending her lead now through the second half of this one, striding home nice and relaxed, across the line 22.77, a 3.7 wind, but 22.77. Well, for Lanzuko, if that were legit, it would be a pretty big personal best. Doesn't matter, she wins her heat, she guarantees herself a place in the final. In fact, adjusted to 22.76. And that was nice and steady. It was a good lane draw, lane 5, for the Sutton and District athlete. And she can now go away and focus upon that final coming up later on. And that final, the women's 200 metres final, will be at 15:38, 3:38. It's nearly 2 o'clock, so got about 2 hours and got about an hour and 40 minutes, these athletes.
Good running there from Imani Lanzuko. She's faster than Beth Dobbin. She wasn't, you know, again, I think we can compare these results because the wind's been pretty consistently. We can't call them personal bests and stadium records and all that. But Imani Lanzuko, 22.76, not that far behind Daryl Nita's 22.48. Beth Dobbin outside of 23 seconds by just a shade. Ashley Nelson running a very similar time. So Imani Lanzuko, she did ease down there. We perhaps saw Daryl Nita execute a complete 200 metres. It'd be great to see Finette Agapong in yet another 200 metre final at a UK level. She did well to get that second place and have to hold on for the times. But Lansico looking good, looking smooth. She could pick up another medal at these championships. That would be brilliant.
It does mean, unfortunately, that Sophie Walton is shunted down to 5th fastest in the non-automatic qualifiers, so she doesn't make the final. But Lansico, that 22.76 obviously goes through just fine. And Finad Ajapong, that 23.31, makes her 3rd fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers. And Ellie Booker will be the one who just makes the cut with 23.50. A couple of strides quicker than Sophie Walton's 23.71. So Sophie Walton, 9th quickest, doesn't quite make it through.
It's been a shame having these breezes here, and it's another point on that. I mean, the qualifying time for the World Championships is 22.8. Dina Asher-Smith is the only athlete that's got that. She achieved that at the Rome Diamond League. Daryl Nita is 100th off that, and Marnie Lansico 1300ths off it. Beth Dobbin sort of 0.2. They're all underneath that European qualifying mark. But if Nita, Lansico and Dobbin want to be considered for Eugene and the World Championships out there in 3 weeks, they need a qualifying time. And if this wind hangs around all afternoon, they're not going to get it today, and it's midnight tonight. There is, of course, the ranking system as well. Perhaps Daryl Nita could manage that. We think Beth Dobbin might have the qualifying mark from last season. She might have done that out in Tokyo, so brilliant. Okay, Beth Dobbin has it from last season. Asher Smith and Jodie Williams have it from last season as well. Jodie Williams, unfortunately, unable to make the event here today. There's confirmation of the qualifiers. Like Tim said, Crystal Aruha, Amma Pippi, Finette Agapong and Ellie Booker are non-automatic qualifiers. But the big hitters all through automatically winning their heats. Led through time-wise by Daryl Nita with that wind-aided 22.48. Jodie Williams has been selected for the England team. Does have a qualifying mark for this women's 200 metres, but have to see how her recovery from disruptions that she's had this winter is going, to see whether she wants to be considered for Eugene. That's the first major championship of this summer. It'd be great if Jodie Williams is ready for that. Jodie Williams isn't quite ready in time for the World Championships. We might see her in time for the Commonwealth Games, but like I say, would be good to get Jodie Williams to Eugene. But Beth Dobbin, if she can finish in the top 2 later on this afternoon, she'll automatically qualify for Eugene. Daryl Nita and Amani Lansico would have to rely, I presume, on the World Athletics ranking systems and perhaps the unavailability of either Jodie Williams or Dina Asher-Smith. Pretty complicated in the women's 200 metres then in terms of a British team. Combination of wind ruining qualification opportunities today, and yeah, trying to total up who wants to do it that has a qualifying mark and who wants to do it that's going to have to get ranked.
Incredibly frustrating, isn't it, for athletes that, you know, they can be denied a qualifying opportunity by the wind, even if their form is good enough to actually have given them a legal. You know, you feel as though there should be some sort of table you can go to for an adjustment where the wind speed gets built into the calculation and their times get built into the calculation, and a time is spat out the back end that gives them a legit qualifying mark.
Well, there's an unofficial conversion, isn't there? People talk about what it should equal, and then there's more of an official altitude conversion chart for the NCA system. But I think it's a little bit kind, particularly when you look towards sort of the 800. A lot of people say that shouldn't be affected by altitude, but people kind of manipulate that NCA qualifying system to go and try and run a time that would qualify for them for the American Collegiate Championships, almost tactically. So I guess it's open to abuse, isn't it? If people think it's quite a nice conversion, they might deliberately go and try and run under windy conditions.
Well, yeah, but even if they're windy conditions and the wind are taken into account with the formula sort of idea that I'm talking about, then they can't cheat the system because it'll spit out what they would have done. You'd
hope so, but you'd have to.
I mean, I know, you know, it's sort of just tongue-in-cheek discussion, but how frustrating for people who come here in great shape, are in good enough shape to produce a qualifying performance, but their performance gets dissed by the fact, cancelled out by the fact that the wind makes them run a little bit faster than they would have done.
Yes.
I mean,
super shame.
You say that with all the sympathy of a 1,500 metre runner.
Well, No one well, I think in endurance events it only slows you down, really, doesn't it? Never quite. Maybe
Obviously, yeah. But I mean, for the sprinters, it's a rotten situation.
You know, what would you talking? Maybe the events where you do a half a lap, you know, like a 3,000 or a... Yeah, well, generally the wind slows down pretty much everybody and nullifies anything fast you manage to do. So there's our first look at the male 200-metre runners. We've had many changes in these 200-metre start lists. And it'll be great to see who we get doubling back from the 100 metres and who turns up today. Great to see Adam Jamili on that heat sheet there for the first heat. Brilliant to get a look at him. He's having...
So let's have a look at the fellas in this first heat then. Jordan Broome going on the outside in this first heat of the men's 200. Adam Jamili, there he is. Like Ethan Bromley, fourth in the 2016 Olympics in Rio by hundreds of a second, thousands of a second, in fact, I think it was. Jason Kalala goes in lane 6 for Victoria Park Harriers. 21.18 this year is his lifetime best. He'll probably break 21 seconds here with this gusting wind, this very strong tailwind. James Hansen of Woking AC goes in lane 5, 20.8. Sean Aiken of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, 20.74. It's a good lane draw for him. Nice gentle bend, but plenty to chase outside him. Daniel of Fire goes in 3, the Thames Valley Harriers man, 21.24 this season, a lifetime best. Most of these fellas have set personal bests this year, including this athlete, Richard Akinyebo. The Be Fit Today Track Academy, 21.02, his lifetime best. He's got a tough lane draw there. So the qualifying, the first in each heat and 4 fastest qualified for the final, as was the case in the women's. In fact, only 3 heats. There has been an adjustment, a very late adjustment. First 2 go through by right, actually, and then the next 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers to the final. Jamili second to left, taking a nice steady bend there, very powerfully built, the former footballer. Coming through strongly there though. 2 lanes inside Jamili is Hansen, James Hansen taking second place. The pair of them way ahead of the rest. They're the automatic qualifiers, 20.45 for Adam Jamili. And well, his season's best is 20.15. He is, of course, 19.97 performer. Jamili, very business-like performance from him there. And James Hansen taking second place, 20.44, the official winning time for Jamili. And then Hansen, well, he will have run what would have been a personal best, but for that strong tailwind. Looks really strong, doesn't he, in that orange vest in the centre of the picture.
It's a really strong second place there behind the likes of Adam Jamili. We know what he's capable of on his day. And that day's coming. Low 24 seconds for Adam Jamili at the last chance when he wanted to be considered for Commonwealth Games selection. It was great to see Adam Jamili put that performance together, 21.5 over in Jacksonville. And he looks good here today. We're delighted to see Jamili through to that final. Good one in there from Hansen. Get himself into that second automatic qualifying spot.
Let's take a look at the results of that one. This is the official result. Jamili and Hansen go through by right, 20.44 and 20.50. The wind speed, though, a strong 4.5 behind them. Jordan Broome, 20.86. And Sean Aiken, both well under 21 seconds. They'll have to wait and see if they can go through and take those 2 non-automatic qualifier spots. But there are 2 heats to come. Jason Kalala just missing out for sure.
See that summary of the points of where we're up to in the women's heptathlon so far, because they're just getting themselves ready for the javelin. Jodie Smith with a huge lead ahead of 18-year-old Ella Rush. Jordana Morris doing well to hold on to third place, but she's got to watch out for the young athlete from Oxford City in fourth, Eloise Hind, just 17 years old. And she has a good javelin and a decent 800. She could push herself up into a senior medal. We're hearing that the competition between Ella Rush and Eloise Hind is for the final slot in the World Junior Championships. Abigail Portlet already qualified for that team. Jordana Morris always having to battle off the teenagers either side of her. Ella Rush in silver at the moment, Eloise Hind in fourth. But Jodie Smith could probably relax a little bit in this javelin, but I don't think that's what we'll see from her. She's looked professional every step of the way in this women's heptathlon.
It's a case, Hannah, of how much can Jodie Smith win by. She should extend her lead in this javelin. She is a good thrower of the spear. 41 metres, her best 41.08 this year. That is a lot better than most of the competition. The next best is Madison Hutton with 38 metres. Cool conditions out there. You wouldn't think almost in July now we'd be sitting around with quilted jackets and blankets and hoodies and so on. So they can get underway. Laura Darcy will be first to throw. Darcy, Basingstoke and Midhants. Down outside the top places at the moment. But just pushing for personal improvement. She will get proceedings underway. So Darcy has no recorded personal best. Looks nervous smile there, but throwing into a strong wind. In fact, with the wind, they're down the far end, aren't they, of course?
Due to the...
No, they are throwing into the wind, excuse me. There's so much going on in the infield, it's hard to spot where they are. And of course, the men's javelin final earlier threw from the other end of the arena. They had the wind behind them. Now they're throwing with the women's high jump final about to go. So they're sharing the fan nearest us, which is unusual.
With the pole vaulters getting ready, we've got the female pole vaulters warming up down the other end of the track. Like Tim said, super busy on the infield. Got the men's triple jump going on the backstroke as well. So everyone just vying for position. It was great to see the male javelin throwers get to throw with the wind this morning. And Whittaker taking a great victory there. But these women are having to contend with the wind.
You can hear that wind, I'm sure, through our microphones. It's really strong. Darcy's open at 27.02. This is Grace Bauer. Again, down the field after 5 disciplines. They do get, remember, just 3 throws each. Bauer in the long jump, producing a windy 5.51. That had a 4.6 wind behind it. She's throwing into a wind probably even stronger at the moment. It's Grace Bauer, 31.92, her opener.
Got the second heat coming up for the men's 200. I saw that first heat victory for Adam Jamili. We've got the second heat down there on the track. Andrew Robertson coming back. A bit disappointed only making the semi-final of the 100 metres. He would have loved to have contended that final. But Kasaya Opara will take lane 8 for Lincoln Wellington AC. Personal best of 21.22 this season. Lane 7 will be Toby Harris. He's dipped underneath that 21 seconds this year. He's the European under-20 champion back in 2017. Brighton and Phoenix better known for their endurance running, but Toby Harris put them on the map in sprinting. Lane 6 will be Jade Williams. 21.10 this season. Indoor second at the Southern Indoors. But we're missing lane 5 there. Andrew Robertson withdrawing. Jareel Kwando will go in lane 4. The Blackheath and Bromley Harriers. He wasn't on my initial entries. He has gone sub-21 this season. Joe Ferguson is a shade faster. He goes in lane 3. He was 3rd at the 2022 Championships and at the 2022 Indoor British Championships. And completing the lineup in lane 2 will be Thomas Summers. He was 6th here in 2020. So we've lost Andrew Robertson. Quainu, Blackheath and Bromley. He's one of the quickest competitors with that 20.65, and Joe Ferguson in lane 3. So lane 3 and 4, your fastest on season's best and personal best. Toby Harris joining them underneath 21 seconds, as does Thomas Summers on the inside. Personal best accolades go to Thomas Summers. He's got all the way down to 20.37 as a lifetime best. So if he could recreate that here, might be able to sneak into the final, but first 2 automatically qualify. Quaino in 4, Ferguson in 3, Summers in 2. On the inside of your picture, they could be the ones to watch. They've got that empty lane of Andrew Robertson outside them. See Quaino at the moment doing everything he can to get on terms with the athletes outside of him. Harris has gone hard out there in lane 7. He knows he's got to if he wants to be on terms with the big 3 on the inside. Quaino working hard, but here comes Ferguson. Joe Ferguson is going to take the win here ahead of Quaino. Automatic qualification for Quaino and Ferguson in 1st and 2nd. Well-judged race there from Joe Ferguson. Saved a little bit for the last 40 metres. Quaino knew he had likes of Joe Ferguson and Thomas Summers coming on his inside. He had to go out hard and try and hold on.
Yeah, very impressive from Joe Ferguson. It would be a big personal best if it weren't for the wind. It was 4.1 behind them. But considering he's in lane 3, he is compact. Joe Ferguson 2nd to right there. Chasing him in the yellow, Tom Summers, having to contend with the tight turns of lane 2. But Joe Ferguson really strong, eases onto the shoulder of Jareel Quaino, and then actually came into the straight well behind. He really only pulls alongside Quaino with about 50 or 60 to go, but over the last 50, look at that, 3 metres quicker. Dipped at the line nicely, 20.18. What a shame about the wind, because there's a young man in really good form. Quaino working hard, but losing ground at this stage to the Leeds City athlete. And a glance across at the clock there. He knew it would be something special by his standards.
See that official result there. Toby Harris at the moment is up in one of the non-automatic qualifying spots behind all our heat winners. Heat 1st and 2nd in those first 2 heats. Toby Harris 20.73. And Thomas Summers, 20.84, at the moment looking pretty good for the non-automatic qualifying spots, with 1 heat left to go in the first round of the men's 200.
Back to Morgan in this heptathlon. Now, what can she do? Well, that's a very rudimentary technique that gets it out there a reasonable distance. Jodie Smith's opener, by the way, 36.41. And Grace Morgan there, 30.42, her opener. That's the 5th best. Addison Hutton had a pretty good opener, 34.43. Darcy now will get the 2nd round underway. She opened with 27.02. Can she put a metre or 2 on that?
See, it's a little bit chilly down there. Got a lot of athletes with their hoodies back on. Improvement for Laura Darcy, 30 metres and 33. Just have one throw left. As always, we say it's so quick in these heptathlon field events. Blink and you miss it. Grace Bauer launching that javelin down the field. So we would love to have a following win. That would have been pretty fun for them. Bauer 31.92 in the first round. No improvement there. 28 and 31.
Well, let's have a look at the start list for the third and final heat of the men's 200 metres. Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake there goes in lane 4. Good lane draw that for the Numanistic Beagles man. Jonah Efaloco could be a bit of a handful here. He was fourth in the 100 metres. Well, let's have a look at these fellas closer up. Jordan Watson-Brown going in lane 8. Evan Blackman, Corby AC athlete, 21.18, his lifetime best. Goes in 7. In 6, Luke Durrell of Aldershot Farnham District. That's a very familiar vest. 21.1, his season's best. Just 2 100s outside his lifetime best. The wind continues to blow very strongly across this Manchester regional arena. And these fellas will have a tailwind outside the limit, I'm sure. Finlay Waugh of Giffnock North AC, 21.37 this year, his personal best. There is Mitchell-Blake, the class act in this. Twice UK champion in the past, won in 2017 and 2018, this title. And that's a lovely draw for him in 4. Andrew Morgan Harrison from Kingston upon Hull, 20.68 this year is his lifetime best. And that makes him equal 9th fastest in the UK. And Jonah Efaloco, who was 4th in the 100 yesterday, as I mentioned, probably will get a relay spot for the World Championships. And the UK usually perform pretty well at the World Championships. Will we get a medal in Eugene in what, 3 weeks' time? Those World Championships get underway, less than 3 weeks' time. In 5, that's Finlay Waugh loading himself into his blocks. Good lane draw for the Giffnock North man. We're chasing Luke Durrell outside him. There in lane 4, left of picture, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake. Oh, Mitchell-Blake keeps low and very quickly into his running, picks up Waugh within about 40 metres, blasting round the bend. Good running too, though, inside him from Morgan Harrison. Morgan Harrison in lane 3, giving Mitchell-Blake a run for his money here, trying to come back at the 4th placer from those World Championships in London 2017, who just eases clear there over the last 50. And Morgan Harrison easing off to plus 5.9. I think that might be a record for the weekend. The win for that third and final heat, the men's 200 metres. The winning time 20.29 for Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake. Really, really strong out of the blocks. Great start. Also good running from the Aldershot Farnham District athlete Luke Durrell. Second to left now in the red, but they were all blown away by Mitchell-Blake and to a lesser extent by Andrew Morgan Harrison there in the Great Britain vest in lane 3. Moving really well, holding Mitchell-Blake here, but easing off once he knew he was clear and had got a spot in the final secured. In 3rd place, I think, was Jonah Efaloco. Probably running on slightly tired legs. Had to contend with that tighter bend of lane 2 as well. Yeah, you could see his reaction there. He was really hoping to be in the first 2. But let's have a look at the summary. And unofficially, there is the result. Mitchell-Blake and Morgan Harrison in 1st and 2nd. Efaloco 20.72. Will he get one of the 2 non-automatic qualifying spots? We're just waiting for that to be confirmed. I think he will. Yeah, I think he is the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers. And Toby Harries, 20.73, the Brighton Phoenix man, will also go through unofficially. There's the official result of that heat 3, and we'll wait for the official version on screen before confirming for you. But Mitchell Blake and Morgan Harrison definitely go through. Effeloko with that 20.72, Hannah, I think does make it through, and that knocks out Tom Summers.
It'd be good to see Jonah Effeloko contend 2 finals. That's with Morgan Harrison as well. So a few more on the women's side, managing to successfully navigate both of these rounds. Shame not to see Zarnell Hughes. He looked great yesterday. I would love to have seen Zarnell Hughes back in this 200. Laura Darcy down there for her final throw. She has improved every round. 30 metres and 33 centimetres, her best so far. Jodie Smith, as expected, she was the best on paper, and she's shown it here. 40 metres and 39 so far, 6 metres further than anyone else. And Laura Darcy find here had a good performance over in this area in that high jump yesterday. She was 3rd overall. The athletes managing to stay in a tiny bit further. Shorter approach than we see in the javelin, shorter approach than we see from the javelin specialists, but the wind just seemed to almost catch the tip of the javelin and force it down. 23.55 for Laura Darcy.
So Bauer next to go. Grace Bauer opened with 31.92. Couldn't improve on that in the second round. 3rd round effort for her. So lots of height there, but it dies a death. You could hear her reaction there. Grace Bauer, 31.92. I'm not sure she'll have improved on that. Gives a big heave, but the angle of attack, I think, considering the strength of the wind, just too sharp. Yeah, you could see her reaction there. Yeah, fouls out that one on purpose. Best remains her opener. Well, here's the youngster, the athlete who was battling for 3rd place, Eloise Hind of Oxford City AC. She's a good javelin thrower. Gives that quite a heave, doesn't she? Very straightforward technique, but gets it, so to speak, with the spear. It's a lot of power straight down the line of the spear. 33.13 her opener, then 32.75. She has thrown 38 metres, so unable to take advantage of this wind at the moment. Whether or not she's improved with that one, Eloise Hind, I don't know. .34.09. She has found another, well, almost another metre. She came into this in 4th place behind Morrish. We see Hutton take her final round throw. Morrish, 23.34, has thrown less than 10 metres, has thrown over 10 metres less than Eloise Hind. So Hind will definitely move into 3rd place after this javelin, and then moving to the 800. Everything to play for, and as Hannah pointed out quite rightly earlier, going for her first senior medal at the age of 17. Jodie Smith, 40.39 in the second round. That's a good 3rd round effort from Hutton, 35.29. So 3 metres down on her lifetime best, Hutton, and Jodie Smith, well, already 40.39 with her 2nd round throw, and that less than a metre outside her lifetime best. Don't don't know if she was too happy with that third and final effort, but yes, it is her best. 42.39 from Jodie Smith. That is a lifetime best. There's a lovely, lovely picture.
Good to see Kelly Southerton giving her a bit of support there. Jodie Smith listed as Laura Turner-Lean for her coach, but Kelly Southerton perhaps lending a hand there in the javelin. So many of these multi-eventers have numerous coaches. Jordana Morris, her final throw there, trying to do everything she can to hold on to that bronze medal. Could come down to the 800 as we sort those points out. Such drama on the men's side. Elliot Thompson going all the way from bronze to gold in the closing event of the male decathlon. I don't think we'll see Jodie Smith getting caught, but you never know what's going to happen in that 800 metres.
Well, Jordana Morris knows that this is not a strong discipline for her. She does improve. That's an improving series. Improves in round 2 and improves round 3. 25.96 for Morris. And that actually very close to her lifetime best. Ella Rush next to go. Ella Rush is a 31-metre thrower this year. Her series, well, she started with no throw, then 33.12. So she actually, Ella Rush, threw a personal best in the second round. Going well. Jodie Smith also throwing a personal best, 42.39 with this event, which can be pretty significantly affected by the wind, and it is in their favour in this discipline, as it was in the long jump, although not many of them taking advantage of the long jump. 33.08, so a couple of great throws from Ella Rush, both of those second and third round throws way beyond her pre-today personal best. Grace Morgan then, 30.42 in the first round, her best. 28 metres in the second round. No, she didn't like that. Timing all out. Oh, there'll be javelin coaches watching this. Would love to work with this young athlete, improve on that technique. I'm sure her own coach does. There it is, 28.55. So her opener remains her best, Grace Morgan, 30.42. That about 3 metres down on her lifetime best, but solid throwing. And we'll obviously bring you the update now that concludes the 6th, the penultimate discipline for the heptathletes. And we'll bring you an update of the points they stand going into the 800. That 800 metres, by the way, for the heptathletes at 3:56. So they've got about almost an hour and a half to prepare for that two-lapper.
Sort of big hitting event we've got coming your way is that women's 400-metre hurdles final. Unfortunately, here in the Emily Newham hasn't made the start line for that, so we will just have 7 competitors in the women's 400-metre hurdles. That gets underway in around about 5 minutes. There's the summary of the men's 200 metres first round. So that is our qualifiers into the final. That will be this afternoon at 3:47, so not too long to wait for any of these finals. Jonah Efiloko making it 2 finals in one weekend with a non-automatic qualifying spot. Andrew Morgan Harrison, busy weekend for him as well, but good to see all of the pre-race favourites, if you like. And that double-header, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake versus Adam Jamili, that's going to be really great. If Jonah Efiloko can recreate the form he saw yesterday, and Andrew Morgan Harrison, they did really well in the 100, they could give those two a run for their money.
Let's have a look at the unofficial heptathlon update after that javelin contest. Jodie Smith winning in 42.39 from Madison Hutton, 35.29. Eloise Hine, 34.09. That's some really good throwing going on there, but the wind very much in the favour of the ladies. They took advantage of it well. Ella Rush, 33.12, and Jordana Morris down there just inside 26 metres, will drop from 3rd to 4th. And Eloise Hind, the Oxford City athlete. Hannah pointing enthusiastically at the screen for me to make sure I understand that Eloise Hind, her teammate in effect, has moved into third spot with that 34-metre throw.
And Eloise Hind probably wasn't born the last time I was able to train at horseback.
Can I say teammate? I mean, Hannah,
well,
are you ever going to run in anger again in an Oxford vest?
I have still got it. I guess if I do a park run, it will still be listed as Oxford City. It might rope me into road relay.
The question is, does it still fit you?
I have a very stretchy vest, thank you very much.
The Shorty Miles Crawley vest didn't fit me about 20 years ago. I enjoyed it for years after my retirement.
Jade O'Dowda, who's setting after the Commonwealth Games, grew up in Oxfordshire, competing for those clubs, since moved on, as many athletes do, to get extra competition availability, which is just fine. Zoe Pollock still sporting the Oxford City vest down there in lane 2. Big up the Oxford City.
Well, there's the lineup for the women's 400-metre hurdles final. And understand, yes, Emily Newnham is a non-starter. Lane 1 is empty despite that start caption coming up, and she still appears in our computers as well. Essie Okoro goes on the outside. Birchfield Harrier. And Okoro with a best of 58.12 this year. Jessica Turner goes in lane 7. Coming back from injury, the Amber Valley athlete. Best of 57 seconds this year. She's a 54.7 performer at her best. Indeed, the 9th fastest in history for the UK. There's the pre-race favourite, probably, Jessie Knight, UK number 1. Didn't finish her heat in Tokyo, the Windsor Slough Eaton athlete. 55.9 this year. Hayley McLean goes in 5. McLean, Shaftesbury Bonnet Harris, a 55.4 performer. And Jessica Tappin goes in lane 4. She's a bit of a combined event specialist. Her personal best in this, 56.83. Competing in 2014 in Glasgow in the Commonwealth Games heptathlon. Lena Nielsen, well, 56.92 this year. She has a best of 54.7, which makes her the 8th fastest in history for the UK. UK number 2 this year. And Zoe Pollock goes in lane 2. The British University's champion recently in Chelmsford. Another Oxford City athlete. You were saying, Hannah, yeah, punching the air beside me, old Hannah England. She's a big supporter of her club from a few years back. Pollock, just inside 50, has just run 59.3 this year, just inside 60 this year. Well, the race really involves Knight against Nielsen. Jessie Knight goes in lane 6. Lena Nielsen in lane 3. Bit of noise in the arena. Long hold there. Well, away they go then. Jessie Knight, 3rd from left. Near the top of your picture in that light blue vest, already making up ground on Jessie Turner. Jess Turner is the 4th fastest in the UK this year and moving well now in that yellow vest of Amber Valley and Earwash. But Jessie Knight looking really strong. 3rd from left. Down the back straight. Lena Nielsen to the right of picture in the Shaftesbury Barnet vest, beginning to move past the athletes outside her Knight. Tappin in 4, McLean in 5. Jessie Knight sticking to that stride pattern there. On the crown of the bend, Lena Nielsen may have her in her sights. The stagger unwinding now. She's many lanes inside Jessie Knight in lane 6. Nielsen and Knight side by side. In fact, Lena Nielsen clears that penultimate barrier ahead of Jessie Knight, who battles now. Clears that final barrier. It's all on the running. Lena Nielsen in 3, driving from the line. Jessie Knight gets it by a metre, punches the air, because that was a brilliant race. 55.09 for Jessie Knight. It's a season's best for the British number one. And Lena Nielsen there, I think, giving her a big hug of congratulations, but also almost holding herself up, trying to recover after that 101% effort from lane 3. Wow, that was quick. Really great to see the quality of the racing. They're drawing those two clear of the rest of the field. And Jessie Knight time confirmed at 55.08. Lena Nielsen 55.32.
See Jess Turner taking the support there of her teammate. She really struggled over the last barrier, left the door open for Hayley McLean there, also just checking that Jess Turner's all right. She made the Olympics last year, and this was a real opportunity for her to try and make a bid for the World Championship team. But she struggled with injury. She was one hurdle short of putting together a really good race, Jessica Turner, as she was yesterday in the heats, if we're honest, just struggling over those final few hurdles. Jessie Knight did so well to judge that correctly. She's just in front of our commentary position here, getting a hug from her coach, Marina Armstrong. Marina looked incredibly nervous in those last 50 metres because Lena Nielsen put together a fantastic race. You can see there into the wind here down the back straight, working super hard, and that is going to catch up with them in the home straight. And I think that's what we saw for Jessica Turner. At this point, Jessica Turner moving really well in lane 7. Lena Nielsen starting to stalk Jessie Knight to her outside. Lena Nielsen paced this incredibly well. She real disappointment here at the Olympic trials last year, coming 6th place when she did have the qualifying mark. Megan Beasley getting 2nd place in that automatic qualification that day. Jess Turner getting the nod from the selection team. You see Jess Turner just running out of legs over that last 50 metres. We saw an outpouring of emotion from Nielsen just moments past the line, because that is automatic selection along with Jessie Knight to the World Championships in 3 weeks' time. Lena Nielsen sealing her own fate this year instead of having to wait for the selectors, as did Jessie Knight. Look at that nervous look over to her left-hand side. She knew Nielsen was going to be there, waiting to pick up the pieces of any mistake. But the pair of them faultless over that last hurdle and powering towards the finish line.
Well, that drew them about 8 or 9 metres clear of the rest. Hayley McLean taking 3rd place, 56.74. But Lena Nielsen came off that final barrier side by side, at least at dead evens with Jessie Knight. Jessie Knight really digging deep to get the better run in from the final barrier to get the win. And there it is, an official result. Jessie Knight 55.08, Lena Nielsen 55.32. Hayley McLean 3rd, Jessica Turner coming back from injury in 4th place. And here is Ewan with the champion, Jessie Knight.
Well, I'm just on the infield and they're both discussion. I can't remember where the wind was. I can tell you it was literally everywhere. Lena, I'll start with you. Listen, I've never seen someone be so joyous in coming 2nd, in terms of you're both great rivals, but I could see with your sister at the finish line, you knew you had the qualifying, you needed top 2. And the emotions that just flowed out, brilliant.
It's taken me 6 years to get to this point. Every year I've been so close, but so far. So that was 6 years of emotion just coming out then.
And in terms of the wind, we can't ignore the conditions here today. I mean, your game plan, your stride pattern, does that change? Or you just think, I'm just going to go with it?
I was supposed to go to my race plan, but it was so windy, I did 16 strides the whole way around.
Well, you know what? It worked. And Jess, come in. I mean, brilliant. What a competitor you've got there. Great rival, pushes you along. You're the champion. You're off to the Worlds.
Yeah, honestly, it's amazing. Obviously, my Olympics didn't go to plan last year, so I feel like I have a lot to put to bed this year, and I just wanted another chance to do that. So, obviously, 400, the depth this year has just been amazing. So many girls have stepped up, so I knew it was going to be a tough race. And with that wind, your race plan goes out the window, so it's almost whoever just gets it right on the day. So we've all smashed it, and just, yeah, I think 4 hurdles in a really good place. It's good.
You mentioned the 400 as well, and obviously you're both brilliant over the one lap. I mean, whoever they're going to choose for that 4x4, realistically, good medal to be had.
Yeah, definitely. I think both events are in such a good place. So, obviously, if we get a call up, we'll do it. But I think it's in safe hands either way. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But, yeah, we're both on that plane to Oregon and we'll both be flying the flag in the hurdle. So, very excited.
You are both on the plane. Ladies and gents, make some noise. What a brilliant race. Lena Nielsen and Jess Knight.
Lovely to see hugs all round for Lena Nielsen and Jessie Knight. Hayley McLean, brilliant bronze medal there as well. We've got the official result all confirmed for you. Saw a picture of that nice hug with Jessie Knight and Marina Armstrong as well. That gives Marina Armstrong a full complement of medals, thanks to Chris McAllister and Jacob Paul's silver and bronze behind Alistair Chalmers yesterday. So hats off to the work she's doing.
Well, let's have a look at the heptathlon javelin official result. Jodie Smith with that personal best, 42.39. Madison Hutton, 35.29. Great throwing from young Eloise Hind, too, 34.09. And Ella Rush, a personal best, 33.12. Morrish there, 25.96. That is her Achilles heel, the javelin. And let's have a look at the points totals in the heptathlon as they stand now. And as you can see, Jodie Smith with that massive lead, way out in front, with Ella Rush at 4.663. 450 odd points behind. Eloise Hind has indeed moved into third place. Jordana Morris shunted down to fourth.
There's results of the men's triple jump. Not able to bring you any pictures, so much action out there. Ben Williams last year became an Olympian. He's picked up another UK title there. He will represent England at the Commonwealth Games as well. Got another Paralympic event integrated into our UK Championships here. Delighted to see this 1500 metres underway. Unfortunately, we've lost Luke Nuttall. We were hoping he was going to be competing. He was the fastest in the field, the only athlete that's gone under 4 minutes. But we're left with some other competitors, and they're trying to keep themselves warm there on the back straight. So Kieran O'Hara, one of 3 athletes that has managed a personal best this season. He's on 4:06. So as with some of the events yesterday, we've seen some mixed classifications down there, so the results not always comparable. McKibben, keen to say hello to everybody. North Devon AC athlete, what a journey all the way from North Devon. Let's hope he's not on the train. Daniel Wolfe will be next. He's another athlete along with McKibben and O'Hara that's won a personal best. Derek Ray, this is serious speed work for the 5AC athlete. We normally see him over the marathon. Just saw Arthur Mills flash across your screen there as well. And Stephen Bryce will complete the lineup. So Arthur Mills and the athletes in there. He's done a 30-second personal best this year. Stephen Bryce on the inside, 4:07. He was 6th at the recent Paris Para Grand Prix. So O'Hara on the outside there, 4:06. He is the guy with the best personal best. Derek Ray just sprinting, trying to get on terms with these 1500 metre specialists. Always see him doing the London Marathon, big half, a lot of the road 10Ks. Often trains out at altitude with our British athletics athletes when they go and do their altitude training. But Derek Ray having to probably just build up his speed and watch these other men run away down the track. McNibbin taking up the lead early doors, 33 through the first 200. 66, that's round about that being inside his personal best. The other guys have ran around that 4:7. That's what that even pace would give you. But McKibben just trying to run away from this field at this stage. Pretty quick through this first lap. O'Hara at the back of the field, the fastest personal best at the back of that group, apologies. O'Hara in the blue and yellow vest, just working himself up into the top 3. 65 first lap, pretty quick. 4:03 pace that is out there, so that would be a personal best for all these athletes. Stephen Bryce taking his turn at the front. He was, like I said, 6th at that recent Paris Para Grand Prix. He is the England champion as well. So he takes over from James McNibbin there. Keen to keep this pace moving. Stephen Bryce has run underneath 4:10 quite a few times, so he can be confident in his pacing here, wearing his Scottish vest. We've talked a number of times about limited race opportunities for our para athletes this year, so it is great to see them get a shot here at the Manchester Regional Arena and the Müller UK Championships. Stephen Bryce, nervous look over his shoulder. He'll see 2 to go. A few Scottish athletes have really excelled over the 1500 so far this weekend. Laura Muir sprinting away from that women's field to take the title, and it was a Scottish 1-2-3 on the men's side with Jake Whiteman from Neil Gawley and Josh Kerr. So Stephen Bryce looking to keep the 1500 metre titles over with Scotland. He's managing to maintain that gap over the rest of the field. That's a 70 seconds, so they've gone 65 and then 70. And here comes Derek Ray. He's probably still accelerating. As a marathon runner, he's probably still building up his pace through this 1500. I don't think I've ever seen Derek do a 1500. He must have, because he's got a season's best and personal best of 4:18, but he's moving through the field.
Now, Hannah, I know he's a marathon runner and he's been running for 2.5 minutes, but you think he's still accelerating since the gun?
Perhaps. pace, you know, he's still going, can't go as fast as these other guys in the first few laps. He's building his momentum to the 2/3 through the race. And Derek Ray, the highest position so far. Can Stephen Bryce make it a 3rd Scottish title over the 1500 metre discipline? Laura Muir's done it, Jake Whiteman's doing it. Can Stephen Bryce hold on? That gap has increased ever so slightly. That's a good time through the bell, 3:07. They could still be on for a 4:10 clocking if Stephen Bryce can lift his pace in this final circuit. He did a 65 and then a 70, and that's a 68, so that's good. Stephen Bryce is running the fastest he's run in a few laps, and he looks like he's really lifted his pace. Sound of that bell, always a welcome noise to any 1500 metre runner, and Stephen Bryce looked like he enjoyed it as well. Coming through with 200 metres to go, the athletes are starting to catch him a tiny bit behind. The likes of O'Hara and Wolf, they've managed to pull themselves away from Derek Ray in the end. Derek Ray being found wanting for a tiny bit of speed as we move towards the end of this 1500. But here's Stephen Bryce, but keep your eye out for Wolf. Wolf is finishing fast. He's got a 4:8 personal best, and O'Hara fancies a go as well. O'Hara is the fastest in the field, but Stephen Bryce has timed this to perfection. The clock just slipping over to 4:10. Great win from Stephen Bryce. Looking to turn the tables on Kieran O'Hara, the faster on paper. But Stephen Bryce makes it 3 Scottish wins out of 3 here at the UK Championships over 1500. So this women's high jump has been going on the infield throughout this competition. The bar now at 1.88 m, and both Morgan Lake and Emily Borthwick are on their 3rd and final attempts. Morgan Lake has the gold medal position at the moment thanks to a slightly better count back. She only entered at 1.82 m. Took 2 attempts at that, 2 attempts at 1.85, and this is her 3rd attempt at 1.88. Borthwick had a bit of a scare at 1.79 m before Morgan entered the competition. Took Emily Borthwick 3 attempts at that earlier height.
Coached by her dad, Morgan Lake, defending champion, a 25-year-old former world junior champion. Oh, no. Well, that was close, but she bows out at 1.88. Kate Anson is confirmed as the 3rd placer, having cleared 1.79 first time and then had 3 failures at 1.82. Very difficult conditions for the high jump, jumping into such a strong headwind. Morgan Lake, well, she's a 1.97 jumper at her absolute best. She is UK #1 this year. Zia Law, UK #2, has cleared 1.91 this year, but today could no better than 1.79. Had 3 failures at 1.82 as well. You can see the official having to hold the bar onto the uprights there until the last possible minute. Such is the strength of the wind. It's really awkward now. Emily Borthwick. Oh, no, she too bows out at 1.88. That's her 3rd time. A failure. And on count back, Morgan Lake has the win. Cleared to 1.85 second time, 1.82 second time, same as Borthwick. Well, Borthwick cleared 1.82 first time, but Borthwick came in much earlier at 1.75. There is her card. She'll be frustrated with that. Emily Borthwick, 17th in Tokyo. She was 10th equal of the world indoors in Belgrade back in March. The Wigan District athlete. She's a 1.93 jumper at her best, and Morgan Lake there. Dad giving her some talking to. She doesn't look too happy with that because she was world junior champion back in 2014 in the high jump, and she took double gold because she won the heptathlon at those championships in Eugene. And a 1.93 jumper, she'll be wanting to go higher. But I think the conditions here, Hannah, probably account for a couple of heights at least.
Very challenging. See Judy Crane there, part of the support team for Emily Borthwick, just offering a lot of advice down there, as she does from her own brilliant career. She's got plenty to offer these young women. See the official result there, unofficial result, Morgan Lake and Emily Borthwick occupying the first and second spots. Kate Anson, that's very good. Second place for the Liverpool Harrier athlete. Laura Zielor having to settle for fourth place. She had a brilliant silver medal last year. But Morgan Lake, Emily Borthwick and Laura Zielor all got pretty high world rankings. I think they could. We've got Borthwick in 17th, Lake in 18th and Zielor in 19th. If that's not affected too much by this weekend's national championships across the world, I do think we could see all those three selected for the British team to compete in Eugene. So while it's disappointing the conditions weren't here for them to jump super high today, I hope that might be enough for them to get on the team regardless.
Well, of course, the US Championships coming to a climax today. They've had 4 days for their championships, and apparently I've just had a message from a mate in Eugene. Apparently it's sweltering hot there in the Pacific Northwest. It's confirmation of that win for Steve Bryce in that Paralympic 1500 final. Kieran O'Hara in second place, just over a second down. Daniel Wolf in third. Derek Ray setting personal best, nonetheless, the 5AC man with fourth place, 4:15.97. Next event on the track, by the way, is the women's 100-metre hurdles. No abating of this wind. If this was an evening session, I think the wind would probably ease off, but it being mid-afternoon here, almost 5 to 3 in Manchester, UK. It's a good old northwesterly coming at us here in the city. Non-stop. Stronger today than over the last couple of days. In fact, I think it's picked up each day.
Women's pole vault getting underway. Jade Ive passing up until this 4-metre mark and getting herself involved now. Do you think it's going to take some athletes some time to get used to this wind? I would not expect someone to come in and manage to clear a height first time. Jade Ive just waiting for the bar to be up at 4 metres. Sophie Ashurst, Jade Spencer-Smith already over at this height. Jade Ive will take her second attempt. Molly Caudry, Holly Bradshaw haven't come in yet. There are two of our 3 representatives for the England Commonwealth Games. Such a shame. Sophie Cook, our 3rd representative in Birmingham, having to pull out of this weekend. Unfortunately, she's contracted COVID. Should have been gutted. Loved another opportunity to compete against Molly Caudry and Holly Bradshaw. Love seeing the large numbers in these pole vault fields. We saw a lot of men yesterday, a lot of women down there. Jade Ive, Sutton and District AC, best of 4:35 this season. This is her second attempt at 4 metres. That's better, that's more like it. Sure, she's got her eye in with the wind. Figuring it all out. Looked very comfortable there with a second time clearance at 4 metres.
Let's take a look at the start this for the next final on the track. The women's 100-metre hurdles. Strong tailwind these 8 women will have behind them. And Cindy Sember of Woodford Green, the standout here. 4th in the Olympics in Rio back in 2016. There is Marley Jessup. She was 3rd in the second of the 3 heats. Her time then 13:23 to qualify for this final. Hence lane 1. And the other non-automatic qualifier, Mallory Cluley, only a youngster, 3rd in the English Junior Championships this year. The Blackheath and Bromley athlete, 13:46 in her heat. Cindy Sember, well, she won her heat, of course, in 12:64, by far the fastest. That was wind assisted. Her lifetime best is 12:53. Alicia Barrett, 2 times the champion, the Trafford AC athlete, won her heat in 13:02. She's got a tough race against Sember in the lane adjacent to her. Emma Nwofor, 5th last year, 2nd in her heat in 13:23. Nwofor in that Newman Essex Beagles yellow and black strip. Jessica Hunter goes in lane 6. 2nd in the UK Indoor Championships a couple of years back, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. Won her heat in 13:13. One of 2 Shaftesbury performers in this final. Jenna Blundell of Bristol and West AC, England under-23 champion. She was 2nd in her heat 3 in 13:31, behind Alicia Barrett. And Jade O'Dowda, second in the British Universities Championships just recently in Chelmsford. Second in her heat, the first one in 13.44. Well, Cindy Sember is at top of the British ranking. She's third to right. She is many metres better than anybody else in the UK this year. Nobody else has come close to breaking 13 seconds in 2022. She's run 12.63, but even that doesn't get her into the world top 10. The 10th fastest in the world this year is Kenny Harrison with 12.56. The world record holder, of course, from London 2016. So, Sember goes in lane 3, the outstanding favourite. Very quickly away there, Sember away and comfortably away this time. Going well third from left at the moment is Jessica Hunter. Hunter having a really good race, coming through strongly as Barrett, third from right. But Sember taking it there by a couple of metres. 12.56 to win, 5.4. Boy, oh boy. 12.56, well, you have to say that's good sprint hurdling under any conditions, but with a wind that strong behind you, blowing it towards those barriers. Cindy Sember making the right adjustments, almost subconsciously, I'm sure, and winning very comfortably indeed. However, there was still some great running behind her, and second place wasn't as far back, Hannah, as I expected, just checking the result there. Sember 12.56, Jessica Hunter 12.79. I'm sure that is quicker than Hunter has ever run before. She's never legally broken 13 seconds.
And I think it just shows that maturity and experience of Cindy Sember, being able to adjust her race. Like, you can see how quick she is. There's such small margin for error. It doesn't take much to catch a toe and clatter out of her sprint hurdles. But Cindy Sember making all the necessary adjustments. You can see almost that focus on her face, like, where is that hurdle? What is this wind doing to my stride length? But Cindy Sember really just home and away at this point to take a big victory ahead of Jessica Hunter. But you're right, Tim, when you look at personal best, Jessica Hunter has got herself really close to Cindy Sember there in terms of overall times.
Well, Cindy Sember, as we know, is a 12.5 athlete at her best. If we were to extrapolate a likely legal time for Jessica Hunter from that run, I think she would have gone some way under 13 seconds. It's, again, as we were talking about 20 minutes or so ago, one of these situations where you feel that conditions are denying athletes legitimate performances, albeit some great times and some great distances being achieved in the field. It is a great shame, but Ewan is with the winner.
In December, and we were just saying that you noticed on my notepad I've written down plus 5.4 win. Most people would assume, yeah, sprint event, wind behind, you're going to get a fast time, it's a good thing, but no.
No, not for the hurdles, unfortunately. If you get too close to the hurdles, you start to lose your composure. So I'm just happy I was able to do that and come out with the win today.
So you have to adjust your stride length a lot, do you, in terms of the wind is putting you all over the place?
Yes, absolutely. I actually hit a few hurdles because I didn't adjust as well as I could have. So just happy that I got the win.
But your legs went that fast. I mean, you're obviously in great shape. You're on the plane. You must be delighted.
Yes, I'm absolutely happy. I'm so happy to be back on British soil and just to be going. I'm so happy.
Well, we're happy too. Ladies and gents, what an absolute brilliant athlete there. The winner of the 100 hurdles, Cindy Sember.
Cindy Sember, very happy with that, as Ewan Thomas rightly said there, she is on the plane for the World Championships. And there's confirmation of that wind, 12.56 with of that wind, with a fabulously strong wind behind her. Jessica Hunter 12.79, Alicia Barrett 12.98. The first four going under 13 seconds.
Official result there, the women's high jump, confirmation of a win for Morgan Lake. And count back over Emily Borthwick of Wigan and District. Awful year for Emily Borthwick and her family with the loss of her brother. Doing well to pick up that silver medal. Let's hope we see her at the World Championships through the ranking system. And Kate Anson, season's best in these conditions, showing she's got so much more in the tank. I'm sure she cannot wait for a kinder day out there. And she can show the height she's really got, but that 179 season's best and a bronze medal, great day out for Kate Anson.
Well, the women's pole vault final well underway, and Courtney Maguire under a bit of pressure. Third time attempt at 4 meters exactly for her. Now, Sophie Ashurst has gone clear first time. So has Jade Spencer-Smith. Jade Ive went clear second time. Gemma Tutton second time. Now, Maguire has 1 attempt left. So has Jessica Robinson. So does Felicia Miloro. Plenty of speed and aggression. Oh, that's a nice clearance. Yes, loves it. Little celebration there, I think, before she hit the bed. Great stuff. And she will vault on. She becomes the 5th athlete clear, moves into 5th place with that vault. That was a really nice vault. Let's have a look. And I'll tell you what, she gets a shot of that, and I don't know if she does, but she was well over that.
No, let's hope she does. Hugs from Kate Rooney. I said yesterday, Scott Simpson and Kate Rooney. So much coaching in the UK pole vault scene. It's great that they're helping a load of these athletes kind of just raise the standard. That's what we want in athletics. The more people you've got in each event, the better they're going to do. So Jessica Robinson, 3rd and final attempt at this 4 meters height. Hopefully inspired by Courtney Maguire going over. Can Jessica Robinson join her? Yes! No celebration on the way down because she knew she touched it, but Jessica Robinson just a nervous weight on the back there. But Jessica Robinson by the finest of margins, joining Courtney Maguire with a 3rd time clearance. Felicia Miloro of Sutton Ashford, she's going to be thinking, oh, can I be a 3rd time clearant as well at 4 meters? But well done, Jessica Robinson. And as if on cue, there's Scott Simpson. Didn't you say every other person? You give some help to every other person. Give the Kate Rooney and Scott Simpson just sharing the coaching duties down here at the pole vault.
He's very giving too, Scott Simpson. You see him on the international circuit at meetings all over Europe, and constantly sharing thoughts and giving feedback to the world's top vaulters. Much respected internationally.
So we saw a good race on the men's steeplechase scene yesterday. It was a little bit warmer by then. Jermaine Coleman finally getting the victory. So many years he's tried to pick up that title, and he did manage it yesterday. We've got a lovely field down here for this women's steeplechase. I think we have got another couple of competitors on that second page, including Lizzie Bird, the new British record holder. Took a tiny bit off that at the Paris Diamond League. Running really well over there. About her 3rd race of the season. Another athlete that's done a lot of races this season, though, is Elise Thorner. She's been doing the American Collegiate program. She's at the University of New Mexico. Took a 5th place at the NCAA Championships a couple of weeks ago. There's Lizzie Bird. Chelsea Barnett Harrier, based over in the States, went to Princeton University, stayed over there training, but there she is, that red bib as well. Hard to bet against Lizzie Bird as the reigning champion and the new record holder, but the likes of Amy Pratt will give her a run for her money. Sarah Tate picked up a bronze medal behind Bird and Pratt last year. Kate Seary, brand new Welsh record holder. Maisie Grice, UK British under-23 record holder of 2K. Amy Pratt, she's the number 2 in the UK rankings, has won this title before. Stevie Lawrence will be on her inside. And there's Elise Thorner coming off that 5th place at NCAs. Emily Moyes took a bronze here in 2018. Lucy Jones running PBs, fantastic 1500 metre PB recently, and completing the lineup on the inside there, Alexandra Barber. She's done 10.26 this season. Amy Pratt, never scared of leading. We saw her make a great victory here in 2020. She was actually fastest on the world list for quite a while in that 2020 season with a 9:30, and backed that up with a British title here, and then double back in the 800, the most unusual double I think you're likely to see at national championships. just see Lawrence there easing her way around the outside. Stevie Lawrence has done 10:14, so she wouldn't be expecting to lead the likes of Amy Pratt, Lizzie Bird, Elise Thorner run significantly faster, but it's windy down there. Steeplechase takes an awful lot out of your legs, and Lawrence just easing her way to the front. At first, she's come sixth in this championship before. And you'd expect someone to want to get this race going pretty soon, because that's very slow through the first 200 metres. Clearing these barriers in a big group like this is not really that fun if you've got a lot of bodies in front of you. It's pretty much the opposite we saw from the men's race. Phil Norman attacking that event at world qualifying mark. He achieved that through the first kilometre, slowed a bit in the second, was overtaken, but Phil Norman rallied well for second behind Jermaine Coleman, and Zach Seddon picking up the bronze medal. All of them round about the European qualifying mark, but there won't be any qualifying marks coming from this race. Elise Thorner already has the European mark. Lizzie Bird, Amy Pratt already have the World Championship qualifying mark, so if they can come in first and second in this race, which would be what the form book would suggest, they would be automatically selected for the World Championships in Eugene. But Elise Thorner is really putting herself out there as the next steeplechaser to keep an eye on. You can see Lizzie Bird knows that, so she's closed up that gap on Elise Thorner. She won't let the Yeovil Olympiad athlete run away from her. Emily Moyes just moving up the outside, European junior representative over this steeplechase discipline. Like I said, bronze medal back in 2018. And Emily Moyes realising this is just a little bit slow. I don't want to jog round this slowly. See, it's almost awkward for these women to take these barriers at a slightly slower speed with so many athletes around you. Lizzie Bird, Kate Seary, Sarah Tate just tucked in there in the middle of the group. That's really hard to hurdle. And you've got all those bodies around you. So Emily Moyes perhaps just losing patience, knowing that she's expending energy, having to check her stride and adjust in the middle of the group. Just happy to go into the front. Running into a headwind on the back straight. Elise Thorner happy to sit in second place. She has through the whole race. She's behind Stevie Lawrence, and Stevie Lawrence was leading. And now she's tucked in behind Emily Moyes. This will be their first attempt at the water jump, I think. Emily Moyes and the whole field successfully navigating that water jump. And they're just going to hit the kilometre split after this barrier. That will give us an idea of the kind of pace they're moving at. But I think it's around about 10-minute pace, so that won't trouble most of the women in this field. Might be quite a nice opportunity for some of the women behind to get their first sub-10 clocking, because this pace will lift. Elise Thorner just sticking to Emily Moyes like glue.
Anna, I had a chat with Lizzie Bird after that brilliant run in Paris last week, UK record, and she was really optimistic. There's a lot more in the tank, lots more to come, but she'll need that if she's to make an impression at world level. You know, the best steeplechasers going under 9 minutes now. If she can get down there towards 9-10 territory, then she really will feature and factor as somebody who can place in the top 6 or 8 at world championship level.
Absolutely. When you look on a European stage, if you can get towards 9:15, 9:10, you're going to have a shot at a medal. Geza Krauser, just the German athlete, she's picked up a pair of bronze medals at World Championship level. I think she's around about that 9:12 mark, but always delivers her best at the championships. So if Lizzie Bird and Amy Pratt can just get themselves down underneath that 9:20, 9:15 mark, it's going to be super exciting for British steeplechasing. But Elise Thorner is kind of the new athlete on the scene. She's made big progress so far this season, and I think pretty disappointed not to be included in the England Commonwealth Games squad, and she'll have something to prove today. That was kind of the attitude of Jermaine Coleman and Phil Norman yesterday in the men's event. Zach Seddon, the sole representative on the men's side. Amy Pratt and Lizzie Bird given the nod on the women's event, but Elise Thorner left to maybe look towards those European Championships.
Well, I suppose in a way it's great that there is that to fall back to, you know, another opportunity to prove yourself. If you do get overlooked for the Worlds, you don't get selected for the Commonwealth, then those European Championships, there's another few weeks in which to prove your form and get selected for Munich. And the European Championships is a big deal. I mean, let's look back at 2018 Berlin. It was a fabulous Championships. The Olympic Stadium certainly helped, but of course the Germans with an Olympic Stadium in Munich to host the Championships in August. And I think it's lovely that these athletes, if they do get overlooked, they get another bite at the cherry.
Absolutely, it was busy for our top athletes that want to do all of it, but just multiple opportunities if you're a developing athlete, as Elise Thorner is as well. Look at her leading the British record holder over that water jump, Amy Pratt, previous champion, multiple-time medalist at this UK Championships. Elise Thorner did look back. I don't know if she's, like we say, we don't have a big screen here, so Elise Thorner having to look over her shoulder to try and see who's still with her. Maisie Grice, UK British 2,000 metre under 23, that's a mouthful, record holder, committing there, trying to get on the back of that medal group with last year's bronze medalist Sarah Tate and Kate Seary working well just behind her.
Well, they've just gone through with 3 laps to go, and Lizzie Bird in second place. They're quite happy to sit in on UK number 3. Elise Thorner. I wonder if Lizzie Bird is just wanting to test her last lap speed here or something like that, regarding this perhaps as almost a glorified training session, as she sits and enjoying the ride, when ordinarily you might expect her to push on and actually dominate this race.
Lizzie Bird's got an impressive 1,500 metre personal best, 4:12, and she's won this title before. I think it was last year with a big kick over Amy Pratt. Amy Pratt led for a long time, and this is the furthest back I've seen Amy Pratt in a domestic steeplechase for a while, just having to stay really patient. I'm sure she would have loved to have gone into the lead. She's just thinking, no, hold, can't go yet. But I expect Amy Pratt to make a bid for home soon. She won't want to get out-kicked by Lizzie Bird again.
I think, and you say it's an impressive personal best 4:12, but of course the best steeplechase in the world are running 4:2, 4:4, 4:5. She needs to work on that flat speed, and I think many people would say, look, you know, the steeplechase, yes, it's tough, but actually 99% of the event is running between the barriers. You've got to be a great 1,500 metre runner to contend at a world level in the steeplechase these days, men or women. And Lizzie Bird really needs to get that 1,500 time down below 4:10 and as quick as possible if she is to match the top 8 or 10 in the world.
All 3 of these are hurdling really well. They're attacking this barrier. You're right, Tim. There's development and to be made over the 1,500 and maybe the 5K for these women, but it's so hard when you're focusing on the steeplechase to run any other discipline, because it takes so much out of your legs every time you do one of these races. This is 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Kate Seary in 4th place at the moment. Sarah Tate in 5th. Stevie Lawrence holding on to 7th. Maisie Grice, apologies, Maisie Grice I think in 7th. Those athletes just stretched out down the back straight as that pace is piled on by the first 3. And that's good water jumping there from Kate Seary. Sarah Tate just behind her, and Stevie Lawrence looking like she wants to challenge last year's 4th placer. It's quite a repeat of last year for those minor places, but Lizzie Bird's made her move out of that penultimate water jump. And here we see what we saw last year. Lizzie Bird and Amy Pratt having a sprint finish. They were the other way round last year. Amy Pratt had led for so much of the race, and Lizzie Bird just sat and waited. Amy Pratt's got good speed as well. She's done a 2:04 800. And I don't think Lizzie Bird has done the likes of that, but Lizzie Bird's got the strength. She's got that 9:19 personal best. They're both hurdling super well as they move into the last 250. You feel like Lizzie Bird might have started her kick. Elise Thorner holding on really well there for 3rd place, but Lizzie Bird trying to stretch away.
I thought Amy Pratt was determined to hang on to the coattails of Lizzie Bird, but all credit to Lizzie Bird. As you say, Hannah, she really has got the strength, and she upped the tempo dramatically there as she went into the back straight, and that's what's gained her the gap. She's up, what, 6 or 8 metres in the space of about 150.
She really has that great water jumping under pressure from both those athletes, and Elise Thorner in that bronze medal position as well. Lizzie Bird just stuttering slightly into that final hurdle, but it's so nerve-wracking when you know that's pretty much all that's standing between you and a UK title. Lizzie Bird defending her British title here. Amy Pratt coming home for 2nd place. Elise Thorner picking up her first senior medal. Certainly one to watch out for the future as we look towards those European Championships. And there's a sprint going on for 4th place, and it is going to go to my dog sitter and friend Kate Seary, picking up a brilliant 4th place there. She had a big bid early on in the season to try and make that Welsh Commonwealth Games team, and has worked hard to get herself back here to 4th place at the UK Championship.
I can guarantee that in the history of track and field athletics, nobody coming to the finish line of a middle distance race has been described as my dog sitter.
It's actually my
Good
dog's,
line.
It's my dog's birthday today, and Kate was pretty much the only person that remembered.
Your dog has a birthday.
I'm not into that, but
look, I'm sorry, you've just given away the game by saying you are. It is her birthday.
Well,
So
Lizzie,
you are.
back to
66 I got her last lap at, by the way, there, Lizzie Bird. Fabulous closing speed, and the final kilometre of 3:02. And she looked relatively easy too. There's plenty more in the tank, I think.
There really is, and I think Lizzie Bird didn't necessarily want to have to race this much. She was reluctantly sort of cajoled into doing another couple of races that resulted in a British title, but she wanted to save herself to compete at the World Championships, Commonwealth Games, Europeans, but the Commonwealth Games selection just said, you know, we're going to need one more performance from you. Headed over to Paris, got that British record, and that sort of buoyed her confidence, and she can look towards the World Championships. She set that British record for the first time out in Tokyo, taking the mark of Barbara Parker that had stood all the way from 2012. And Lizzie Bird looking like she could set her sights perhaps on a World Championship final. Amy Pratt would have been bitterly disappointed to be beaten. She's such a ferocious competitor, but still automatic selection to the World Championships for Amy Pratt. There's the unofficial result for the women's steeplechase. I do think they've missed Kate Seary off there, so unless she ran around a cone incorrectly and she's on the second page, it's DQ'd. I think Stevie Lawrence, Sarah Tate and co will be shifted down one notch there. But Lizzie Bird, Amy Pratt, the gold and silver medalist, and Elise Thorner picking up, like I said, that first senior medal.
Well, we can go back to the pole vault now. The bar at 4:15. Molly Cordery has gone clear. That was her opening height. And just waiting for the right moment for Alicia Maloro. Second time clearance at 4 meters. She's lying in 5th place at the moment at Sutton in Ashfield. Harrier's Vest. Cleared 3:85 first time. Taking her time, isn't she? Not going to be rushed. Ranked 7th in the UK this year. 4:05, her lifetime best. Muloro here going at a new personal best height. That's why she's taking plenty of concentration and time. 40 seconds to go. No need to rush. But at some point, you do have to go for it. So, reset. Time running out. Convince yourself you can do it. First attempt at 4:15. This would be a big lifetime best for the... oh, no. Well, the Sutton in Ashfield athlete would have been. 1 attempt left. Or 2 attempts left, excuse me. At the moment, we have a host of athletes on 4 meters. Seven athletes on 4 meters at the moment.
There we see the official result of the women's steeplechase. I think Kate Seary had been missed off the results. Cardiff athletics athlete improving a 5th place last year into a 4th place. But Ellie Thorner, Amy Pratt, Lizzie Bird, your medalists. Emily Moyes was limping off the track. The older shot, Farnham District athlete there, doing well to finish in 8th place. And she looked in quite a bit of pain when she was walking off the track. Good to see everybody finishing as well. Tough going out there in a steeplechase. It's time for our penultimate para event. We've got this men's wheelchair 400 metres, a women's one coming up at 15:28. So pretty much back to back. There's the full lineup down there. And we'll take them through. Jo Brazier on the outside has competed for Great Britain internationally. Arlo AC athlete. 56.97 this season. Just a shade off his personal best. Nathan Maguire will go in 6th. He picked up a silver medal in Tokyo as part of the mixed relay squad out there. Mixed gender and mixed disability. It's a really intriguing event they've introduced to the Paralympic athletics programme. Lane 5, Luke Dagan, Scottish international. Red Star AC. Isaac Towers will go in lane 4. He picked up a silver medal back in Rio. He's 52.42, reflects that medal-winning form. 56.50 so far this season for him. Lane 3, we'll see another Paralympian, Motaz Jomny from the Weir Archer Academy. And lane 2 will be Kyle Brotherton. He's got a new PB. I think it might be from the previous season, actually. His PB set in Coventry, a venue that hosts so many para events. We've got a great Mondo track over there in Coventry, so favoured by our sprinters and really set up well to cater for a lot of para events. Okay. These men enjoying their shot here at a race in the UK Championships. See how they can handle this wind. They look like they're set off okay. Nathan Maguire, Kirkby athlete in lane 6. He's by far the fastest athlete in the field, the only one underneath 50 seconds, and he's done 46.81. So we'd expect Nathan Maguire to pull away from the rest of the field, and that's just what he's doing there. Lane 6 is pretty nice for these wheelchair athletes. Nathan Maguire, I'm sure, would have liked that draw. You can see him there just tapping his chair and adjusting himself to be able to get round these bends. Nathan Maguire pushing well as he moves through with 150 metres to go. Nobody around him to contend, and now he's going to pick up this following wind. Nathan Maguire will build speed the whole way through the line here. Been hard going into the wind down the back straight, especially when they're building their momentum, but Nathan Maguire, 51.37, won't challenge his season's best mark of 46.27. But good pushing nonetheless from Nathan Maguire. I think Jomny coming through for 2nd place. Athletes just slowing themselves down over there. Towers up there in the top 3 as well. But Nathan Maguire, clear winner in the men's 400-metre wheelchair race.
Stick with his pole vault. Jessica Robinson cleared 4 metres 3rd time. Her 2nd attempt now coming up at 4:15. Robinson will have seen her teammate Jessie Knight win the 400-metre hurdles half an hour or so ago. If she needed any inspiration, that might have helped. But all for Robinson. This would be a new personal best as well. Her lifetime best 4:05. Cohen moved out of the way. Now the clock will start. Good speed, nice rhythm. Oh no, that wasn't too far off, you know. That wasn't too far off at all. Well, she has 1 attempt left. I can tell you that Jade Ive has gone clear at the 2nd time of asking during that last race. But at the moment, just 2 athletes clear at 4:15. Molly Cordery, first time. It was her opening height, so she, of course, has the lead. And Jade Ive at the second time of asking, therefore holds second place. The best vault by a UK athlete this year, of course, by Holly Bradshaw. Bradshaw in this lineup, but I won't come in for a long time yet. Just trying to see when Bradshaw is going to come in, and it looks like it'll be at 4:30, I think. That is the height after this one, 4:15. So Jade Spencer-Smith from Harrow AC. Second time of asking for her too. World record, it goes back a few years now. Elena Isinbayeva, remember her? The Russian in Zurich back in 2009, vaulting 5:06. Oh, that's a lovely clearance. Superb from Jade Spencer-Smith. Wow. That equals her lifetime best. Little bit untidy, but it doesn't matter because there was loads of power there, plenty of momentum. The legs wide apart on the way up. Goes clear, doesn't touch the bar. And that really encouraging. She moves into equal second place along with Jade Ive, the Harrow athlete, Spencer-Smith. So 3 athletes now clear at 4:15.
Good to see so many athletes still involved in that women's pole vault competition. This is our final para event of this UK Championships. Women's 400-metre wheelchair final. We've got some super athletes down there. Hannah Cockcroft, multiple para medals. Winning the 800 and the 100 over in Tokyo. Starting on the outside, we'll have Sammy Kinghorn. She picked up some medals. Oh, maybe no Sammy Kinghorn. Apologies. So we'll jump straight to Mel Woods. She has been represented for Scotland. Selected to represent Scotland. 3rd here at the UK Championships last year. Lane 5, the Fabian Andre, European champion in 2021 in the 100 and the 800. Lane 4 will be Eden Rainbow Cooper, 3rd at the recent Birmingham Diamond League in this discipline. She's selected for England to compete in the marathon. So a bit of speed work here for Eden Rainbow Cooper. Hannah Cockcroft will go in lane 2. She's been selected for England over the 100 at the Commonwealth Games. Like I said, all those Paralympic medals. Peaking with that win in the 100 and the 800 in 2021. Completing the lineup will be Anna Wolf. She's done a PB this year, 67.99. We've had some fantastic para athletes on show this weekend, and a few more to show off in this race as well. Keep your eye on Hannah Cockcroft there in lane 3. Leads AC vest on and the white long sleeved underneath. But Melanie Woods has got a much faster personal best. Nope, just a second slower than Hannah Cockcroft on their season's best. Hannah Cockcroft there just with the white sleeves, giving chase to Mel Woods. Mel Woods has started hard out there in lane 6. She'll know Hannah Cockcroft's inside her. She'll do everything she can to try and hold Hannah Cockcroft at bay. Heads down into the wind down that back straight. There'll be no stranger to these conditions. These athletes, they will do some of their miles indoors on sort of rollers like you see some of the cyclists, but they'll also spend a lot of time out on the track. Hannah Cockcroft moving through to 150 metres, and she just pushes past Mel Woods now. As they come into the latter stages, they'll be feeling a welcome breeze at their back. 100 metres to go for Hannah Cockcroft. Mel Woods looking like she's going to have to give up the chase as Hannah Cockcroft just pushes away. She's moving faster with every turn of her arms. 58.78 for Hannah Cockcroft to pull ahead of Melanie Woods. So Hannah Cockcroft, another Paralympic victor, joining the likes of Zach Shaw in the 100 metres. He ran a fantastically fast time to get one over on Thomas Young. Those two have had many a battle in these events that we have alongside the able-bodied disciplines. Sophie Hahn winning the women's 100 metres, and there's confirmation of the 400-metre wheelchair event. Nathan Maguire, the clear win in the end, 51.37 for him. Jomny and Towers taking second and third. Full complement of finishers. Our other para stars we had today were Dan Greaves, Aled Davis in the discus throw, Sabrina Fortune in the shot put this morning, and Holly Arnold yesterday in the javelin. Great to see these athletes getting involved. Dan Pembroke as well in the men's javelin in the opening event today. But Hannah Cockcroft confirmed as the winner of the women's 400-metre wheelchair final, 58.79, ahead of Melanie Woods. Mel Woods giving it a good go down the back straight, but couldn't hold on to first position. Eden Rainbow Cooper taking third.
The pole vault continues, and the third attempt now for Sophie Ashurst of Sale Harriers Manchester, the local lass. The previous couple of heights first time. Pretty solid card up to this height. Can she join now the three athletes clear? Molly Cordery cleared first time. Jade Ivan, Jade Spencer Smith at the second time of asking. For Sophie Ashurst, this would equal her season's best. She actually is a 4:21 vaulter. Oh, no. Out she goes, I'm afraid. There's three more athletes yet to have their third attempt. Miloro, Gemma Tutton and Jessica Robinson. We shall be frustrated with that. It wasn't close either. But you know what? It's hard to know exactly what the wind is doing over at that far end of the arena. And it may be that she got a bad gust coming at her as she made her run up. So Jessica Robinson then. Can she do the same at 4:15 as she did at 4 meters? Talking to herself. Yep, you see that a lot. The vertical jumps in particular. And it's understandable too. It is by far and away the most technically demanding of disciplines is the pole vault. Third in the Welsh Championships recently, Jessica Robinson. Competes for Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, as you can see. Fifth equal in the UK Indoor Championships this past winter, but this is a personal best height she's attempting. Oh, no. Well, skips back. She's got just over half a minute to go. It's not usually a good sign when you have to start vaulting or attempting under pressure. Especially something that you've had time to get your head around. And of course now she's thinking, I'm going to run out of time. Right. Composure. Throw caution to the wind, just go for it. It's now or never. Tough challenge mentally. Come on, aggression. No, never really looked convinced. It was a big ask. It would have been a big personal best. So Jessica Robinson also exits the competition here, as did Sophie Ashurst, the Sale Harrier.
Good response there from Jessica Robinson, thanking the officials. We would not have any athletics in Britain if it wasn't for our volunteer officials giving away hours upon hours. A lot of those do come here at the British Championships. Gemma Tutton coming up for her third and final attempt at 4 meters and 15. Sharing fifth place with Felicia Miloro at the moment. not to be. You can hear Gemma Tutton say it herself, no, over the bar. So that will be the end of the competition for Gemma Tutton. So just Jade Spencer-Smith, Jade Ive and Molly Caudry over this 4 metres and 15 so far. Holly Bradshaw, the Olympic bronze medalist from last year, the UK record holder, hasn't entered the competition yet. Lead those women pole vaulters. I think that is our... We'll just have Felicia Milaro attempt 4 metres and 15 as well before the bar heads up to 4 metres and 30. And we've got 200 metre women's final down on the track. The women are out there ready to contend. Yesterday's 100 metre champion Daryl Nita looked brilliant in the heats. The times not really that credible given the wind we've got down there, but seriously impressive running. Anyway, Amma Pippi, 4th place in the 400 metres individually, back here to contend the final on the 200 metres. Busy weekend for Amma Pippi. This will be her 4th race of the weekend, as it will for Crystal Awuha as well. She exited at the semi-final stage yesterday in the 100 metres. She's the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers to make this final. Lane 6 will be Imani Lansako. She picked up a great bronze medal in the 100 metres just last night. I think she could be looking to add another medal here, but she's going to have stiff competition from the 2 women inside her. Beth Dobbin, she's done a semi-final performance at world and Olympic medal level in this 200 metres, and she has the world qualifying mark. If Beth Dobbin can come in the top 2 in this race, she automatically punches her ticket to the World Championships in Eugene. Daryl Nita, yesterday's 100 metre champion. Surprise victory over Dina Asher-Smith. She's looked great in all her recent races, but that's another step up for Daryl Nita to take that UK title. No start, unfortunately, for Ashley Nelson in lane 3. Move over to Ellie Booker. She was 2nd at the UK Indoor Championships, running well in her heat to make it through as a non-automatic qualifier. And completing the lineup in lane 2 will be Finette Agapong, Commonwealth Games semi-finalist back in 2018. So from the inside, Agapong in 1, Booker in 2, Blank in lane 3, Nilsson withdrawing, Nita in 4, Dobbin in 5, Lansako in 6, Awuha in 7, and Pippi in 8. So Daryl Nita, a favourable lane draw, lane 4. She's got Beth Dobbin outside her, Imani Lansako out in lane 6. Amma Pippi with her 400 metre strength might have to wait until the final 50 metres to get involved. Good start from all the athletes, as expected. Crystal Awuha getting out of the blocks well up on Amma Pippi. Imani Lansako and Beth Dobbin to her inside, but Daryl Nita already alongside Beth Dobbin. Daryl Nita pulling level with everybody with 100 metres to go. So much power out of that band. Daryl Nita nearly losing her balance, but Daryl Nita just lifting in this final 20 metres. That looked harder work than yesterday, but it's a win for Daryl Nita. 2 gold medals, 1 in the 100, 1 in the 200. And Beth Dobbin holding on really well for 2nd place. She will be automatically selected for the World Championships. Daryl Nita just 100th outside of the qualifying time required for the World Championships. Might be okay from world rankings, especially given that performance. And a good 3rd place from Imani Lansako.
Well, what a double from Daryl Nita. You're dead right, she did look just a little bit tired there, and I think we can excuse her that. She's had a busy old time. Is that her 5th race of the weekend? But very impressive too. I was impressed too by Beth Dobbin. Came under the pressure of seeing Daryl Nita pull up alongside her after about 80 metres. Dobbin there right in the centre of the picture. Daryl Nita great out of the blocks. Dobbin ran a fabulous first 50 or 60 as well, mind you, working hard to catch Lansako in the yellow there, 3rd from left. But Dobbin there at about 70 or 80 sees Nita come past her, doesn't panic, doesn't tighten up, keeps working hard, maintains that form centre of picture. Daryl Nita is away. She's got the win secured, but if anything, Dobbin working so hard to stay clear of Lanziquot that she closes up on Nita in the last 40 or 50 metres. And that's very, very impressive indeed.
Good bit of composure there to Beth Dobbin to respond well. That pressure from Imani Lanziquot. Beth Dobbin will have known, been painfully clear to her, that she needed to come in the top 2 here to make the World Championships, and she did that. Imani Lanziquot, like Daryl Nita, looking a tiny bit tired perhaps in their 5th race of the weekend. But I think holding on for that bronze medal just ahead of Crystal Owuhu. Wow, 100th of a second at the moment. That is an unofficial result, so we will wait to see if they have another look at that. But Daryl Nita is down with Ewan Thomas.
Well, I'm just past the finish line here, and I've got to say, the loudest whoop and the biggest smile of the weekend, the sprint double. Wow, you are on fire.
Yeah, this means so much to me today, you know. I put in so much work to be here, and words just can't explain how it feels to be double British champion this year.
And you're very popular with the crowd as well. I've got to say, Daryl, honestly, you've shown us some really fast action this weekend. You've got to be mega confident going to the Worlds.
Yeah, I'm super confident. You know, this is a major stepping stone for this year. So many championships coming up, and I'm in great shape, and I'm ready to challenge the rest of the world.
Please stay healthy. We need you to be healthy because we know you can do some damage at those Worlds. Ladies and gents, your sprint double winner, Daryl Nita.
Growing in confidence, I think you would say, Hannah.
Yeah, Daryl Nita having a lovely weekend. That 8th place in Tokyo was so brilliant. But she looked a bit disappointed. She knew there was more in the tank, and you can tell why, because this summer she's run so well. And doing the double in the 100 and 200 here at the UK Championships was brilliant. But that official result confirmed Imani Lanziquot, just confirmed, given the nod ahead of Crystal Owuhu for the bronze medal.
Over to the vault then, 11 starters in this discipline, and Molly Cordery, just 1 vault so far. First time clearance at 4:15 it was for the Thames Valley Harrier. She has a lifetime best of 4:60. She's 3rd highest vaulter in history in the UK, behind Holly Bradshaw and Kate Dennison, now Kate Rooney. So Molly Cordery producing that 4:60 in Huelva in Spain almost a month ago. In fact, just checking, almost a month ago to the day. Cordery then, first attempt at 4:30. Oh yeah, that's nice. Very, very confident, firm clearance there from Cordery. Jade Ive and Jade Spencer-Smith also cleared 4:15, so they will take their first attempts now. And I think Holly Bradshaw failed her first attempt at this height, her opening height, so Cordery for the moment in the lead, and Holly Bradshaw yet to record a mark. I'm sure that will change, but that was a very, very nice piece of vaulting. Jade Ive next to go then. Sporting her Sutton and District colours. 4:30 it is. No. Well, it's only 5 centimetres off her lifetime best, but she is UK number 4 with 4:35. That was in Cardiff a couple of weeks ago. Nice, neat vaulter, isn't she? But just not quite up there on that occasion.
You can see there is that height there, isn't it? It's just in front of the bar. Molly Cordery holding that lead at the moment over Holly Bradshaw. That's what we saw in the opening stages of the men's competition as well. Lazarus Benjamin and Adam Haig entering lower than Harry Koppel and collecting that better scorecard, and Harry Koppel just had to keep going, ending up with 5.95 meters, getting the outright win, and had a go at his own British record, which was fun to see. But Holly Bradshaw just again taking a slow start to that women's pole vault.
Next event on the track, the men's 200 metres. It is finals all the way. The women's heptathlon 800 after this, then the men's 5,000, and then the 2 800s for men and women respectively. But it is the time for these fellas. Adam Jamili goes in lane 6. Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake goes in lane 4. There is Andrew Morgan Harrison, the Kingston upon Hull athlete. 20:46 is season's best. James Hansen of Woking AC. Boy, he's fired up. Best of 2050. His lifetime best 2080 this year. And Adam Jamili, well, so experienced, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete. Good lane draw that for Jamili. He's had a lot of injury problems this last couple of years. Been around a long time too. Was performing well in major championships nearly 10 years ago, Jamili. Jamil Quainu goes in lane 5. Great lane draw for him too. Drawn inside his teammate, both he and Jamili, Blackheath and Bromley Harriers. Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake goes in lane 4. A proven performer in major championships, the New and Essex Beagle athlete. 19.95 his lifetime best. 2029 this year. Joe Ferguson from Leeds City AC looked fabulous in his semi-final. 2018 his lifetime best. And there he is from Toby Harries from Brighton Phoenix AC. 20.73 his best. Quickest in the first round was Joe Ferguson with 2018. He goes in lane 3. Jonah Efaloko in lane 1, the Sailor Harriers Manchester performer. Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, 2029, was second fastest in the heats. But the wins were just, I mean, Mitchell-Blake had 5.9 behind him in his wins in his heat. So you have to sort of take the qualifying times with a pinch of salt. Efaloko in 1, Harries in 2, Ferguson goes in 3, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake goes in 4. Watch him. Quainu in 5, Jamili in 6, Hansen 7, Morgan Harrison in lane 8. Jamili third from left in the all-black strip. Really good pick-up there from Mitchell-Blake in the yellow. He's already up alongside Quainu. Mitchell-Blake has stormed the first 70, way up on the rest of this field at the moment as they come into the straight. He's got a big lead. The pack chasing hard, going well in lane 3 at the moment is Joe Ferguson. Ferguson coming back at him, but Mitchell-Blake's got it sewn up. Wins by 1.5 meters, 20.05, and the win is legal at last. At last, as the afternoon wears on, we get a legal wind reading. 20.05 for Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake. He is a 19.95 athlete. 20.29 was his season's best. It now is 20.05 unofficial, and it's a championship record for Mitchell-Blake, taking over from a certain Adam Jamili, who ran 20.08 back in 29, 3 years ago. And Mitchell-Blake, well, I'll tell you what, Hannah, the caliber of his bend running is what makes him deserve that. Never mind about his form down the home straight. His first 60 or 70 was outstanding. It really was much quicker than anybody else. He picked up Quainu, who had a fabulous semi-final, so quickly in the first 50 meters or so, I reckon. And 20.05 with a 2 meter per second following wind, a championship record. And that is special when you look at all the great sprinters from years gone by, including the likes of John Regis. That is something else.
Finally, a bit of a smile there for Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake. You can hear there's so much going on here in the stadium. We've had so many wind readings that have ruled fantastic times as not important. I feel like everyone's just sort of looked at that clock and gone, whatever, looked down the finishing straight and went, whoa, it said 2.0. Darren Campbell, Christian Malcolm here in the stands going absolutely mad because Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake didn't have a qualifying mark for the World Championships, but this is good enough. This will see Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake automatically qualify for the World Championships. We've said it a few times, tonight is the last chance to get that qualifying mark, midnight tonight, and Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, the stars aligning for the Newham and Essex Beagle as he powers towards his victory. Adam Jamili does have that qualifying mark, but he was outside of the top few marks there. But Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake looked like hard work.
And you know,
it was for him.
You know what, Hannah? Joe Ferguson, 2023, gets inside the World Championship qualifying standard of 2024. So the first two will go through. Mitchell Blake with a championship record. That is official, 20.05. Joe Ferguson leads City AC. Brilliant semi-final. Fabulous there in the final. And he will go to the World Championships as well. 2023 has won 100th of a second inside the World Championship qualifying standard. So both those fellas, to coin a phrase, a bit of a cliche and overused, have punched their ticket for Eugene.
And we've been waiting all weekend to see a 2.0, some of their semi-finals in the 100 metres. I think we did get down to a legal win reading, but what a moment for the Manchester Regional Arena to finally drop its wind into the legal zone. Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake and Joe Ferguson automatically qualifying. They needed the qualifying spot, time and the spot, and they got it. What a race.
Well, the heptathlon 800 metres is coming up, but let's have a look at the way the story has unfolded for these ladies. The 100-metre hurdles yesterday was the first big test, and it was Jodie Smith who came out on top in 13.57 by many metres. That set her on her road. She came out of that with I think it was an 87-point lead. 1,040 points, finishing what, they're about 7 or 8 metres ahead of the rest of the field. But Jodie Smith in a different class, frankly, in that race, and she has been for much of the last 2 days. Superb from the Windsor Slough Eton and Harrow athlete. In the high jump, she cleared 177. That was the equal highest of the day. 941 points for her. Jordana Morris also clearing the same height, going well in that particular discipline. That was yesterday, of course, when it wasn't quite as windy as this. Della Rush, well, she was always going to be strong in the shot put. She came out on top with a heave of 11.82, but it's all about getting it nice and even and steady from event to event. And if you look at Kevin Meyer, the world record holder from France, in the men's decathlon, he's not spectacularly good at any one discipline, but he is admired much for his brilliant consistency from one discipline to the next.
And that is what we've seen from a lot of these women. Ella Rush, the 18-year-old, fighting super hard from lane 1 here in this women's 200. She's trying to do everything to deny Jodie Smith she's won so many of these events, Jodie Smith, just pulling ahead on those points. Jodie Smith delivering on the back straight as well in the long jump.
The tailwinds behind the ladies, they're giving quite a few of them problems. But Jodie Smith, again, very strong in that particular discipline. She didn't look entirely happy about it. She's a good javelin thrower, threw a personal best in the javelin earlier on this afternoon to set herself up nicely after 6 disciplines for a truly dominant performance. She's hundreds of metres of points to the good now. And in the 800 metres, where 1 second equals about 15 points, Jodie Smith has a monstrous lead. Look at that. 4.663 by Ella Rush, the Amber Valley 18-year-old, to Jodie Smith's 5.121. Eloise Hind with good javelin throwing, moving ahead of Jordana Morris to take her 3rd spot before this 2-lap race. And there is the start list for this 800 metres. Well, Grace Bauer has battled away for the last couple of days. Bauer certainly working hard on day 1 to push for a place in the top 3 or 4, but after the shot put, she was in 3rd place, and then the 200, not one of her strong events. Jodie Smith, truly dominant, it has to be said, and deserves a lot of plaudits for the calibre of her performances from one discipline to another. The way she's retained her focus. Madison Hutton, she is a 2:21 performer. Jodie Smith's best, and this is not her strongest event, is 2:20. Ella Rush, well, she's a 2:16 run at the 18-year-old, and actually the fastest in the field. She could pull back a few points here. Jordana Morris in 4th place. Can she here outdo Hind? Morris, though, with a best of 2:18, has only 1 second on Hind, so that's unlikely. Laura Darcy going up. Laura Darcy is, in fact, non-starter here. She should have been in lane 3, and it is in lane 2. Grace Morgan and then Eloise Hind on the inside in the colours of Oxford City AC. Fit to run written on her vest. Is that a sponsor?
Yes, Tim.
We're allowed to. Other brands are available, but
not if you want to wear an Oxford City vest. But.
Right, but it's great to see these additional sponsorships being allowed on vests, isn't it?
It is. Makes a lot of sense.
So, 2 laps of the track then. 7 athletes out there. Sorry to see Laura Darcy not making it out there. She's had a good couple of days. She's continued to work hard, but obviously something wrong stopping her from testing this 800 metres as the ladies head off down the back straight. The women with young Eloise Hind taking it on. She's a 2:19 performer, one of the better athletes there. Ella Rush is a 2:16 800-metre runner. Conditions far from conducive to really quick middle distance running, of course, this afternoon. And I say that in full knowledge that the next 3 races are the 5,000 for men and then the 800 for men and women respectively. But Hind, well, she's gone out in front and easing off around that top bend as the others, Morrish on the outside there, and on the inside Ella Rush pull up behind her. I'd like to see her keep going. If you're going to go out hard like that, might as well stay clear and not just act as a pacemaker for the others. Jodie Smith back in 4th place at the moment, probably wondering whether or not she needs to run as hard in this and put herself through a lot of discomfort or not, because she has a lead of hundreds of points.
She does, Jodie Smith, but at some point in her career she might not be in the same position. She might have to really push herself in this final event in the 800 metres, so Jodie Smith might have instructions from her coach, to Laura Turner-Lean, to run hard anyway. But Jordana Morrish bade her, waited in the first few 100 metres, and now she's gone. If Jordana Morrish can beat Eloise Hind by, I think, around about 4.5 seconds, she could get back into the bronze medal position. She had a great high jump, so much emotion pouring out from Jordana Morrish of Bracknell AC when she had that fantastic high jump competition. But Jordana Morrish really going for it here in the closing stages of the 800 metres. And Eloise Hind there, that's our medalist at the moment. But if Eloise Hind slips more than 4 or 5 seconds behind Jordana Morrish, we could see a change in the medal positions.
Morrish, such a brave run from the bell. She kicked in hard, rocking from side to side, trying to stay well clear of the rest. Ella Rush trying to come back at her. Jodie Smith in 3rd place is one discipline she certainly won't win. And young Eloise Hind in 4th place, trying to get back on terms with the 2 ahead of her, but almost staggering across the line there. Winning time of 2:20. That second lap, 70.4 after a 69.6. Really well balanced couple of laps there from Jordana Morrish. That was absolutely brilliant, but I don't think there was enough daylight behind her to ease into the bronze medal position. There is the champion, no doubt about that. And I think Jodie Smith is entitled to look absolutely exhausted. All of these ladies are. They've had to put up with long delays for technical reasons in different disciplines, in the long jump, for example, earlier on today. And the wind too has just made it a little bit more trying for everybody. They've had to try and keep warm. Normally there'd be sun on your back and you can chill a bit more, but here there's been just more to think about constantly for these multi-eventers.
Jordana Morrish can leave now. She's done absolutely everything in that 800 metres to try and get herself back into the medals, but it won't have been enough. That trio of Jodie Smith, Ella Rush, Eloise Hind working really well together in the second lap of that 800 to keep Jordana Morrish in their sights. But I was moments when I was worried Morrish wouldn't make that finish line. She was staggering. She was filled up with fatigue and lactic. She'd given it absolutely everything to try and accumulate some more points. So hats off to Jordana Morrish.
Got an unusual running style, hasn't she? Rather forward lean of the torso, but it's effective. And she obviously decided she was going to give 101% in that 800. She must have been worried at this point that they might be coming back at her. Never glances around. Look at that, the stride length getting shorter, leaning forwards more and more, almost staggering across the line to win by about 6 metres. Fabulous effort from Morrish. Jodie Smith in the battle for 2nd place. They're grimacing in the background. But Jordana Morrish there will be well and truly exhausted, but it's a nice exhaustion. It's like when you've had a good race, isn't it? If you're a 1,500, 3,000, 5,000 metre runner, it hurts for a few minutes afterwards, but it's a pain that you can smile through.
Absolutely good satisfaction there, and you can see that on the faces of all our finishers here today. Such a shame to lose Laura Darcy. I hope she's all right. I hope she's not picked up a niggle or an injury. You can see that Jodie Smith, our winner by quite some way, and just as exhausted as anyone else. Not really any easy way to do a heptathlon. Jodie Smith put together a fantastic couple of days to take the title.
Well, Morris can be very proud of the fact that she gave such a sterling performance, that 800 metres. It might not have been enough to regain third spot, but she couldn't do any more. We could all see that quite clearly. And neither could Jodie Smith. What an amazing couple of days she has had. And we'll confirm for you their overall times. 2:20.09 for Morris. Jodie Smith 2:21.15. She did take second place. There it is. Ella Rush in third place, and Eloise Hind in fourth place. Loads of character being displayed there. Those four quite closely locked together as they were closing on Jordana Morris in the latter stages. The Bracknell athlete, Grace Morgan, bringing up the second pack, so to speak, in fifth place. And of course, we'll bring you the roundup of the points as quickly as we can. Laura Darcy unable to complete. That's a great shame. Completed 6 events and unable to come out for the 800 metres. So yes, must have picked up some kind of a little niggle. Yeah, dead right, Hannah. Let's hope and pray it's nothing serious.
That leaves us with just 3 more track races to go, 3 finals, the 5,000 metres for men, 800 metres for men, and then the 800 metres for women to close out the UK Championships. 3 days of brilliant action.
There's the unofficial points, and Hannah, how's your maths? 5.929, 5.469. That's 460, isn't it?
But I think that's the personal best for Jodie Smith by some margin as well. 5,881 her point score coming into this. Ella Rush just a whisker away from her personal best set over in the States earlier this year. And Eloise Hind just underneath her personal best as well. But Jodie Smith, that shows really the series that she's put together this weekend, that she can do a lifetime best score.
Nathaniel, you came across the line. I think the whole stadium heard you shout, "I am back," and you have run very fast today, as have the other 2 athletes. But, wow, you're on the plane, and you're clearly in amazing shape.
Yeah, it's been a turbulent couple of years for me. I made the switch and moved back home, and it's paid dividends, and I needed that win. I say you got to conquer yard before you conquer abroad, and I want to be the best in the nation, and I can go out there and compete with the rest of the world, so I've done that today.
To be the best in the nation, you've got to run quick as you did today. You know, nearly sub-20, legal wind. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, championship record too, don't forget that. Took it back. But yeah, it feels good to run fast, and I know there's more in the tank to go.
Stadium record, championship record, you're on the plane, you're in the shape of your life. Ladies and gents, the winner of the 200 metres, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake.
What a great result there for Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, and wonderful to hear his reactions. British sprinting is in really great shape at the moment. That's a good confirmation of that official result for the women's heptathlon. Championship record for Jodie Smith, so personal best and a championship record. That's a great result. I think that Katie Stainton's championship record broken there by Jodie Smith.
Well, we can go back to this pole vault. Holly Bradshaw clearing 4:30 at the second attempt, and now in a little bit of trouble at 4:30. The British #1 Olympic medalist last year, of course, in Tokyo. Oh yes, when the pressure's on, big names can pull it out of the bag, and Holly Bradshaw there, a little sigh of relief, I'm sure. Put herself under a little bit of pressure, but a third time clearance at 4:40, and she needed that because Molly Cordery has cleared 4:15 first time, 4:30 first time, and 4:40 first time. So Bradshaw would have lost the competition if she hadn't got over that height. Jade Ive has 1 attempt left at this height. She's next to go. Jade Spencer-Smith is confirmed as the 4th place finisher with a second time clearance at 4:15. But Scott Simpson there having a chat with Holly Bradshaw, a little bit of a friendly advice and a reset for her.
Jade Ive here, her third and final attempt at 4:40, as Tim said. This would be a new personal best, 4 metres and 35, Jade Ive's personal best from this season. But she's excited to be in that bronze medal position. She was ranked 4th on the season's lists. Sophie Cook, so unfortunate, not able to compete due to COVID. And Jade Ive really delivering it. Oh, I thought that was going to be a lovely new personal best for Jade Ive to go with the bronze medal, but she will get that bronze medal. She can sit back and watch Molly Caudry and Holly Bradshaw battle it out at 4 metres and 50.
Well, there's a card, quite a busy card. Third time clearance 4:30, and not quite this time at 4:40. Jade Ive. But a good day at the office, nonetheless. It would have been a new personal best, 4:40 for her. Bar now moves up to 4:50 for the two remaining competitors, Molly Caudry and Holly Bradshaw. Bradshaw, funnily enough, will be vaulting first in the jumping order. And at the moment, lies in second place because, of course, Molly Caudry clearing 4:40 first time. Bradshaw on the third time. She's had 5 vaults. She's only cleared 2 heights. Holly Bradshaw, quite unusual for her.
It is, but it is blustery conditions down there. You haven't got your eye in. It's pretty hard to kind of figure it out. Molly Caudry did come in a little bit earlier, but with a clear card, so we can't use the wind as an excuse when Molly Caudry's been doing first-time clearances. We saw Harry Koppel have a slightly slow start to the men's competition. Holly Bradshaw's season's been interesting. She ducked out of the indoor season, citing mental burnout. She had some issues with illness and injury as well, and just said, I need some time to get myself right. That Olympic hangover, it doesn't really matter whether you've picked up a medal that you knew was on the card for so many years, like Holly Bradshaw did, or whether you've had a disappointing result. It can just take the wind out of your sails. And Holly Bradshaw, so open with that, with the athletics community and her fans. And she's been getting better with every competition. No height at the Birmingham Diamond League, and then recovered well at 4:60 at Huelva. And that's a good jump there from Holly Bradshaw. First time clearance at 4:50. Equal second at the Rome Diamond League, third at the Rabat Diamond League, fourth at Rabat Diamond League, apologies. It's like Harry Koppel, just working her way into this 2022 season. We've got the men's 5,000 metres lined up on the back straight, ready to do their 12.5 laps of the track. Amy Eloise Marcoats having a really good sprint finish with Jess Judd yesterday. You could see something similar down there. Got a few athletes with the qualifying marks. Sam Aitken not starting actually today. He is one of the athletes that's gone underneath that standard for the World Championships. He did that indoors, but not able to compete here today. Mark Scott, UK indoor record holder with his 13:57. Backed that up with a bronze medal at the World Indoor Championships. Puts him second in the UK all-time rankings behind Mo Farah. A whole load of athletes down there. The camera pan over, pick out some of the highlights. Jake Smith, really finding his feet on the roads. Bit of speed work here over 5,000 metres for the Cardiff athlete. Ian Crowright, watch out for him in the last kilometre. He's been finishing really well in some of those races. Ellis Cross had his moment on the road, beating Mo Farah. Great run for him. Andrew Butcharp, him 6th place back in Rio. He's 5th on the all-time list. Liam D out there on the second line, if you like. There he is, Mark Scott. Won't have the red number. I think for his indoor season he should. I do think those indoor marks should carry over. That 12:57 UK indoor record. Sam Aitken would have had the red bib, but he's not made the start. Hugo Milner spending a bit of time doing triathlon at the moment. Johnny Davis, previous under-23 Eurocross title. And there's the red number. Okay, it has made its way over to Paddy Diva. He did 13:20 over in Portland. Now that kind of time doesn't tell the whole story. It was a really big last kilometre from Paddy Diva in that race. So again, watch out for him. But Mark Scott can kick with the best of them, as he showed indoors. Alex George, he's having a great season. Beaten his PB for the first time since 2017 in France a couple of weeks ago. 13:33 clocking for the previous European under-20 champion. Alex George there on the inside in black. Stu McCullum, Winchester AC athlete. Oh, and a false start in the men's. Oh, a recall. Might have been a false start, but it's a big field down there. I wouldn't be surprised if someone had a bit of a wobble.
I'm trying to think the last time I ever saw a full start in a 5,000. I don't think I ever had one, Hannah, in many dozens of 5,000 starts. Unusual.
You'd think they maybe probably wouldn't bother unless it was a massively blatant false start. Let's see what the official's going to pull out from his clipboard. You'd presume it'd be a yellow or a green. Unsteady start. That's what we're hearing from the starter there. You can see his yellow armband.
I'm sure most of the fellas wouldn't have minded if they just kept going. I mean, it's all about stickler for the rules. They've got 12.5 laps to run.
We saw that tricky situation, the Rabat Diamond, and a couple of the men got left behind on the 1500-metre start, and you wish they'd recalled that, given them a chance to be involved in the race. Now look, this is what happens with the waterfall start. The inside group have gone, OK, we're getting after this, we're running fast. The outside group's gone, hang on a minute, it's UK Championships in a gale force wind, it's tactical. But I'm sure these two groups will get on the same page as they break all onto the inside there. Scott Beattie, happy to take up the early running at the moment. 13:31 this season, Scott Beattie, so you could see this opportunity in this field could offer him another fast clocking. You'd say it's too windy, but Scott Beattie may be thinking that a faster pace is better for him. James West ran the 1500-metre final yesterday, using all that speed in his legs to get up into a good position in the early stages of this men's 5,000.
Well, many laps to go in this 5,000 metres. The battle for supremacy continues in the women's pole vault, but 64 seconds per lap is 13:20 pace. I think this is some way outside 64 seconds pace. Yes, it is. And 66, 60, nearly 67. That's about 13:50 pace, 13:55 pace. So very slow, ambling start by these fellas so far. Over to the pole vault, and it's Holly Bradshaw now with the bar at 460. No, not this time. She cleared 450 first time, and Molly Caudry cleared 450 second time. So the positions are reversed. Bradshaw leads, Caudry in second.
Kieran Clements taking up the running next in this race. He's got a new personal best of 13:51 this year, and he's having a really good year. He's been around for so many years as an age group international. And, great to see athletes who are sticking at it and still running personal bests. His highest finish at a UK Championships is 9th. Tied that indoors in 2019 and outdoors. So Kieran Clements wanting to keep this pace nice and honest. As Tim said, they're just a shade out underneath 14 minutes, which isn't going to trouble many of these athletes. Jack Rowe, Aldershot Farnham and District Vest doing well to just stick on the inside of Andrew Butchart. James West, I said, that contending that 1500-metre final yesterday, back here for more action in the men's 5,000 metres.
I'll be interested to see how Mark Scott handles this here today. He's got wonderful 1500 speed, good strength at 3,000 and 5,000. Doesn't really need here to run hard. Scott, he has the qualifying time along with Butchart and Sam Atkin. Atkin obviously not contending this. Scott has the qualifying time too for the 10,000. Back to this pole vault though. Now if Molly Caudry clears this first attempt at 460, which she doesn't, it's refusal for the Thames Valley Harrier. Bradshaw failed her first attempt. 2:48, Hannah, the first 1,000, 2:48.59. It is about 14-minute pace.
Scott Beattie back at the lead. We saw him lead the first lap, and Kieran Clements overtook. I can't imagine Kieran Clements would have slowed it down but it wasn't fast enough for the Morpeth Harrier, Scott Beattie. But Mark Scott's not missed a single step there. You're right, he has got great finishing speed, but Paddy Diva does as well. He won that NCAA title last year on a massive sprint finish over 10,000 metres. Mark Scott will be aware of that. He raced on the same day as Paddy Diva in Portland and ran a very similar time, but they were actually in 2 separate races, so we didn't get the chance to see those two compete head-to-head. Back to Holly Bradshaw, second attempt at 4 metres and 60.
No, not for Bradshaw either. So this is where they're struggling, the pair of them. And Bradshaw has the lead thanks to that first-time clearance at 450. That was crucial. It was her first-time clearance. So Cordery next.
So Kieran Clements and Scott Beattie sharing the lead here. I didn't see it change, so I don't know how organised it was, but I feel like that's a bit too much of a coincidence that they've taken a lap each. I reckon Kieran Clements and Scott Beattie might have had a chat before this race. Mark Scott, for the moment, just content to sit behind.
Mark Scott's very experienced now as a championship and big race performer, and I don't think he'll do more than is necessary, and he'll bide his time before taking the lead. Question mark over the form of Andy Butchart. Hasn't run a 5,000 yet this year, even though he's a 13:06 performer. That goes back quite some time for Andy Butchart. It was in London 2019. He ran superbly, remember, in the Rio Olympic 5,000 metres. Didn't come from obscurity to produce that brilliant run in Rio. I think it was 13:08, but relative obscurity, frankly. And he's been very much to the fore of British 5,000 metre running ever since. Scott, though, is the sort of face of the new era, isn't he? He's based over in the States all year. Here's Cordery, second attempt at 460, and she again runs through. Don't think she really believes it. Molly Cordery, this would be for her an equaling of her personal best from earlier on this season.
Kieran Clements' turn at the front, keeping this pace going. Andrew Butchart, we haven't seen anything from him since the 6th of March when he ran that Scottish record over 10,000 metres. That was his debut on the track, 27:36. So that looked pretty promising, but he picked up some issues after that. He's been over in Fauntleroy training with Gary Loth and Bashir Abdi. So Andrew Butchart usually does pretty well after a stint at altitude with the guys he joins up with when he goes on those altitude training camps. That bright yellow vest just pinned on the inside at the moment. See Hugo Milner, the triathlon specialist, making a move around the outside. Henry McLucky just going with him as well. Kieran Clements still in the lead at the moment, though.
5:37 at 2K. That second kilometre was even slower than the first, a 2:48 and then a 2:49, and it was a 68-second lap that took them up to that point. So they're outside, well outside 14-minute tempo at the moment. That's a big old pack. Everybody just sitting in there letting these early laps click by. Nobody, of course, really wants to lead into a wind like this. Back to the pole vault. Holly Bradshaw. No. And she runs through her third attempt at 460. It's not to be. Molly Cordery has the door ajar, the door of opportunity slightly ajar, because she will vault next. Her third attempt at 460 to come.
Kieran Clements still piling on the pressure at the front here. He has slowed slightly, but it doesn't look like he should be, because that field's stretching out behind, perhaps just relaxing and letting these laps tick off. Another 68-second lap. Not really that fast. You can see Molly Cordery just getting ready to take her third and final attempt in the pole vault. But Kieran Clements and Scott Beattie for Mark Scott, as it's been for a while. Paddy Diva just moving up on the shoulder of Mark Scott. And James West, every lap that goes off a little bit slower, James West is going to be thinking my 1,500 metre speed is going to be coming very handy.
Here is Molly Cordery. Now, is she? No, she's not. Well, that's a shame. Between the pair of them, they couldn't summon one good attempt at 460, but it does confirm Holly Bradshaw wins yet again the British title with that first-time clearance at 450. Molly Cordery, a second-time clearance at that height, has given a really good account of herself, and Jade Ive takes the bronze medal with that third-time clearance at 430. But there's the winner, Holly Bradshaw, the Blackburn Harrier. With Scott Simpson, she has become a pretty amazing pairing. Part of a pretty amazing pairing, and an Olympic medal has defined her career to date, really. She is a big-time competitor.
Another 68 in this men's 5,000 metres. We'll get the 3K split in another 200 metres time. But Kieran Clements has been out there pushing this pace on for a long time. New personal best of 13.51 this season, and he's operating just maybe a tiny bit outside that, not too far outside of it. Perhaps thinking the best he can get out of today is a personal best. And there's such a large accomplished field, but you can see they're just starting to gather. I think when you get to this 3,000 metre point in a 5K, you start thinking about home. 5 laps on the counter doesn't look like too much. 8:28 through 3 kilometres, another slightly slower kilometre at 2:50.
Well, it's getting slower and slower. I thought it might start picking up, but my word, they're all reluctant. That is very slow. 8 minutes would be a 13:20 pace, so they are on pretty much on what, about 13:50 pace now, as they have gone through 3K. And there's not much fun being back in the pack, just loping along at this pace, because there's quite a bit of pushing and shoving. Nobody's really being stretched out here. I'll be interested to see how Jake Smith goes here. He's better known as a half marathon runner, marathon runner. He's in about 10th place at the moment? No, about 8th place, right alongside Andy Butchart in the yellow there, centre of that pack, in the blue and red of Cardiff. He's been training with some of the top East Africans in recent months, taken under the wing of the NN running team based in the Netherlands, but actually doing a lot of his training in the Rift Valley and trying to keep up with the likes of Eliud Kipchoge, the world record holder and Olympic champion in the marathon. Jake Smith now comes up to about 6th place, and the pace, you just sense there's a little bit more pushing and shoving and adjusting of positions and building up, Hannah, for this final mile.
I saw Paddy Diva just edging himself further forward. That's the first time he's got into 2nd place, just ahead of Scott Beattie, and Mark Scott's responded. So's Jack Rowe. James West is trying to get himself between Jack Rowe and Scott Beattie there. You can see him in the white vest with the blue hoops. Like I said, he'll be excited to see what his 1500 metre pace can do in a race of this type. But Paddy Diva doesn't quite look like he wants to lead. He just wanted to get ready to cover any move that happens. That's almost Mark Scott going for the lead, and Paddy Diva making sure he's ahead of Kieran Clements when that happens. I did think we might see an aggressive move off Mark Scott at some point. He's won this title in a similar fashion before, but Mark Scott coming round with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Scott there looking very relaxed, just glancing down at his shoes. Looks like a training session for him, obviously. Diva, well, we know he's great over 10,000 metres, has got a big kick. Scott will be aware of that as they go through with 3 laps to run. And now it becomes a cat and mouse game, because we're into middle distance territory, really. Frankly, the pace they've been moving at shouldn't have drained the top 8 or 10 guys in this race very much at all, and is now just about racing now. So Mark Scott is good at that stuff. He has that big kick.
He has, and his training group, Bowerman Track Club, they don't race all that much, but they must race in training, because when they come out, every time they perform, they seem really, really ready. And Paddy Diva has got a good position here. He's responding to everything, and there goes Jake Smith. That's the first serious move we've seen here. Another 250k. There is 1 kilometre to go, and Jake Smith, that's a big kick from the Welshman, he's Englishman, from the Cardiff Athletics Club. Jake Smith kicking hard. This time it will be 2 laps to go. That's the first serious move we've seen in this race.
Thing is, Jake Smith hasn't done anything with it. He's just spurted like that. Everybody's covered it. It didn't really achieve anything. He's a lot of energy there. Comes through with 2 laps to run, and he goes through there. Well, that was about a 65 lap, and these 6 or 7 are away now. And the racing is on his own. It's Butchart trying to stay with us back in about 8th place in the yellow. I'm not sure he's the athlete he was, or will he confound us all with a big last 600.
So Jack Rowe will be another athlete that knows he might not have the leg speed of Mark Scott, Paddy Diva, James West for sure on the inside there. Watch out for Ian Crowright as well. He's been finishing all his 5Ks with really big last kilometres. Just moving past Jake Smith now, but this looks like the big move on for the medals. Can Andrew Butchart do anything to get himself back up to these athletes? Jack Rowe pushing hard, trying to run the sting out of some of these athletes around him. The Aldershot Farnham and District man doing everything he can to hold off Paddy Diva, but surely Paddy Diva, Mark Scott are going to swing wide, and James West has got to be thinking, if there was ever a 1500 metre runners 5K at UK Championships, this is it.
Well, the bell this time, Diva hits the front there. Rowe in 2nd place, Scott covering it perfectly on the shoulder of the leader. He's done everything right, Mark Scott, if your intention is not to run a fast time, just to win the race.
There's going to be a big wind in their faces at this point. James West is still tucked in. Jack Rowe's lifted again. He's not out of this race by any measure. Paddy Diva is working hard, and that's Sanju Butchart. He's starting to break himself clear of the rest of the athletes. He's in 5th place at the moment, chasing hard. But there goes Mark Scott. We know he's got to change of pace. Jack Rowe doing really well to respond, holding off James West at the moment. Mark Scott has kicked for home. Jessica Judd did a similar move in the women's 5,000 metre race, but ultimately she was outkicked by Amy Eloise Marcotes. There goes Mark Scott. I think James West has just slightly missed the kick of Mark Scott, and Mark Scott is going to take this victory and automatic qualification to the World Championships. Mark Scott, your winner again here at the UK Championships. James West, 2nd. Jack Rowe, a hard-fought 3rd place, and Andrew Butchart coming through for 4th.
Well, 2:24 for the final kilometre is impressive. All the hard running in that last lap, which I got at about 55 seconds, maybe a click inside 55 seconds. And all the hard running for Mark Scott, frankly, was in the last 200 metres. So that was world-class closing, no doubt about it, from Scott. He will be going to Eugene in the 5,000 metres if he chooses. Very, very impressive stuff from the Brit, who, frankly, looks to have recovered pretty quickly, doesn't he? Don't see him racing in this country too often these days, but a proud northerner based in the USA takes full advantage of the facilities over there and the sponsorship that enables him to race when he feels like racing, not when he might need to race because of a wallet being jangled that is a little bit emptier than might otherwise be ideal. Brilliant finishing from Mark Scott. That is a decisive kick over the last 200 metres. I mean, he's opened up, well, 10, 12 metres, that winning margin, and actually a lot more than that, 20, 25 metres, and some of those behind him, literally in the last 200 metres. So, fabulous stuff. Scott's winning time, 13:42.82. He can run many, many seconds quicker than that. He is a 13:05 performer at his best, and I suspect is capable of going below 13 minutes, but he's still developing as a 5,000 and 10,000 metre runner, still learning his trade. He'll learn a lot more going to the World Championships in Eugene, where realistically up against the best of the East Africans, a place in the top 8 would be a great result. We can go back to the men's long jump now. Last 4 jumps, we're in round 6. Well, the lead held by Ronald Banigo with 8 metres exactly. And Kigali here, Samuel Kigali of Woodford Green, produced his best in round 4. That's another no jump for him. Unfortunately, no jumps in rounds 5 and 6. Only Ronald Banigo, Sarah Harriers Manchester, has reached 8 metres, and that was 8 metres exactly in round 3. It's one of only 2 valid jumps from his 5 so far. There's the card for Kigali. He's moved into 3rd place with that 4th round 7:83. Tim Duckworth will be next to go. He improved to 7:77 with his 5th round effort. Here's Duckworth, an 8,300 point decathlete. Good speed from Duckworth. He's an 8 metre jumper plus at his best. I'm not sure he's too impressed with that. Nowhere near 8 metres yet today. The wind has eased, there's no doubt about it. 1.1 behind Duckworth's 7:77. Actually, the vast majority of the wind readings over the last hour or so this competition has been going have been under 2 metres per second, whereas when the heptathletes were jumping earlier, we were getting readings of 3 and 4 metres per second behind them. Duckworth there, 7:55, so no improvement. A consistent series from the decathlete, the Liverpool Harrier, but 7:77 is best in round 5, leaves him in 4th place. And only Jack Roach, Hannah, can deny Reynold Banigo the win.
Jack Roach sitting on that 7 metres and 88 from his 2nd round. Just looking for 13 centimetres to put himself ahead of Reynold Banigo. Sale Harriers Manchester spoil the home athletes party. Here goes Roach, building his speed on the runway. There's a yes somewhere from the crowd. I don't think that looks like it's over 8 meters. He's been given a green light, the green flag.
Well, the 7.88 he produced in the second round, had it been legal, would have been a personal best, but it had a 2.6 wind behind it. He's unlucky because the vast majority of wind readings have been under 2 meters per second. Ah, there it is. Not enough. And how fitting that the winner pops one out at 8 meters exactly in round 3. Reynald Banigo, nobody else manages it.
I want a 1.4 as well. So that's nice, valid jump for Reynald Banigo. He has an 8.04 this season. The UK lead, got that nice red number on. To get within 4 centimetres of your personal best at a championship level, we have seen a lot of personal bests over the weekend. It's still pretty impressive to bring your best kind of when you've got the most pressure on you.
Here he goes then. Final jump. He's already confirmed as champion, the Sale Harris Manchester man. Oh, no, and he runs through that. I think he knew it was a no jump too. Generates a lot of speed. Lovely fluid sprinter. So a no jump for him in the third round, but only 2 valid efforts. His opener 7.76, and then the big one in round 3, 8 meters. Good for the win, and he is champion. Jack Roach the silver, and Samuel Kigali the bronze.
So the official result, women's pole vault, Holly Bradshaw getting the win on countback over Molly Cordroy, and Jade picking up a nice bronze medal there. Just completing the lineup all the way down there. 10 clearances achieved. Kate Watson unfortunately getting the NM no mark. Really unfortunate in the vertical jumps.
Well, let's have a look at the hammer result for the women. Charlotte Payne with the stadium record 70.59. The Reading athlete beating Jessica Mayo by, well, almost 5 meters. The silver medal for Mayo, the Birchfield Herring. Katie Head for Newham and Essex Beagles. 65.58 for the bronze. Only just behind second place.
We'll have the official result of the 5K men before we move on to our final 2 events, the men's and women's 800-metre races. And one thing I did spot when I was looking back through my notes, it was a personal best for James West. He's more of a 1500-metre specialist, but to run a personal best in a tactical race and pick up a silver medal, the redemption perhaps for a disappointing 1500-metre campaign here. Jack Rowe, that's a brilliant bronze medal for him. Another trip to the podium at a senior level. But Mark Scott just racking up those UK titles. He picked up a bronze at the World Indoor Championships. What might he have in store for us as he heads towards Eugene in 3 weeks?
Well, let's take a look at the start list for the first of the 2 800 finals, the last 2 races of the day. The men's 800 metres final. There is the field, and it is oozing talent. No less than 6 men in this field have the World Championship qualifying standard. Alex Bodrill, the City of York athlete, coached by a certain Steve Cram. Heard of him? I wonder how he'll go against this field just loaded with talent. Daniel Rowden, the Woodford Green Essex ladies athlete, dropped out of a race in Paris a couple of weeks back, but then ran well later on, Rowden, to produce a good performance and get himself into this final. Elliot Giles. Well, Giles, one of the world's best 800-metre runners on his day. Pretty strong at 1500 as well these days. I think he's run 3:33. He is rounding into form after injury problems. There's Ben Patterson, World Championship qualifying standard. He has 2, 1:45.16. Just recently, Ben Patterson, that was in Sollentuna earlier on this month. Max Bergin, he is the fastest man in the world. He's only 20 years old, Bergin. He goes in lane 5, 1:43.52 to win recently in Turku in Finland. Jamie Webb, a semi-finalist at last World Championships, medals at European indoor level. He has the World Championship qualifying standard, the Liverpool Harrier. Kyle Langford, 4th in the World Championships back in 2017. He too has the World Championship qualifying standard, 1:44.61. 8 days ago, a new personal best for the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. Alex Botterill, City of York athlete, 1:47.30 this year, that's all. He stands out as an athlete who may struggle if this is quick, but I doubt it will be. And Sam Reardon, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete, goes on the inside. Never broken 1:48, but this unlikely to be quick. Although Max Bergen, the youngster there in the blue, just right of centre, was renowned for his front-running style. People have said he doesn't really know how else to run other than flat out. He loves a quick first lap and a quick second lap, but how will it go here? So 2 laps of the track. The wind makes it very, very difficult to decide what to do for each of these runners. Bergen in the blue eases to the front, Rowd on the outside in that green and white of Woodford Green. Also has set off pretty quickly. Doesn't want to start. Oh, Bergen clipped from behind there. That might have been either Langford or Elliot Giles who ran into the backing of him. Langford there in the striped vest of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, just losing a little bit of ground on the leading trio, but Bergen has gone off fast. He's very slight, he's long and lean and fluid and very fast indeed. Some people might say the wind misses him because he's so thin, but he's certainly laying it down here for the rest of them. And this is quicker than we expected, Anna.
I was going to say, if you saw the likes of Kyle Langford and Ben Patterson sitting off this pace, you knew it was going to be quick. 50.68 with that breeze in their face down the back straight and then tangling up. Dan Rowden and Elliot Giles sticking to Max Bergen's back. Every man in this race would have expected the race to go this way, but can they do anything about it?
Well, Bergen has chosen a good moment to go to the front. The wind certainly eased a bit during this race. It's been quietening down for the last couple of hours, but Bergen through 600 metres. Rowden is there, being dragged surely to a quick time. Elliot Giles in third place. These three a long way away. Langford has got some running to do yet in fourth place. Can he get back to the leading trio as Giles begins to lose ground on the leading pairing? Bergen into the straight. Has Rowden got the legs to get past the youngster? I don't think so, because Bergen digs deep again. Finds another gear. Kicks away. Watch the clock. This will be fast, even in these conditions by Bergen. 1:44.5. The best performance of the weekend, surely, against the clock in a middle distance race. Quite fabulous running from the youngster who books his ticket for the World Championships against a stellar field. He really is so hard to race against. When he's in that sort of mood, what can you do about it? Hang on to his coattails and hope that he will fade, but he doesn't. He so rarely does, the Halifax Harrier. Great running from Max Bergen. He's got a really mature racing head in his shoulders these days. He is the real deal. And surely, Hannah, this is a young man who can go to the World Championships with realistic ambitions of a medal in Eugene. His form is quite supreme. He's had more than his fair share of injury problems this last couple of years. I know that he's coached by his dad and that he's had some advice from Jenny Meadows and her husband Trevor, who look after Keely Hodgkins. They've been saying you've got to get a little bit more strength and conditioning into your system. And he has been doing that, and it seems as though it is paying dividends.
It really is. That 1:44.54 is super impressive in the conditions today here in Manchester. Hats off to Dan Rowden for managing to live with Max Bergen through 600, through 650. It was this point here where Elliot Giles just started to falter. Kyle Langford was moving super quick. I did wonder if he might get back towards Rowden, but Rowden just had a tiny bit left here in this 100 metres. Yes, he couldn't live with that last lift of pace for Max Bergen, and Max Bergen is probably maintaining when those around him are slowing ever so slightly. But Max Bergen, world lead, automatically qualifies for the British team for the World Championships, as does Dan Rowden. And those two can turn their attention towards Eugene. Kyle Langford, Ben Patterson might have to wait and see what the selectors fancy for that third spot. But Dan Rowden just off that Olympic final in Tokyo last year. Max Bergen, world leader. Could we have two men hoping for that final in Eugene?
I think we certainly can. Maybe more than two. Confirmation of that result. The stadium record for Max Bergen, not a championship record. That is held by William Tanui from back in 1990, when non-Brits are allowed to run in our championship. Daniel Rowden coming back into great fall. Carmen Langford to find third, and Elliot Giles still coming back from injury, fifth in that wonderful race. But our winner is with Ewan.
I have to say, all weekend, that is the first race as a spectator I've actually been nervous for. That was loaded, the pressure was on, and boy, you delivered.
Yeah, the weather conditions didn't help either. The wind really threw a bit into the mix, but just did what I needed to do and came away with gold.
It's how you run it, though, isn't it? You're fearless. You get to the front and you stay at the front, and you're almost saying, come on, and if you want some, you've got to get past me. And that's a brave way to run it.
Exactly, yeah. It's just the way I...
That's how tough 800-metre runner is. Listen, you don't want that on the camera. All I will say is, listen, everyone, that's how much effort he's put into winning here today. He's the fastest athlete in the world this year. You're winner of the 800 metres.
Determined to catch Max Bergen in an embarrassing situation. But, yeah, a lactic build-up can have a delayed effect. And Max Bergen there, still with his hands on his knees as we see the long jump final result. Reynald Banigo with that 8 metres exactly winning performance to the Sale Harrier Manchester man, Jack Roach, and Samuel Kugali taking silver and bronze respectively. I think Ewan's still waiting to have a word with Max Bergen, who's just having a bit of a tough time recovering from that win. 1:44.54. That, against the clock, is the performance of the weekend, Hannah. And actually, maybe in its execution, it's the performance of the weekend as well. I mean, he dominated one of the strongest fields we've seen.
We know that's how Max Bergen likes to run, but when you've got the wind and the wind readings we've seen over the last 3 days, you might think, oh, I'm a bit nervous, maybe I don't want to be a kind of a windbreak for the rest of the field. But Max Bergen just relaxing his way to the front there, and if he can do that through the rounds at the World Championships and at the Commonwealth Games, I mean, who knows what might happen in the final. If you've got some people that are super quick over 400 and stuff like that, you might not be able to control a race in that manner. But we are down to our last event here at the Müller UK Championships, and it's a good one. The women's 800-metre final. We don't have last year defending champion Olympic silver medalist Keely Hodgkinson choosing to contend the 400 metres instead, but we've got a stellar field nonetheless, starting with 18-year-old Abigail Ives on the outside. She was second in her heat. Basildon AC athlete. It's got down to 2:01.88 this season. But her main target, the World Under-20s, in a few weeks' time. Gemma Finch will go in lane 7. She led her heat and rewarded, quite rightly, with a non-automatic qualifying spot into this final. Gemma Reekie, 4th place at last year's Olympics. Silver medal here behind Keely Hodgkinson outdoors. Silver medal behind Jenny Selman indoors. You see Jenny Selman just waiting there in lane 4. Isabel Boffey is in lane 5. Multiple age group medalist, champion in the European under-18s, under-20s, under-23s. Here is a senior, Jenny Selman, UK indoor champion, just a few hundredths away from that World Indoor Final back in Belgrade. Backed up that form well outdoors already. Ellie Baker, so good at championship racing. She's got great personal bests as well. Struggled with injury in the winter and just building momentum race by race. 4th place last year. Lane 2 will be Hannah Cameron. She was a non-automatic qualifier from Heat 1. Scottish lady down from Aberdeen AC. And completing the lineup in lane 1 is the older sister of Abigail Ives. We met first in lane 8, Isabel Ives. She qualified automatically from the second heat. She's done a personal best of 2:4 this year. Personal best over 1,500 as well. Gemma Reekie down there with the red bib number has that qualifying mark for the World Championship. She's the only athlete in the field with it. If Gemma Reekie can win this race or come second, she will automatically qualify for the World Championships. But the likes of Ellie Baker, Isabel Boffey and Jenny Selman right on the bubble in terms of qualifying from a world ranking. So anything they can do in this race here today at the UK Championships will help their case when they move towards looking at those rankings and trying to get selected for the World Championships. We can have 4 women in this discipline at the World Championships, thanks to Keely Hodgkinson winning the Diamond League last year. But this doesn't look like it's super quick. Isabel Boffey taking the field through the first 200 in 31 seconds. They were into that headwind down on the back straight. Gemma Reekie happy to sit on the shoulder of Isabel Boffey. Ellie Baker just pinned on the inside there. Finch poised to lead the race. She loves to lead and push the pace on. Abigail Ives moving wide on the outside, as she did in her heat, just trying to give herself a shot at the lead.
Well, it's not quick. Gemma Reekie looking for a return to form. So many athletes have suffered with injury problems and with related illnesses to COVID. But they go through 400 metres, 66.43. It's desperately slow, and that makes it virtually anybody's race. And Boffey in this sort of situation might fancy her chances, Hannah, because she has got a lot of power. She's good over the last 300.
Isabel Boffey probably has got the best 400-metre PB out of this field, but that's a tricky position. They hit the wind on this back straight. Isabel Boffey leaning into the back straight and that wind, and Gemma Reekie just on her shoulder. Ellie Baker's pinned on the inside, but she's staying out of trouble. She's running the shortest line, and you'd gamble that there's going to be some gaps opening up as they move into this last 200. There goes Isabel Boffey. She's lifting the pace every time she goes through each 100 metres. Gemma Reekie tried to get past Isabel Boffey there, but she lifted her pace ever so slightly. Ellie Baker at the moment, only athlete able to go with these top two. Jenny Salmon fighting to get back in the picture. 80 metres to go. Gemma Reekie pulls up alongside Isabel Boffey. Ellie Baker finds some gaps there in the middle of the pack, but Gemma Reekie just holding off Ellie Baker. Gemma Reekie with a 59-second last lap. She slaps her legs, she raises her arms aloft. That is Ellie Baker on the plane. Gemma Reekie on the plane for the World Championships, sharing a hug with her friend Ellie Baker. Great silver medal for Ellie Baker. Isabel Boffey having to settle for third, just run out of it in the closing stages.
Well, what a contrasting race to the men's, where Max Bergin took everybody out hard and fast and kept it that way for the whole 2 laps in that race. 66 and 59, about a 7-second differential between the 2 laps. Of course, negative splits. Gemma Reekie, though, forced to dig really deep there by Baker, who was so determined to prove more to the selectors in that final 50 metres. And you have to give credit to Boffey as well, Isabel Boffey, who gave everything on that final lap, battling away down the home straight here to make the others work hard for it. Jenny Selman couldn't go with them, but Reekie, we know, has got that world-class quality. 4th in the Olympics last year and 1st here today.
Really good run from Gemma Reekie. She struggled indoors. Transpired afterwards she was struggling with glandular fever. We didn't know that at the time. We just thought she looked a little bit off the boil, but just looking better with every week and every month that passes. She took the title she couldn't get last year. She had to settle for second behind Hodgkinson, but Gemma Reekie today joins her teammate Laura Muir as UK champion. Saw Laura Muir take the 1500 metres yesterday evening. Ellie Baker, that's a great second place for her. Isabel Boffey rewarded for that front running tactic with her first senior medal. Confirmed result there. Just under a quarter of a second was the winning margin for Gemma Reekie of Kilbarchan AC, another Scottish winner in the endurance races. Ellie Baker in second place and Isabel Boffey third place. Jenny Selman closing hard, just ending up with 4th place. And 18-year-old Abigail Ives finishing well to clinch that 5th place.
Well, that concludes the action 3 days of action here at the Manchester Regional Arena. It's been a real joy to watch great races, great competition in the field as well, and championship places being grabbed for Great Britain at those World Championships in about 2.5 weeks' time. They start on the Friday, this coming Friday. Will be 2 weeks away till the World Championships gets underway. I mean, just looking at the weekend, Hannah, you know, Darryl Neaton's 100-200 double really stands out. There have been surprises too, like Jeremiah Azu, that fabulous win in the men's 100 metres, but a lot to look at as well in the intensity of the competition.
It was really good, of course, always at the asterisk of the wind. We were always wondering what was going to happen, but we had some fantastic competitions nonetheless. Jeremiah Azu always stealing that 100-metre title from some of the bigger names was super good, and Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake return to form and finally getting that kind wind reading with the 20.05 clocking on the men's sprint side was super exciting. Great to see Olympic medalist Laura Muir back to her winning ways, getting yet another UK title, and Holly Bradshaw as well converting today to take another UK title.
Well, the 3 days concluding with a fabulous run, perhaps the run of the weekend by Max Bergin in that 800 metres, 1:44.5. The youngster winning the 800 metres pretty comfortably, frankly, with some huge names behind him. Jake Whiteman's 1500 win will stand out. Of course, his dad has done the PA for the 3 days, almost non-stop. I think he's been sleeping under his desk here in this stadium. But that was a big win for Jake Whiteman and for the his Edinburgh AC club mates. I've loved it, really have loved it. Nothing like great domestic competition where there are team places at stake, never mind about the championship medals. It's been tough for the field events in many disciplines. The conditions have made it doubly tough. Very, very strong winds throughout each of the 3 days, and they've got stronger and stronger, ironically, through to this Sunday afternoon. But from all of us here, from the production crew, and with a huge thanks to all the officials who have given so generously of their time and effort through the 3 days, big thanks to them. But from all of us otherwise, thank you for being with us wherever you're sitting and watching this, and we'll see you again very soon, I hope. At the very least, hopefully next year. From Hannah England, myself, Tim Hutchings, bye-bye.